The future. Holy, I had the desktop audio muted. I had this banger fucking playing this whole time and I had the desktop audio muted. I'm so sorry, chat. I had it muted. Holy, professional streamer alert. It's already at the lowest volume. I don't know how to make it any quieter. That's insane. Ugh. Man, I had this absolute banger playing. And it was muted the entire time. I'm so sorry, chat. But what the fuck's up, chat? How's it going? How's it going? What's up, Samantha? I hope everyone's having a good day. Last stream, I was kind of like thinking to myself, I'm just like, you know what? People like me because I rant about dumb shit. People like me for my shit opinions, right? People like me because I am the only person who will validate their, like, shitty operator, like their favorite shitty operator. And so I just decided we just do a wiki stream today where I don't actually fucking play the game. And you guys tell me whatever operators you want me to look at, and I'll look at them. I think we'll probably do a similar, like, rating system to how I did last time, where I just give random, like, +1, -1, whatever, because that's fun. But yeah, I think it'll be quite cool. If you say my favorite character is trash, I will never forgive you. That is true. That is true. Your opinion of me is entirely based on whether I agree with you or not. Which is very, very valid. Okay, I saw this, I saw this skin, this gray skin, for the new, Vector Breakthrough event. I'm like, holy fuck! A new Gray Altar skin that isn't him in fucking acid? Holy, I'm so excited! I'm so excited! And this is for normal gray. And I was so disappointed. I'm like, oh yes, finally a Gray Altar skin that isn't him dipped in acid. It's for normal gray. I like normal gray, but obviously I use Gray Altar a lot more than the normal gray. Fuck. I'm so sad, because I looked at this, and it looks like Gray Altar. Like, there's something about it. Like, he looks more confident in the art, so I just assumed it was Gray Altar, so I'm just so sad. Normal gray is based. I do like normal gray. I'm one of his few defenders, but damn. Damn, that made me really sad. I was really hoping, because I'm not a huge fan of Gray Altar's skin. I'm not a huge fan of Gray Altar's skin. I just had the preview up so I can actually show this. Because, for some reason, both Gray and Gray Altar basically have the same Christmas skin. Like, it's the same thing. It's kind of funny. But I don't like this skin. I'm not a huge fan of the horror skins. I think Narantia's is... Narantia's and Haze... not even really Narantia. Like, Haze is the only one that I kind of like. But even then, it feels very derivative of, like... Bana, like, conceptually. So it's very, like, weird to me. It's very weird to me. Have I seen the new CN Summer stream? They added Pokemon on Arknights? I have not. I don't really keep up with that kind of stuff. Also Persona. I've vaguely heard about that. There's, like, a Persona collab, which is... so stupid. But yeah, I do want to review non-6 stars, because obviously people like to hear my opinion on 6 stars, because I'm very spicy with that. But wait, what? Genuine peak? Just it's random fucking anime collab. Hey Bloop, are you currently a living life form? No. No, I'm a fucking robot. The fuck? What kind of sentence is that? I fucking love altars. Okay, I will say this beforehand. Obviously, there will be CN spoilers, fucking obviously. So if you don't want CN spoilers, then fuck off. The altar fatigue is just, like, really... The altar fatigue is really setting in. Am I the only one who's just like, I'm kind of tired of this? That every other event we get an altar. Like, I low-key kind of want to make a video on it, even though I have like a bunch of other videos I want to do that are more important. But it's like, we have so many fucking altars. We've received so many altars in the past year, it's ridiculous. You know, so we have Angelina now. Like, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like 11 altars this year. Like, what the fuck? 11 altars this year. And then, like, in the previous year, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like every year we just get more and more fucking altars. It's like, it just feels like I'm just kind of fucking tired of it. Because, like, being an altar doesn't feel special anymore. I don't mind every other event getting altars because it means character development. Like, sure, yeah, no, I get that there's a story reason for it. I get that there's, like, a story reason for it. And the main reason, like, I understand why. It's because, you know, we're at a point where we can't just make a bunch of new characters. We can't just, like, keep introducing more and more characters. There are characters that we need to develop. And so you go in and you develop those characters. Like, yeah, it makes sense. It's about finishing arcs. But it's every other fucking event we get an altar. And it's just like, I'm so uninterested. Because a lot of these altar designs are just shit. They're just so bad. Like, a lot of them are kind of just terrible. Some of them aren't that bad. But a lot of them just kind of suck as altars. Because they don't really have a connection to their original forms. And it's something I want to make I've wanted to make a video on, but I don't really know if I should. It's like, it just feels very meaningless. It just kind of, a lot of the times it just feels very sloppy. You know? It's just like, here is the character that you like, but again, but this time they're meta. You know what I mean? That's just kind of what it feels like. It's just like, here's this old character, but they're good now. That's like your opinion, man. True, it is my opinion. Crazy. Like, remember this character? Now they're meta. Now please buy them. Like, that's what it feels like a lot of the time. Now, obviously, you know, I'm not going to say that there's no, like, actual story reason for it. Because obviously there is. It's about developing these characters. But at the same time, it's just like, fuck, man. They could have at least designed the kits a little fucking better. But yeah, we have Angelina Alter now. Yay. She's going to be the 6-star Sky Ranger, so, what the fuck? Oops. She's going to be the new 6-star Sky Ranger, and so I kind of want to make my predictions on what she's going to do, because I haven't watched the video, so I don't know what she does. But she's going to have either an unlimited duration or a state switch skill. So people don't have to fucking micro her, because that's the last thing we want people to do, is to micro the fucking game. That's going to be her S1 or her S2. It's either going to be an unlimited duration skill that tastes like nothing to charge, or a state switch skill. Her S3 will be like attack range expands, attacks 5 targets, inflicts random fucking, attacks 5 targets, inflicts 50 billion debuffs. It's really difficult for me to kind of imagine that Angelina is going to be super interesting. Because, but at the same time, Sky Rangers are a very weird subclass where they kind of can't just be like slop. You know what I mean? Because they're so conceptually unique that it's more just about like, I have this operator, and their whole gimmick is that they take off and they're like anti-air specialized. They're like anti-air specialized guards in a weird way. And so it's really difficult to kind of translate that into slop. But I kind of imagine that this will be slop. I mean, her non-Alter S3 did that. Yeah, but the thing is with normal Angelina is that, yeah, she did have, like, the 6-star slop S3. But, like, she had a downside. That's what's, like, really interesting about Angelina, is that she had downsides to her back in when operators had downsides. Fucking insane. And so it's interesting to think about, because Angelina's either going to be incredibly boring and doesn't introduce like any new mechanics, any new gimmicks. She's just going to be like a state switch skill that just, you know, lets you just kind of control whether she's in the air or not. Her S3 is just going to be very sloppy. Her S1's probably going to be very boring. I mean, probably her S1's probably just going to be like a like Contrail's S1. Her S2 is going to be state switch or unlimited duration, and her S3 is just going to be slop. And I doubt her talents are really going to be anything unique. I don't really think this is going to be very interesting, but I could be wrong. The problem is that she's a limited operator and she's not a welfare. So, yeah. Case of Angelina, I'm not sure what they're developed character-wise. She's already had her manga. Okay, because, like, I'm not sure. Again, I don't know the fucking story. But I don't know. I just think that maybe not every single one of these alters are entirely justified. I don't think every single one of them is justified, and maybe some of them are only added because they're a popular character that is now, like, meta. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what some of these feel like. Either that, or their development was only decided after they've decided to make the operator an alter. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, we should have a Lapland alter. We should do that. And then, because everyone likes Lapland, but we should make her, like, meta now. And so we'll do that. We'll make her a limited alter. And then they write story based off of that, like, that idea. You know what I mean? So it's like, obviously I'm very, like, mean about it, but just alters just in general, just Who are the other limited ops on her banner? I have no idea. I do not know. So the lands become an orange. an orange? Like the fruit? That's funny. Angelina. Thumpy. Pink Wormy. What is this? I like how she just looks like Gilberta. She doesn't even look any fucking different. She's just fucking Gilberta. Gilberta. Thumpy. Who the fuck's Thumpy? A 6-star Primal Protector. Interesting. Interesting. The implication, the base Lapland never stopped being... She, like, is she though? Like, she's not fucking meta. This is just Thumpy. It's Wormy, but pink. What is this? Is this Wormy alter? Oh my gosh, chat. Wormy alter, what the fuck? And she's not the limited, meaning that she's gonna be based. Right? Right? Wait. Chat. It's like Wormy's like older sister or something. What is this? That's hilarious. Jacinta? Oh, this one. I remember yeah. This is kind of funny. She's still the best applier of silence. Is that even true anymore? I don't even know if that's true anymore, because you have a new Lapland who also applies fucking silence. Like, yeah, no, I still use Lapland, but I don't think she's meta, because I think most people don't give a shit about, like, silence and would rather just kill the enemy. Skills are translated on the subreddit. I'm not doing that. I'm not going on the subreddit. What the fuck are you saying? I'm not going on Reddit. How dare you even imply I would do that? Although Lapland is not meta, to every time I have to borrow her because the enemy can be silenced. She's the only one that can be constantly used. Yeah, but that's not meta. She isn't meta. Like, your average 6-star Wade is not using Lapland. Like, yeah, I use Lapland because Lapland's good, but she's not like on par with like fucking Wishitel. Thumpy S3 literally has her deploy a conveyor belt. Go look it up. What? No. Base Lapland outlets a ton of arts damage at range for a 5-star. That's not even necessarily true, because her S2 is significantly less consistent than like Areen's S2, and Areen does less damage, but it's a lot more consistent. Like her S2's balanced, like for like Areen. Jacinta's really interesting because she gives operators Aerial Sanctuary, which I think is really funny. It's like okay, so she's a standard bearer, and I like standard bearers. You know, standard bearers are really fun as long as you're not using Myrtle. And the thing, like, I was kind of excited. I'm like, oh, a new 5-star standard bearer. This is gonna be really fun. And okay, her S1's like Charge Gamma, or whatever it's called. And then her S2, she generates DP over time. And then talent's effectiveness range increases, expands, and then she heals an operator. And it's like, this is like the 4th standard bearer that heals an operator out there S2. It's like, you couldn't have thought of like anything. Like, I get it. She's like a defensive standard bearer. That's fine. But like, this is, we have more standard. The only standard bearer that doesn't heal is Elysium. I don't get why we still need this. It's like not Taraxicum. Like Wanqing, he heals. Myrtle heals. Sailok heals. What am I missing? Is it just those 3? There's only 4 standard bearers in the game, so I don't know why I just added an extra one, I guess. But it feels weird, because like Myrtle's healing is more single target. Wanqing's healing is like AoE. So it's like, it's not like we needed a single target heal, because we have Myrtle. It's like, I kind of wish this was just like, oh, operators gain like defense or something. Like it's like, this is so unnecessary. I wish it was just anything else. But I'm interested in seeing how relevant this even is. Like, it's a cool idea, but I am thinking to myself, it's like, how often do I really need anti-air sanctuary? You know what I mean? Like, how often does that come into play? I don't know. Because obviously the thing is with, thanks man, you know how much I love it when you stream while I'm at work. I don't control when you work. She's got the Phalanx caster range with S2. Yeah, I saw that. Like, yeah, increasing the range, like, even then, that's not, like, her normal range is just, like, 8 tiles. It's like, I don't know. But it's so weird to me that it's just so bizarre to me that we just keep getting this, like, anti-air hate. I assume that she's, like, the event that Angelina is coming in, because she is a, she's a Sky Ranger. This is going to be like the Skybox event. This is going to be like the Nasty event, where, like, all of the enemies are in the air. Like, that has to be. Right? Like, what is this? What is with Hypergriff's recent obsession with aerial hate? What is this? We have, like, 3 subclasses that, like, specialize in just hating aerial targets. I don't get this. Is this the +3, -3 ranking system? It will be, yeah. We're just talking about this shit because I think it's really funny. It's like, like, what is with Hypergriff and just hating aerial enemies? Time slot, a mech caster. It increases zone attack. Let's go. Another attack up gamma. Let's fucking go. Increases attack increase, and drones have a certain amount of chance to inflict slow. Very strong capacity by 1. Focus attacking on enemy to defeat until it's triggers. Okay, this is kind of interesting. If an enemy leaves her range, she triggers overload, and then overload prevents operators. Well, okay, she gains the increased attack and attack speed. Like, that's, wait, overload will prevent operator from attacking, but will increase her own attack and attack speed. Is this like Rock, where she gets stunned after? And only the drone can take advantage of the attack and attack speed? Is that what this is? But I like the idea of them having a mech caster that leans into the aspect of, like, the drone detaching and doing its own thing. Like, that is kind of interesting. But I'm not 100% sure what the overload means. I feel like S1 attack speed would have been better. I agree, yeah. The drones still attack like Golden Glow S3? That's what I'm thinking. So, like, does this... I don't know if this is like Rock, where she is in her overload, and then after the overload's over, she gets stunned. Or if it's like she stops attacking, and then her drone gains like a shit ton of like a... It's Rock 2, but with slowness. So it is like... So does she still attack during the overload? That's kind of what I'm asking. Does she attack during the overload? Because I don't know if she gets stunned during the overload, and then her only source of damage is the mech. And if so, that's really cool. I think that's really cool. I think this is a really cool operator. A little excited. A little excited. Not like... I'm not like jumping for joy, but I think that's a cool design. All right. Let's look at other operators. Let's look at other operators. I think this is kind of interesting. Fiametta and Gavial gain IS mods. I think, or she probably gains a... Well, is it an IS mod? Does it say? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why the world is orange now. Becomes till the lands become an orange. Like this isn't become orange, an orange, like the fruit. No, she does not attack during overload. She stops attacking specialized and each. Okay, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Gaviel's RA. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking. Yeah. I was thinking, forgot what the name is called. What's up, Pittenger? Via's IS mod is dropping later. Not at the event, like a little after the event. What? Where did the mod go? Did I just... Where did it go? Did I just make it up? I swear there was a thing that said the IS... What? Oh, it says it right here. Okay, I don't know. It's just lost it. Alright. So let's get to talking about operators. Who do you guys want me to talk about first? We can just let it go, you know. I'm kind of excited for this, because this is like the first time I've just done a Morgan. Okay, Morgan's kind of funny. Because I recently, 30 viewers already. Holy fuck, okay. Yeah, actually playing the game. Playing the game is not about doing anything. Matterhorn? What is there to say about Matterhorn? Talk about Irene. Okay, god damn it. I wish I set up the voting thing. Granny? Okay, there's nothing to say about fucking Granny. We can talk about, God, I don't even know. I guess, okay, the first, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, Luana. Luana's message is like, oh, can you talk about nasty? That got translated to, are you giving birth? What the fuck? What the fuck? No one can agree on, like, an operator. That's hilarious. Ooh, Figurino! You know what? Okay, I like Figurino. I want to talk about Figurino. I'm sorry to everyone. Okay, 12F. There's not much to say about 12F. We'll talk about Figurino. Because I think Figurino is really, really cool. Because I recently got him at Temp Recruit in IS. And I fucking loved him. Because I recently... Avoiding the question. I'm not answering that. I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. Sadly, my favorite operators... Okay, but are you then? I'm not answering that. We're not... That's personal. We're not getting into that. Sadly, my favorite operators quite boring mechanically, or at least to me personally, because I looked at them so much. I would need you to choose ops kit that I like instead. Well, I mean, you can just tell me. Talk about Gilberta. Well, she's not real. She's in the fake game. We're talking about Figurino, because I fucking love Figurino. I got him at Temp Recruit, because recently, I've kind of realized that I actually just love, I hate these translations. Brain Guds got translated to Brain of God. Is Hoarder the fodder? I'm not answering that. I'm not dignifying that with an answer. I hate this fucking auto-translate shit. I want to turn that off so bad. Okay. Okay, Figurino. I keep getting fucking distracted. I love Figurino so much because he's such a cool concept for a merchant. I've recently just kind of become, not obsessed with merchants. I used to not like merchants until I really, like, thought about them, like, gameplay-wise, and then, like, I made my Swire video, and I'm like, oh, wait, I actually kind of love them. It's only Jay that I find kind of boring. It's like, Mr. Nothing's really fun. Swire's really fun. Lee is really fun. Like, there's a lot of really fun merchants. It's just Jay who's just boring. And so I think it is just like Jay who just kind of made me think like, yeah, merchants are just kind of like you lose DP for a stronger thing, but it's like no, there's a lot of really cool stuff to it. So Figurino's entire gimmick is that he does more damage when attacking enemies that aren't blocked by him, which is like that sounds dumb, but he is merchant. He must block things. It's like a duelist class. Like, but okay, so his S1 is your classic merchant unlimited duration skill, 4 seconds. So for about 3 extra DP. a little more than that. You gain +1 attack range and +60 attack. So the extra attack range plays with his talent. Actually, you know what? We'll do the rating. So talent gets +1. He gets a +1 because I think this is a really cool concept. But obviously it relies on his... actually, no. I'll give his talent a 0 because it is really interesting, but it requires his skills. Like how his skills designed for that to mean anything. Mr. Nothing with his 2 block. He does have his 2 block. And then... So that, with the extra attack range, that helps trigger his talent. You know, so you can put him, like, behind another blocker. You could just put him in a way that, S1 reverse agent. So true. You can put him behind another blocker. You can just put him in a way versus, like a stalling enemy. And he does some extra damage. Does some pretty good damage. Like, 25% extra damage is really good. So I'll give his S1 a +1. But his S2... I really, really love. His S2 is really fucking cool. I'm really mad I don't have him. Wait, do I have him? I'm gonna check real quick. I do have the game open in case I needed to look at my account. You guys don't see it. Do I have Figurino? I don't think I do. Where is he? No, I don't. Damn it. I have every single merchant I own, I do have built. Like, I think my opinion on merchants has just, like, flipped over the years. Like, I love them. But his S2 is such a cool idea, because this is like the diet mercenary. I feel like Figurino released as like the testing for mercenaries, and I think it's really cool. So it's an 8-second like charge. Like it's so quick, and it's so like literally 50% uptime. Stops attacking, binds up to 4 enemies in range, and deals 160% of his attack's physical damage to bound enemies every second. So he'll bind 4 targets and then do a shit ton of damage to them, which will trigger his talent because they're bound, unless they're blocked by him, obviously. But most likely they're not going to be blocked by him. So he'll bind those enemies, they're going to trigger his talent, they're going to be doing a bunch of damage. But what's interesting is that while the skill is active, he gradually consumes 25 DP. And I think this is really, really interesting because I originally thought like, oh, you have to pay like 25 DP just to activate the skill. But my opinion on that like completely changed when I actually got to use him in IS, because he only consumes 25 DP if you go through the entire skill duration. However, the skill will end prematurely if all of his targets are killed. So if you have like 4 smaller like peons in range, you can activate the skill, he'll bind them, very quickly kill them, so maybe you're only going to be consuming 4 or 5 DP throughout the skill. But if you're going up against like a really tanky enemy, he'll most likely go through the entire skill duration. So it is like a direct payment of you pay for extra damage. And it's really, really cool. Which one is his talent? It's the chi module. It's not the cool one. I actually kind of wish it was the I kind of really wish it was the gamma module, because I think that would have made him really, really fun. And that kind of sucks, but it's all right. But no, this is, I think this is such a cool idea. Also, it just says bound enemies. The bind processing figure is incapacitated. Yeah, skill will end prematurely. And deals 100 to enemies bound every second. Does that mean any bound enemy? Can I use like Ethan? No, because it ends prematurely when his targets are. I'm not sure how that works. I don't think it works with other binds, because the skill ends prematurely when his targets die. But I think this is such a cool skill, because you don't overspend in cases where you need to just deal with a small thing. And so Figurino is such a cool merchant. It's such a cool way of like applying the subclass, and I really love his S2. It's such a cool way of dealing with merchants. It leans into the identity of the more you invest into them, the more damage they do. I think that's really cool. I think it's really fun. I'm a big fan of Figurino. So yeah, like +1 for his S1, +2 for his S2. So like Figurino gets like a +3. I will say that when we're doing our dumb little number rating system, obviously 5 stars are going to have lower numbers overall than 6 stars because they just have less stuff. But no, Figurino's awesome. Okay. Who else wants to have their fucking waifu validated? Who was the first person to say something? There was someone in like the pre-stream chat who wanted me to talk about something. Oh, I can't go back. Damn it. Can't go back to the pre-stream chat. All right. Figurino LARPer. I gonna still continue. Like, Pittenger, can we not? Like, Like, listen, you could do that anywhere else, just not here, alright? Like, I get it, you're a weirdo, but like, anywhere else, please. That's all I ask. Ligrino Farper, true. We're gonna pitch Wildmane again. Alright, we can do Wildmane. Oh yeah, you know what? Irene. Everyone, there's a lot of people who said Irene, so we can do Irene. Because I do kind of like Irene, but that's also because I'm a loser who really likes levitation. Like, the levitate knights are always fun to me, and so... We have a Pittenger Jack, and he's a fucking degenerate. Worst part about Wildmane is when you push enemies into holes with her, it doesn't grant any DP. That's funny. I like how that like comes up enough where you like that's in your head when you think about Wildmane. That comes up so much. Okay, Irene. I like Irene. He's awesome. He's awesome? The fuck am I saying? She's awesome. Physical damage has a 50% chance to increase to 50% chance to ignore 50% defense. Chance increase to 100% against aerial targets. Okay. I think this is going to be like a +1 -1 on her first talent, because the thing is that Swordmaster's ignoring defense I don't think is the worst thing ever, because the core concept of Swordmasters is that they're meant to be nukers, you know? But it's kind of interesting, because how they attack normally is that they attack twice. I'm clearly thinking of Irene. I probably am, yeah. Irene, I used to confuse the two. Like, back in the day, when I first started playing, I used to confuse the two. You know, so... I'm not horrendously against, like, Swordmasters ignoring defense. That's not that bad. But this is, like... It's not that terrible. Because Swordmasters are already nukers anyways. They already typically overcome defense so significantly that it's not that big of a deal. Like normal Chen's S2, despite it doing arts damage, I don't really have a problem with it. Because the skill does so much damage anyways, it overcomes defense really easily. So her doing arts damage, if anything, works against the skill, because it gets affected by res. But I'm not a huge fan of the fact that this does... like, just make her normal attacks ignore defense, because the thing is with Swordmasters and their normal attacks is that they're a lot better against lower defense targets, because they attack twice, but don't do that much damage for each attack. And so this is kind of weird. I kind of wish it was just on skill, but at the same time, knowing how her skills work, that wouldn't work. But, you know, I get what they're trying to do. So I think this is just going to be probably just a 0 overall, but I don't even know. I don't even know. Because, again, I think it's cool that you have a really good payoff for hitting against aerial targets, because Swordmasters are anti-air nukers. Like, the Swordmaster identity is really, like, fucking weird when you think about it. It's like, so they're rapid attacking, like, average lane holders, but they're really good anti-air nukers. Like, they have such a weird identity. So I think I'll give this a 0, because although, yes, this is kind of a -1, this is kind of a +1. But at the same time, I also can't analyze this without... like, this is very reliant on how her skills are designed for it to be good. It's a good concept, so we need to talk about her skills then. Attack speed +21. A classic boring-ass talent that does nothing but make the operator fucking better. Doubles when there are sea monsters. Cool, don't care. Alright, that gets a 0, because I don't care. Alright, first one, it's a 3-charge offensive recovery crit. The next attack deals 200% attack as physical damage, causes the target to levitate for 1 second, then deals 200% attack as physical damage to it again. So it leads into, you know, the defense ignore. It is interesting that it does basically attack twice. Like, does 200% of attack as physical damage twice. So it hits it once, levitates the enemy, and then hits them again. This time it ignores half of their defense, which I think is really cool. I mean, yeah, I don't know if I'd give this a +1, because it is... Is this the most, like, inspired design ever? Attacks the thing, levitates them, attacks them again, so it triggers her talent. Not sure. I don't. I mean, it's something that doesn't like tickle me. You know, it's not like, ooh, this is really fun. It's just like it's a levitate source. It kind of reminds me of like Huli XS1, I guess, but Huli XS1 has a bit more nuance to it that makes it a bit more exciting. I guess I can give this a +1. It's all right. Causes target to levitate for 1 second, deals extra damage to it, and then that triggers the defense ignore. But again, having an extra source to levitate is quite interesting. I don't know. I kind of just want to give this a 0 because it's just it doesn't really like entice me that much, as weird as that says. Deals 400% of attacks physical damage to up to 6 ground enemies in front, and cause targets with 3 or less weight to levitate for 4 seconds. Can store 2 charges. Okay, this is the kind of stuff I like. I really like charge skills that have extra payoff for wanting you to store charges. So the idea is that you activate the skill, and then you get the levitation effect. But the idea is that if you have both charges, you activate them consecutively, so that you levitate the enemies, and then you hit them again while they're in the air, which will trigger her talent. So that's kind of interesting. I do like that. Although I do find it interesting how it's like, can cause targets with 3 or less weight to levitate. I think that's very interesting. I think it's kind of funny. I think that's more there for flavor reasons, I suppose, but I don't... It's like that does kind of lessen her targets to only really help with, no, read the note. Levitates the target before the damage is dealt, despite what the in-game restriction states. Okay. Okay, I just... Wait. So it does the damage anyways. Oh, so it doesn't even encourage you to store charges. Oh. Okay, wait, that kind of sucks then. Well, thanks, Samantha. Now I don't want to compliment the skill, because now it kind of took away the main, like, kind of gameplay nuance I think that would have made this skill kind of cool. Now it's just like, it always ignores the defense, so it doesn't matter. Okay, that kind of sucks then. That does mean that she can still gain charges during levitate if she's hitting a 4x weight target as well. Like, yeah, you can levitate them twice, but... There's not really any extra, like, incentive for the charges. The charges... I was excited because I'm like, oh, the idea is you levitate them once, then you use the extra charge to hit them while they're levitated, and so then you get that cool payoff. But now you don't. The payoff just gets regardless. Ah, that kind of sucks. Damn. ST seems like it's for mob clearing, so you can all your anti-air snipers out of the weak enemy. Like, I mean, yeah, obviously. Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate. I was kind of hoping that that wouldn't work. Ah, yeah, that kind of sucks. This is just like a generic, like, mob clear. All right. I'll give that a 0. Also, can only target ground enemies, so you're gonna use the damage against levitate. Yeah, like, that's kind of what sucks. Like, yeah, maybe if it was, like, to 6 enemies, like, I don't know. That's so cool, but that doesn't work. Alright, that sucks. That sucks. Alright, well, I guess that's just gonna get a 0, because that is just, like, a very generic, like, yeah, it does the thing. This is the last bloop stream. I'm sorry, little toad. This is Irene, yeah. I don't know what's so bad about it. Isn't Hodor's... Well, the problem is that now there's kind of not really that much... Now it just genuinely feels like the whole point of this, like... Because the main reason why I was going to give it a point is... I'm not saying that it's a bad skill. 0 means that it's a perfectly serviceable skill. That's fine. +1 means that, like, I really like it. -2 means that... Or -1 means I don't like it. But the problem that I'm not a huge fan of with this is that there isn't a lot of depth to the skill. It is literally just you click it, you clear out enemies, and that's it. So it's like, it's serviceable, it does what it's supposed to do. But it doesn't really, encourage interesting gameplay dynamics, which is what I was hoping it was. I was hoping the entire idea was that you activate it once, you activate it again, so you can take advantage of the aerial targeting. But you don't really have that. There's not really any depth to it. It's literally just activate the skill, kill a bunch of things. And then if they are low weight, you get to ignore their defense. But the thing is that typically higher weight enemies also have higher defense, so it doesn't even really work that well. So, like, it just doesn't really inspire a lot of creativity. It doesn't really inspire some interesting gameplay dynamics, as sad as that is. Plus, it only hits ground enemies. So you can't even use this in synergy with other levitate operators, or even just to use it against aerial enemies. It's very bizarre. Like, this skill doesn't really work with her kit. As sad as that is. I'm not going to give it a minus, because it's fine. It does its thing. It's not a poorly designed skill. But it does feel like two different people worked on it. Yeah, the weight limit is very dumb. Like, there are some, like, the only enemy I can think of with, like, low weight that can have a lot of defense is the Dublin Phalanx guards. Those guys that, like, when you have a bunch of them together, they gain a bunch of defense. But, yeah, yeah. So, yeah, this is going to get a 0. Okay. The S3. The S3. Back before we had S3 slop. Alright, 24 charge. Deals 300% attacks physical damage to all nearby ground enemies. Cause them to levitate for 4 seconds and bombard them 12 times. Each dealing 250% physical damage. Bombard 12 times. Each hit dealing. To a random target. Okay. Because something that I was kind of worried about was that all of her skills just wouldn't do anything to already aerial targets. Like, at least this, I assume, can hit aerial targets. But, like, okay. It says nearby ground enemies. But the bombardment is to random targets, it seems. So that way you can already hit aerial targets. So that allows for extra synergies. Which is, yeah. Tell nearby ground enemies, causing them to levitate for 4 seconds. Then bombard 12 times each. So the idea is that you levitate a bunch of enemies, and then you hit them with like a bajillion things. No, S1 can't hit air? The next attack it just says, next attack deal. Well, yeah, she's not a lord. I'm thinking of normal Arene. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Yeah, so she just can't, so she like doesn't even work with other synergies. Like, her S3 is the only one that can naturally hit air. So you're not even, like, encouraged to use other operators to, like, combo with her. She's a levitate enabler, though. So it's not like I can be too mad about that. You know, like, she is a levitate enabler. You know, that's all I can really say. There's not really that much room for synergy. Like, yeah, she can hit random targets, which is, yeah. Reen's literally only S3, particularly post-out. Yeah. This is kind of disappointing. S3 attacks are AoE. Reen's entirely built around her S3. I just don't understand, like, what the S... Like, obviously, the S1's fine. It's a crit that levitates. That's not that bad. Like, a crit that levitates can be quite disruptive against certain targets. That's fine. You know? And then her S2 doesn't even work with her kit. It just feels very bizarre. And then her S3 is, yeah, it's fine. But it just, like, her S3 just feels like her S2, but more, like, but it actually works. So I don't, you know, I mean, I'm not saying that she's, like, a bad operator, because obviously my opinion is more, I want to do cool shenanigans with her. It's just very bizarre. It's very bizarre. So it's like, yeah, it doesn't really, like, she's fine. She does the thing. But the thing that I'm kind of not a huge fan of is that her talent doesn't really, like, give her interesting gameplay. Like, this basically says chance increases to 100% on skill. You know what I mean? Like, that's basically what this says. This really doesn't, like, it just basically says she ignores 50% defense while her skill is active, which is fine. You know? What is this, like, goofy music? Yeah, this is interesting. She's a sword master, but I mean, yeah, that's what she is. She's just a sword master. There's nothing really else to her. She is a sword master. You can do cool shenanigans, but she doesn't feel complete. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like, yeah, her S1 can do some stuff, and she is a levitate enabler. Like, obviously. She is a very consistent levitate. Is that the Myrtle Durin OST? It might be. I don't know. This... Like, yeah, she seems like a fine levitate enabler. If you just want to levitate something, or you want to, like, I don't know, use her alongside Huliek. Like, yeah, sure. Huliek or Connie Palat. But outside of that, it's like, I'm not too... Outside of that, like, her talent doesn't serve anything to give her an identity. It just makes her a better swordmaster. That's really all it does. She doesn't really introduce that unique of gameplay. All it really does is just make her a better swordmaster. And that's fine, but that's really just kind of it. Honestly, Levitate as a whole feels very undercooked for a while. I mean, yeah, obviously at the time when Arene released, I don't actually know how many other, like, levitate operators existed. Stultifera Novice. Did Connie Palat exist? That might have been it. Alright. Maybe we can look at her mods. I only give modules like a +1 or -1 rating if they actually, like, change it. If they actually change the talent rather than just, like, buff the stats. Physical damage as if it's been a chance to ignore 55% defense. Wow. Hypergraph fixed her. Let's go. Chance increased 100% against aerial targets. If an aerial enemy is defeated while skill is active, restores 6 SP after skill ends. Okay. Okay. I think Connie Plot was a bit after it. Yeah, I have no idea who, like, any levitate things. Like, again, it's like... This basically just means if an enemy is killed while her skill is active, she gains 6 SP. It doesn't, like, the aerial element of her skill feels just so unrelated to her kit. The levitate is, like, that doesn't matter. I think she was the first levitate operator, but I really like that levitate has ups and downs and not just a mega OP like Fear Trap. I agree. That is a good point to make. But that is what's kind of weird, is that it's like the levitate part of her kit doesn't actually, like, serve her kit in any way. It doesn't make her kit more interesting. It just is used as a tool to let her ignore defense while her skill is active. That's really all it is. And it's like, they don't really take advantage of levitate, which is kind of my problem. And yeah, it's like, this doesn't really feel like, oh, you know, if you use her in a stage full of aerial targets, like, no, they have to be while her skill is active. So it's like, it basically just means whenever she kills an enemy while her skill is active. That's kind of it. Levitate's the only way to boost her damage, same way yeah, exactly. It's like the levitate, this doesn't mean anything. This basically can translate to when you kill an enemy with her skill, she gains extra SP. And it's like, yeah, that's the point. Like, you're just being rewarded for killing things, like, in a very uninteresting way. All right, what about the Gamma? Attack speed plus... Okay, don't... Who cares? Who fucking cares? Who gives a shit? Who the fuck cares? Wow! Cool! Let's go! Oh, yeah, who cares? Alright, I don't care. This mod gets a 0, this mod gets a 0. I don't care. Levitate doesn't really do anything outside of IS in general. Like in IS, you have the Angelina mod. Okay, you're just wrong. You are actually just wrong. You're just so wrong. I use Levitate all the fucking time. It's really, really fun. Like, you haven't experienced peak until you've used Connie Palat's S2. Physical damage has a 50% chance to ignore 50% defense, 100% against aerial targets. Okay. Please make this module actually make the Levitate fucking matter. In integrated strategies, aerial enemies within skill range receive 100% more physical damage. Okay, okay. When deploying other operators within this range, ground enemies within skill range are levitated for 3 seconds. Wait, what? Within skill range, when deploying other operators within this range. Wait, okay, so is it like which... Okay, so it basically doesn't work with her S1? Doesn't mean... Wait, what? Okay, I'm confused. I'll read the rest. This range persists after Irene retreats. When enemies are in this range lose levitation, Irene in the deployment zone will immediately be deployed and her former position and activate her skill. What the fuck? Wait, that's kind of cool. That's actually really cool. Wait, that's really funny. That is so silly. So, okay, so is this like a... It's like an Enos, like S3 kind of thing. You play a Graveler range. Yeah, that's what I get. So it says her skill range. So does that mean that depending on which skill you choose, that affects like the Enos range that she has? I assume that's what it is. So it's like I deploy my Irene. She has like this ghost range of whatever skill I have activated. And then whenever, you know, and then she dies or I retreat her or whatever, and then I deploy something, she gets redeployed within that range. So I get, okay. Basically, I always want to retreat her and spam fast redeploy. That's what it seems. When this range percent. When enemies... But, okay. But here's the part that's cool. It just says, when enemies within this range lose levitation. So, you can use it with other levitators. Like, you can use this with Ada, or Huliek, or Connie Palat, or, what's her name? Aroma. Like that, I mean, you would have to deploy Irene, activate her skill, immediately retreat her, then they get levitated again, then they lose levitation, then Irene deploys again, activates her skill, then you retreat her, and then like, there is some cool dumb bullshit you can do, and it actually interacts with other levitation. Holy fuck, that sounds really fun. And even just without, like, you don't even need to use other, like, levitation operators. You can just deploy fast redeploys. You can just deploy other operators. Like, you don't... It's a cool synergistic thing that doesn't require that you use other levitation operators, but it still makes the operator thing kind of interesting. Angelina Alpha, yeah, exactly. This seems really interesting. Like, again, because it's not just you have to use levitation operators. It's also, you can just have fun and do whatever the fuck you want with this thing. This seems really cool. Okay, but that's the thing, though. Read the trait effect of the module. Redeployment time minus 60%. That's so funny. Immediately gains 8 SP after deployment. Okay, well that doesn't really matter when you're using her for this, because she just immediately activates the skill. But that is really funny. That is really funny. 60%. So yeah, she's a is that like agent redeployment time? What is it? 70? What's 40% of 70? Yeah, around like 30 seconds. Yeah, that's like agent redeployment time. That's really funny. Oh, that's, yeah, she's like an agent that comes down, levitates a bunch of shit, and blows it up. That's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, but the thing is, though, is that I don't think I'm allowed to, like, give her points for an IS module. You know what I mean? Because it's like IS modules aren't... IS modules are, like, separate from the actual operator design. I'm not, like... Obviously, the IS module is really fun and really cool. But this doesn't apply to actual gameplay. You know what I mean? I don't think I can give this... I think it's 25, potentials is 20. And it's free deployment. Well, it's free deployment when you use the skill, obviously. But that is really cool. I like IS, so I would give... Yeah, that's the thing, though, is that I'm talking about, like, just operator design in general. So it's like, this is fun, but I don't think it counts for points for her. Even though I just, like, I'm obsessed with IS. And I mainly use IS. I want to talk about an operator from, like, their actual just core design. You know? And if we do... That's the thing. If we just go with Irene's normal design, she's a 0. Half the points are added by my IS module. Yeah, that's also the thing. All of the IS modules are so fucking fun. They would carry the operator. Like, Irene gets a 0. I have no strong opinions on her. She is just so nothing. This is the most nothing burger operator, like, of all time. It's just like, she... Oh my gosh. Yeah, I want a burger with nothing on it. And that's Irene. All she is she just is a sword master. That's it. That's all she is. Her S1's a Swordmaster crit. Her S2 is a Swordmaster, like, AoE attack thing. Her S3 is a big AoE attack. Like, that's it. Huliek IS module is awesome. And if you genuinely think that Huliek's IS module sucks, you haven't used it and you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Someone wanted passenger. Okay, well, read alter. Read alter. I do have some opinions on. People are gonna get mad because I am a fucking chud and I'm not a huge fan of read. You can grill an entire burger. You fucking can. She's the chef. She's the chef of the fucking nothing burgers. Holy fuck. Alright, I'm gonna have negative opinions on Reed. The Huliek module is a lot more useful than it seems. Very uninteresting at first glance. Okay, there's a lot. Okay, I don't want to get sidetracked. I do this every fucking time. I get... Okay. We could talk... Okay, I made a fucking video on Huliek, but that has nothing to do with her IS module, so I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm getting distracted. This is always gonna happen. Reed slander peak stream. I don't like Reed the Flame Shadow, but maybe through my point analysis, I'll prove myself wrong. All right. When dealing damage, 30% chance to inflict Cinder, attack plus minus 22%, 30% answer agility. Okay. I like it when you do have, what the fuck are they called? Incantation medics. Incantation medics are really weird because they're just the worst healers in the game, but they can do damage. And so, but you don't rely on them for their damage. You know, it's like you can't rely on them for their healing and you can't rely on them for their damage. They're meant for that, like, compressed roll. That's the whole point. And so, like, giving them crowd control effects, I do think is a really interesting way to make you want to use them over, like, a normal medic. Because often the damage that, like, a lot of your incantation medics do is often quite negligible. And so having extra support or debuffs is really cool. That's why Vendella's S2 is really cool. That's why Hibiscus's S2 is kind of cool, even though her talent's kind of nothing, a bit of a nothing burger. Healing is really high during the skill, though. The thing is that it depends on the target, you know? It's like, if you're using her against, like, low-res enemies, obviously it's going to be a lot higher. But if you compare an incantation medic to a normal medic, and you purely want healing, you choose the normal medic. That's the thing. What is with this? What is this goofy music? The thing, okay, so I'm not against this conceptually, but holy fuck, what are these numbers? What the fuck? What is this? Minus 22% attack and what the fuck? 32% arts fragility? What is this? What? Jesus Christ. Like, if it was minus 10% attack and like 15% arts fragility, I think that would be fine. What is this? Like, obviously it's not horrifically, like, consistent because it's a 30% chance, but, like, obviously when you look at her skills, it's a bit different. But jeez. Which incantation medics do something off skill? Vendella does. Vendella does. She makes my crushers easier to heal. I don't want to get distracted. I'm sorry, Wistry. I don't want to get distracted. Okay, this is too high. This is, again, it's a cool idea, but fuck, is it just too much? Damn it. You'll be glad to know the modules don't boost it by that. I hope you're not being sarcastic. I hope you're just being earnest. If these were halved what they are, I would give this a +1. I think this is conceptually a +1, execution a -1. I think this is a 0. Like, this is such a cool idea. Is this going to be like a Wishadel where the operator is only like, I can only use them at E1? Fuck. 30% chance to debuff for 6 seconds, though. Yeah, 6 seconds is a lot. Like, if this was like 2 seconds, then sure. That would be fine. If it was like 2 seconds, sure. But 6 seconds? This feels like this might just have a 100% uptime a lot of the time. If not like 80% against like a single target. Like, this is just really, really high. And I'm sure her skills make this... I'm sure her skills totally don't interact with this in any way. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, peak! Holy fuck. Everyone, get your ingots out. Get your fucking ingots out. It's time to pay your tribute to Cannot. When healing an ally, heals herself 55% but not healed. Okay, don't give a shit. 0, don't care. Samantha, don't spoil anything. I can't do my rank. I can't like get mad about it if you tell me what it does beforehand. Swift Strike Gamma. It synergizes with her talent. Can't be mad. I'll give this a +1. It's fine. It's not super interesting, but it does give her extra focus on her debuff, so it, you know, makes her more of a debuffer. I'm fine with that. +1. Okay. I do remember this skill being a little interesting. Wither and Thrive. 15 to 20 seconds. What? Prioritizing ground operators gives 2 allies 3 fireballs with the following effects. Every 1.5 seconds deals 240% of Read the Flame Shadow's attack as arch damage to an enemy, triggering her trait, but only on that ally. Triggering her trait. Her trait, which is heals 50% of her attack. Yeah. So it heals them for 50% of her attack. Okay. Every 1.5 seconds deals 240% attack as arch damage to an enemy, triggering her trait on the ally. This is kind of cool. I do like this. Prioritizing ground operators gives 2 allies 3 fireballs with the following effects. So I think this is kind of cool. It's like you activate the skill, you give this operator this like damaging effect. It doesn't increase Reed's damage directly, you know, but it does give... Why does that say 15 to 20? Oh, because the duration goes up with masteries. That's weird. That's very weird. What other skills do that? That's so weird. Yeah, 3 fireballs. Every 1.5 seconds deals 240% of Reed's 5 shots. S2 is just lava L to S2, but also heals. Yeah, I think her S2 is kind of interesting. Because it isn't like a... It isn't just like a... Because obviously, you know, I don't have very positive things to say about her S3. It's 50% of damage and not attack. Okay, my bad. That's actually important to know. You know, you're 100% correct. It is damage, not attack. That's what makes them not busted. You are correct. I should clarify that. And so that does mean that, like, yeah, the damage that... yeah, it's just 240% of her attack. That is a lot. But if you narrow that down to only being, like, she heals 120% of her attack, that's, like, what, 600 healing? That's not that terrible. Like, she heals like a normal medic for a bit. Makes 3 fireballs per operator, so 6 fireballs makes your talent S1 way more likely to activate. Let's ignore that. Let's ignore her first talent. Let's completely ignore her first talent. Read Alter S2 damage is cracked. I have double the Surtur DPS, but only for a single target. Is it? It says every 1.5 seconds it does 240% of her attack. Like, that doesn't seem like that insane, unless it applies on all 3 fireballs. 6 fireballs heal the operator. Does it? Wait, okay, so is it all 3 fireballs? Trigger? It's very broken, yeah. Is it every fireball does this? Or is it that the 3 fireballs just are for... They can all hit 1 target. What's a medic's attack speed? A normal medic's attack speed's like 2.6? It's either 2.6 or 2.9. It's one of them. Talking about the TT, the Mogra would be great. I do like TT. We can talk about her after this, but... If you're telling me that this basically is triple what it actually is, then each fireball has the effect. Okay. Okay. Okay, I thought the 3 fireballs were just more aesthetic and that was just how it calculated damage. Okay. Okay, so this basically is triple what it actually says. God damn it, that was cool. That was cool. It was a cool idea. Wither and Thrive's fireballs can be applied to operators, which cannot be activated, which cannot be actively healed. But they won't benefit from her trait. Cannot be applied to summons. Alright, I'm glad they did that. Fireballs circle on the operator and detonate when a ground enemy is in the range. And apply the damage. Detonated fireballs are replenished after 1.5 seconds. Okay, so it is like Civilized Eterna. Yeah, that's stupid. I thought this was like an AoE effect that like every 1.5 seconds it does that damage. No, this is she summons a fireball every 1.5 seconds and each of those fireballs holy fuck, that's... Oh, god damn it. I wish my interpretation of it was a lot more balanced. Holy fuck. Alright, okay. Okay. Alright. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Yeah, that's a bit much. So I think this is like conceptually a +1, execution -1. So I think this is a 0. Okay, S3. Fuck me. Alright, attacks at 2 enemies, attack plus 60%. Just... Talent 1 activation chance is increased to 100%. Enemies with the Cinder effect take 60% of her attack as arch damage per second. And when defeated, deal... Okay, no. -3. No, I'm not giving it -3. -2. So she deals 1440% of her attack every 1.5 seconds if you overlap them. Yes. You should add a section at the end of each operator. What you would you guys like that, to hear my opinion on how to balance them? Because the problem is that I haven't used a lot of these operators a lot, so I can't really give my opinions that, like, honestly. Like, because if I were to rebalance them, I would just make them more fitting for how I want to play, you know? But again, maybe that's what people want. I don't know. Phone destroyer skill, yeah. Because, yeah, obviously the late epic shenanigan part of this skill is like the chain effect where you kill one thing and it blows up something else, and it blows up something else, and then it blows up something else. Yeah, I'm not... I think a -2. I just... This is a... Because the main problem with this skill is that it takes the focus away from Reed being a debuffer or being a... The biggest problem with her is that her S3 takes away the focus from her being a debuffer or from her being a medic and just turns her into a DPS operator, and uses her Cinder more as less of a debuff that she wants to apply and more as just an amplification of her own damage and a means of doing more damage with, like, the blow up effect. It's like that's what her S3 is. This is for the, you know, the little soy boys who can't accept that medics can't be their main DPS. Like, that's what this is. This is for little soy boys who are just like, oh, but, like, I don't want to pull for my medic. I'd rather just, like, kill the enemies. Like, that's what this is. You're completely refocusing her. You're completely just turning her from a medic into a fucking caster. I found that her S2 is much stronger, but her S2 is easier to use since you don't need other ops for positioning. The thing is that it seems like more damage is more healing. Yeah, but is that why people are clicking her S3? Are people clicking her S3 because their operators are at low HP and they need to heal them quickly? Or are they doing it because they just fucking blow everything up? That's what this just feels like. None of you have ever clicked this skill with the intention of healing an operator. You've only clicked it to blow up the entire board. That's it. I rarely use the medics. Giga Chad Little Toad over here. What the fuck are medics? Just tank it, bro. No, this is... Yeah, her S3 is just kind of DPS slop. Her S2 is conceptually interesting because you have the positioning aspect, but it is just pushed. Like, there is conceptual intrigue with her S2, but it's just way too pushed. Like, I give this a 0, this gets a -2. Okay, does her module change anything? No, it doesn't. Okay. Wait, what does that say? When healing an ally, healing effect is increased by 5%. Okay. Alright, so what is this? 0, 0, +1, 0, -2, so she gets a -1 overall. I think I'm fine with that. -1 overall. Okay, okay, do you guys want to see... I already talked about TT on a stream, but I guess we have more people here, so we can talk about TT. Because I do like TT. I do think she's a lot more interesting, but that's also because I'm debuff pilled. Alright, she's also an incantation medic, for people who don't know. I should probably, like, preface that. There are probably some people watching this stream like, what the fuck is he talking about? What is this? What is any of this? Oh, the second one isn't on the wiki? Grey Altar? Cutter? What do you want me to say about Cutter? What's a medic? Like, what is a medic? What? Alright, we'll talk about TD. Morgan the cat, you shouldn't be restricted by chapter 12 talent gimmick. That is so based. Okay, we'll talk about TD and then... okay, I can talk about Grey Altar because I love Grey Altar, but I don't know if I can say anything about Cutter. Wildmane is cool. Can you put this all in a tier list? I have to... Okay, if I do, I have to, like... pull up... I have to make a... No. I can make a tier list if you guys are willing to let me just, like, mess around in GIMP for 5 minutes. Like... Alright, we'll just talk about TD first. Cutter... Okay, I'm not saying Cutter's bad. Cutter's good. But she's very similar to Irene, where she is just a sword master. She is... But that's fine. She's a 4-star. She's just meant to be exactly what her subclass is. That's all she needs to be. That's all she needs to fucking be. You know, I'm more fine with like Cutter being very boring versus a 6-star being very boring. Thorns or April? I imagine you went like Penance. I already talked about Penance last stream, and guess what? I think Penance got like a +2. We did Penance and Mudrock. I think Mudrock got like a -3, and Penance got like a +2. I remember being positive. I don't remember if that was the exact numbers. But Penance was either a +1 or a +2. I actually liked Penance. Mudrock was like a -3, though. I didn't like Mudrock. Can attack sleeping enemies when attacking stationary enemies. Deals an additional 16% of attack's arts damage. When deployed, sleeping enemies receive 32% of TT's attack is arts damage per second. Okay, so the thing is with TD is that I do like a lot of her... I do like a lot of what she tries to do. But this is something I'm not a huge fan of. This feels a little too easy. This I'm fine with. I'm fine with her attacking sleeping enemies, and it's fine that she has a payoff for attacking sleeping enemies. That's fine. This also works against like blocked targets, which I think is kind of interesting because you're like, you would want to do that, yeah. But this is I'm not a huge fan of. I think this is a +1, -1 kind of skill, where it's like gets a +1, this gets a -1. Because I don't like that she just gets the damage for free. Despite, yeah, I don't like that she just gets free damage and she doesn't even need to attack them. So it's like, it's very weird. Now, you know, you also gain, you know, the epic benefit of this having extra sleeping synergy, which is quite interesting. I do like that. It's like you could have a Rado on the other side of the map, sleeping some, like, large target, and now TD's dealing damage to them, which is kind of cool. I don't know... Which I guess will just heal an enemy, which will also just kind of trigger if you heal in her own range. It's... I do like that it opens up interesting synergies. It's not just there for the sake of just being good. But again, it feels too easy. Maybe I give this a +1 overall. Because, it's weird. Again, I'm fine with this. It's very bizarre... This, it's like the free global damage. Love how TD gets free global damage. Perfumer Alter gets an on-deploy skill. We can, okay. I hope that we can talk about operators I haven't already talked about on stream before, because I don't like repeating myself and I want to talk about new operators. My opinion on Perfumer Alter is that she's fine, but what the fuck does she have to do with Perfumer? It would have been so easy if you gave her like okay, I'm getting distracted. This is what always fucking happens. So, I don't actually know what to do with this. Because, like, there's some cool shit you can do with this. There's some cool synergies you can do with this. Yeah, with, like, Black Knight, with Blemishine. There's some cool, like, synergies that are open up to this. Maybe a +1 overall. You know, maybe I think, yeah, it's easy, but she's a 6-star, so maybe it's fine if it's a little easy. Did you already rate Pepe? I don't think I did. Exactly, yeah, sorry, I was making a joke. No, you're fine. No, I was getting distracted. I just... The moment anyone in chat says something about just a completely random operator, I, for whatever reason, because I'm like a weird OCD freak, I need to, like, immediately tell you my opinion, every part of my opinions on that operator. I need to, like, explain to you that I have an opinion. I have an opinion. Look at my opinion. Look how cool it is. Like, it's insane. Like, I'm actually just a fucking schizo. So this is, I think this is a +1. I think this is a +1 overall. When deployed, Minos and Sargon operators gain vigor effect of 22 attack speed. When, okay. The Minos, I mean, the Sargon thing is kind of funny because it's like, yeah, we can't restrict this operator to just Minos because no one's going to use this talent then. I like that this I disagree. Perfumer Alter is not fine. Where's her global region? No, I agree. But that's as an alter. Perfumer Alter's a shit alter. She's a perfectly fine, she's a completely fine operator. Like, if she wasn't Perfumer and she was John Abjurer, I would have no problem with it. Like, the kit, there's nothing wrong with the kit. But being Perfumer, she's a shit alter. Because there's nothing that she has, there's nothing that she retains about her original identity. And I think it would be easy to fix. Just give her, like, some global sanctuary. Give her, like, a small global sanctuary that is conditional in some regard. That would be really easy. But I just don't get why they didn't do that. But instead, they force her into, like, this weird Minos synergies, which doesn't, like, 20 attack speed is significant, IMO? Well, I'm not talking about that. Like, no, I'm not saying that that's insignificant. I'm just saying that I'm not complaining about this. What am I talking about? This is just, like, it's fine. I just think it's funny because they had to add the Sargon thing because no one would use this for... Most people wouldn't use it for just Minos. She's a Sargonian more than a Minoan. Also, like, it works high HP, makes sense for a medic. No, I'm fine with this. I think this is fine, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Actually, no, yeah, that's a good point. Like, yeah, it rewards you for healing your targets. Makes sense for a medic. Yeah, no, you're right. No, I give this a +1. So I think she's at +2 right now. If anyone would be nice to tally up my tallies beforehand so I don't forget later. If you can, I would love that. That'd be very nice. All right, anti-degradative. Degradative. I am English. Attack plus 100%, and every attack has a 50% chance to put target sleep for 3 seconds. 40-second charge. Wait, what? A 6-star with a 40-second charge in 2026? What is this? What? Balanced skill? What? What is this? What is this? But Palace. No, I know that. I'm giving this skill a +1 because I like... I'm giving the skill a +1 because I like the synergy. I'm saying that. I just think it's funny that they added like, I think it's funny. Okay? I think it's funny. Alright? I give this a +1. This is fine. This is a weirdly balanced skill. It's got a large cooldown, and this has a really good, like, sleep uptime. But it's mainly going to be single target sleep uptime. You can't use this against swarms. It'll just do nothing. Like, this is a good, like, yeah, against a single target. This is good against, like, certain bosses that are vulnerable to sleep or certain, like, heavy elites. And that works if you're using her alongside, like, a duelist. Like, this is cool. This is cool. This is alright. I like faction bucks in any regard. I agree. Fun fact, Straxium counts as our Sargon operator, so TT works on him. I assume so. Why would he not? Is he not Sargonian? I thought he was. Alright, Sealant stops attacking. Stop. Attack plus 180%, puts herself in an operator's attack range, lowest HP percentage to sleep until the skill ends. Continuously puts enemies around herself and the target to sleep. Talent 1 effectiveness increased to 3.3 times. What is 3.3 times? Wait, which? Talent 1 effect. Which one? Both of them? What? Talent 1 effect increased. It just says effect. It doesn't say effects. Is this both? What do we what is this refer, which is it refer to both? TT users who wanted me to review TD. Like, is this refer to both? Trexcom's official faction is Yan. Okay. Alright. Yeah, both. Her DPS on S2 is pretty high. Okay, that's very silly. Puts herself in the operator with attack range, low CP to sleep until skill ends. Continues puts enemies around herself and the target to sleep. I do. What's really cool about this effect is that it puts another operator to sleep. That's kind of cool. Yeah, the operator cannot block attacked or be unable to block attack or be attacked. Holy banger. She puts enemies around herself and the target to sleep. Talent 1. The thing is, though, is that, yeah, putting an operator to sleep does seem like a cool downside, but she also puts enemies to sleep, so it's not, because it doesn't matter. Yeah, this does a lot of fucking damage, then. Because not only would it, like, give... This is increased by 3 times, so that's around, like, 100% of her attack as arts damage per second, and then she'll deal an additional, like 40%, so it's like more like 140% of her attack as arts damage per second. That's a lot. Oh no, it's even more. Jeez. Fucking love contingency contract core. That's my favorite genre. Yeah, it's like, this is a cool concept. Puts herself in the upper attack range, low safety to sleep until the skill ends. And the target to sleep. Talent one. What? Okay, why does it matter that she puts the operator to sleep? What does that do? Puts her, like, I get there's like dumb synergies you can do with it, but like, she doesn't attack, so the first half doesn't trigger. Wait, so the first half of the talent won't trigger? Okay, so the first half of the talent doesn't trigger on her on this. Okay. Okay, that's a bit better then. That's a bit better then. So that's not that bad then. That is like, what, 100? And yeah, because she's not attacking, all of her DPS is entirely isolated within the sleep damage. Which is around, like, yeah, 100% of her attack, which is boosted by about twice. I mean, that's not that terrible. It's absurd AoE damage, though. That's what's kind of crazy. Like, puts enemies around herself. Like, that's really good, like, AoE damage. And then you can manually deactivate the skills so you can wake up that operator once they're at, like, full HP. It's interesting. It makes the operator untargetable so that they can be healed. Yeah, that's what I assume. But it's like, is it really just for the, like, don't attack this operator while I heal them? Which is an interesting downside. I do like that. I do think this might do a little too much AoE arts damage, but maybe it's not that bad. Like, I'm trying to, like, rationalize it, because she doesn't attack. So you're losing all of her attack for the sake of her talent's attack. But it's all enemies. That's a lot. What's her... Okay, wait. What's the range of this? Puts enemies around herself and the target to sleep. Operator sleeping means it can't be hurt, so pseudo-mortality. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Maybe even Emperor's Blade Explosion? Oh. I wonder if that works. I wonder if that works. Like, yeah, there is some cool shit you can do with this. Even if the target is sleep immune, so you can still use it for the invuln. What? I don't know what that means. Like, I think this is a really cool aspect of the skill. I'm just thinking, like, this is AoE. What is the range of this? Is this only, like, the surrounding 8 tiles? Puts enemies around herself and the target to sleep. Because if so, then this is very similar to, like, Entelechia's S2. Where it does, or you don't really want enemies near TT. Like, you don't want that, because then you have shit positioning. Why is TT closer to the enemies than your other operators? So it's like, there is some cool... Like, yeah, there is some positioning required. And because the operator is asleep, they can't block. So you have to be kind of proactive with how you plan it. So... No, this is really cool now that I think about it. Yeah, it might do a lot of damage, but, like, you do kind of have to work for the damage. It's not, like, insane, like, AoE where it just, like, puts everyone to sleep and they're all instantly dead. It's like, no, you do kind of... You don't want the enemies to be closer to TT, because then... Like, then you played your medic in a shit place. Why the fuck did you do that? Holy cycle! Holy cycle! What is this? Jesus. But again, no, like, I think I'll give this a +1. This is really cool. I would give it a +2, but I am hesitant because I'm not sure how, like, insane the damage is. I'll give this a +1. Okay, S3. Attack plus 180%, attacks 2 enemies simultaneously, and attacking... Fuck me. Fucking love S3 slop! Yes! Yes, I love it! Attack plus 180%, attacks 2 enemies simultaneously, and attacking targets are not asleep, puts them to sleep for 5 seconds. All enemies awaking from sleep are defeated during sleep receive arts damage. What? All enemies awakening from sleep or defeated during sleep receive arts damage based on the sleep duration. And put one other nearby enemy to sleep. Wait. Or defeated from sleep. So we're doing damage to the dead enemy. Awesome. But obviously that's more for the awakening enemy. Put another nearby enemy to sleep. When other allied operators in attack range receive lethal damage, they are put to sleep instead. Okay. So I like that I do like that the sleep is on multiple skills. This guy's such a stereotypical man. Talk about no, come on, Lavos. Come on. We're adults here. We're mature adults. If you're defeated from sleep, then you'll receive more damage. It's in the afterlife you receive extra damage. Attack plus 180%. Attacks 300 simultaneously. Attacks all and attacking targets that are not asleep are put to sleep. Enemies awaking from sleep. It's 5 seconds though. Like that is kind of long. Receive arts damage. Based on sleep duration. What does that matter? Okay. Like, it should usually just be... Unless they have, like, status resist. Because I don't think this does damage. And put one other nearby enemy to sleep for 5 seconds. So okay. This feels more like a gimmick than anything. Because, like, I'm trying to really think about it. It's just so the sleep can spread when she kills the target. That's what it is. My favorite Chud streamer. This is... As weird as I think about it, this feels like very gimmicky. It's like... Yeah, the sleep is kind of the main point of this. It's just like, she sets a thing asleep, it dies, and then you set another thing asleep. What's interesting is that this... No, because it is also a perma-sleep. No, because it's also a perma-sleep against a single target. Ah. It's Read Alter S3 again. Not really, because she doesn't do AoE damage. The only thing that really retains is the sleep. And it's only one enemy. So it's like, it doesn't even do that much against, like a bunch of spam. Because it's really slow. It's like she'll attack 2 targets, but then she'll just change her mind and attack. She doesn't prioritize sleeping targets. She just puts everything to fucking sleep. This is... Damn. Like, this basically... Yeah, if you use this against, like, a sleep immune elite, or sleep vulnerable elite, who just has, like, a bajillion fucking HP. She sets the thing asleep for 5 seconds. They gain the full burst when they awake. Then she sets them asleep again. They gain the full burst when they awake. That gets repeated 5 times. That's a lot of fucking damage. That's a lot of damage against a single target, and this is insane against swarms, so there's not really that much nuance to it. It basically is just like, does insane fucking damage. From the dragons, it deals around 105k total damage. Pretty, what do you mean pretty decent? Pretty decent? 100,000 damage, that's okay. That's okay, on a 37-second charge skill, that's okay. What do you mean pretty decent? That's okay, it could be better. That's like Susei the New Covenant levels of damage. And this is arts damage. A good skill does 20k fucking damage. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Like, there's some cool concepts. I like the sleep thing. That's kind of cool, but this is... It attacks 2 targets, perma-sleep 2 elites for 25 seconds. And does, like, insane amounts of damage to them. Yeah, no, I don't really think I can speak very positively on this. Sleep stall is not the main reason users are using it because it can actively damage sleep immune targets with a solid buff. What? What do you mean? It's better for stalling. It perma-sleeps a target for 5 seconds and then does like 50,000 damage to them. Against sleep immune targets, you don't even gain this benefit. Jesus, this is insane. Now, of course, this does nothing against... It doesn't do that much. Like, this basically just is all it says against sleep vulnerable, sleep immune targets. No, this is insane. This does so much damage. S2 is a better stall skill. Yeah, well, yeah, because this kills the thing. What? This just kills the thing. Yeah, of course this isn't a good stall skill because it kills the enemies. Yeah, of course you're not using this for the stall because they're dead. Okay, yeah, I'm giving this a -1. I think this is just too bloated. This is way too fucking much. There's a cool concept to it, but like, it's so much. Just perma-sleep, insane attack boost, attacks 2 things. This is like, this feels very sloppy. This is a slop skill. Okay, so what's the total? So this is +1, so 2, 3, 4, 2. So she's a 2. No, they give us a -1 or a -2. No, I kind of want to give this a -2. Like, it's not even like there is some fun to have with it. It is just really just slop. Yeah, no. I'm giving this a -2, so I think she gets a +2 overall. Does her module do anything? It just boosts her numbers, doesn't matter. Reviving allies with sleep is interesting, but yeah, it's just like, this just does so much damage. It's like, does it even matter? Like, she will heal so much. She will, like, I doubt this really fucking matters outside of really niche edge cases. Like, she does so much damage, they're basically just all gonna be at full health anyways. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this S3. This feels very sloppy. Doesn't make her self-immortal. So? Who cares? Oh, she might die in her S3. Who cares? You're trying to tell me that this skill, which requires some positioning... She doesn't have Resignor, therefore TT is mid. True. Like, no, this is just like, I put 2 things to sleep permanently, and also I will set nearby things to sleep when they eventually die. Like, this does so much damage. Again, it's one of those things where it's like, this is more like Reed, yeah, this is like Reed's S3, where it's like, it puts her focus away from being, like, a supporter or a medic, and just kind of puts her on damage. If your medic's being targeted, you have other problems, true. Yeah, she doesn't have Resignor. That's pretty unique for a 6-star arts attacker. S2 is better than S3, yes, significantly so. I don't, like... Sure, but I'm not gonna say that this isn't shit slop design for, like, a 7-year-old. Like, that's all this is. This is just, like, I kill thing. Oh, I click button, my medic kill thing. That's what this is. This is fucking slop. This is a interesting gimmick attached to a sloppy DPS skill. That's all this is. I don't care. -2. Like, because at least her S2 has some interesting gameplay to it. Like, you're putting an operator to sleep, which is negative. And you have to have some interesting positioning around it. Like, there is some aspect to it. Like, this is just DPS slop. Just has more unique uses on a team compared to Big Art's DPS. And I'm not saying that her S3 is, like, overpowered and, like, strong. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying this is a poorly designed skill for, like, 4-year-old Timmies who just need their medic to do a bajillion damage. And this is a pretty interesting skill that adds some cool gameplay dynamics. This is interesting. This is slop. Like, no, sure. Like, I'm not going to argue and say this skill is probably not better. Like, sure, it might be. But this is slop. This is just damage slop. This is just cringe. S2 can be a stronger skill and still be good design. Correct. Okay, so I think overall she's a +2. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, okay. Who else? What are we doing? What are we doing? S3 puts a bunch of enemies to sleep inconsistently, so other operators have trouble fighting. It doesn't matter, though. It really doesn't. The amount of damage she deals alone should easily make up for it and do more. If you want the medic to do 1 billion damage, you just bring Monster. Amazingly designed operator Monster. Archetto? Sure, we can do Archetto. I like Archetto. Wild Main. We'll do Wild Main next. Alright, every 2.5 seconds restores a seal point to all snipers that have the offensive recovery skill. I think this is kind of funny. This is a funny, silly thing. It's one of those things where it's like, I kind of wish it didn't apply to Archetto, but it's kind of fine because a lot of her skills are kind of balanced around it. Like her S1 having 3 charge instead of 2 charge, which is probably the norm for a skill like this. Actually, no, it is a strictly better power strike, so maybe not. So maybe it should just have 3 charge normally. This is a... Like, I like it, because it adds some cool synergies to it. I don't think it's that... The thing is, though, it's not that busted on herself. It's very similar to Chen. The thing is that Chen's skills have a larger SP, because they kind of take into account her talent. But, again, Archetto does also kind of have it in a similar way, so I'm not really going to say that it's too self-grandizing. It's not too masturbatory. It's fine. I give this a +1. When deployed, this unit gains 1 shield, restores... Okay, this is cringe. I think her S2 is so cringe. Her second talent's so cringe. Because this is our classic, I don't want to think, I want to deploy my thing and have it kill everything. Like, this is just like heli drop slop. That's what this is. This is heli drop slop. It's, I want to deploy my Archetto, and then she takes a hit, and then I instantly click her S3. Like, that's what this is. This is this is heli drop slop. I don't know if I'll give it a -1. Because I hate that it encourages that play style, because I don't like that play style. But I'll just give it a 0, because I don't think it... I've never been in a situation where I've been like, man, this ruins her gameplay. I just don't like the kind of gameplay it encourages, you know? It's only one time, so it's balanced. I'm not saying it's imbalanced. I'm not saying it's overpowered. I'm just saying that I don't like the gameplay that it encourages, if that makes sense. That's my problem. Like, because no, it is balanced. This is something that, like, it doesn't take away from her gameplay. It just encourages a gameplay style I don't like. You know what I mean? Offers the unique quirk of her using her as beta on purpose. I don't. You wouldn't use her for that. That wouldn't do anything. It just feels so bad. I'd rather have 15 attack speed. What? This feels bad? I mean, this is just... I just don't like what this is supporting. Plus, again, why do you want Archetto to take damage? Alright, next attack deals 230% of attack's physical damage to the target and 180% up to 3 other nearby enemies. So the main gimmick with Archetto is kind of cool, where she's a ricochet-focused, like, marksman. And I think that is kind of interesting. What do you think the line is on heli slop wind-up times? Okay. The thing is that I can't really say anything because it's already just the case. Like, every fucking 6-star has a fucking heli slop S3 charge. I hate it. It sucks. Like, even Hoderer has a heli slop S3. It just, you deploy him, instantly activate skill. I kill everything. Look at me go. Like, I hate it so much because it encourages such sloppy gameplay. It encourages players not to prepare. It encourages players not to think about the choices that they're making before they make it. It encourages players to be like, oh, the enemy is coming close. I deploy big thing. I click button. Thing dead. It's like, ugh. Hoder's 10 seconds okay, but I don't think 10 seconds is okay. Like, I really don't. Like, yeah, Ulpi's is worse. But, like, I think a skill needs at least, like, 30 seconds of charge for it to not feel... Maybe not 30 seconds. Okay, well, it depends on the skill, obviously. Like, in Hoderer's case, I wish it was, like, 30 seconds of charge rather than, like, 10. But, obviously, there are some skills that are, like, 20 seconds to wait is fine. And there are even some skills where 10 seconds to wait is fine, obviously. Or, like, you know, a charge gamma is a lot different than, like, a... than like Hoder's S3. It's by unit. But I just really don't like how many operators just have skills that are so slop. Stream delay owned me. You answered my question before I saw it, lol. But yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of it because it is just like it encourages such sloppy gameplay, and so many people so many people want that. They want operators to wipe their ass for them. They want operators to just cleanse their mistakes so that they don't have to deal with those mistakes. And it's just like, ugh. Is 15 seconds on Vina fine? On her S3? No? Like, S3s should not be, like, quickly activatable. Like, S3s, when you have, like, a significant duration and you're like, attack plus 160%, attacks 5 targets, each attack does 500% damage. Like, no, that shouldn't have pre-charge, period. Like, I don't think those skills should have pre-charge at all. Because they're meant to be these insane, impactful skills that you want to build up to. They should be punishing to misuse. Is there a second talent even that impactful? No, like, you don't... No, I'm not saying that... No, I'm not... Okay. This stream is not me saying that an operator is too overpowered and cringe and soy. Or me saying that an operator is too strong and bad. No. This is me just looking at an operator's kit and analyzing what the gameplay it provides. What it utilizes. You know, that's what I'm trying to talk about. because when Archetto's S2 doesn't serve her any benefit to the rest of her kit. Because the main point of Archetto is that you have, or the main sort of identity of Archetto is that her S1 is like this offensive recovery lord skill, which plays into all of her skills being offensive recovery, which is cool. I like that. There's some cool synergies you can do with that. It's really fun. And all of her skills care about attacking multiple targets or having this ricochet effect. And so her second talent doesn't serve that identity, doesn't serve either of those identities at all. Her S2 doesn't provide any benefit to her identity as an operator. The only thing that her S2 provides is the option to just heli drop her, have her take damage, click the skill, and she kills stuff. Like, that's not gameplay I want to promote. That's not gameplay I think we should be promoting. I think that's very sloppy, that's very cringe, I don't want to play the game, I just want the rewards kind of gameplay. That's why I don't like this. It's not that it's too strong, because it isn't. Most of the time, this doesn't even fucking proc. Because, to be honest, your marksmen shouldn't be taking damage. Like, if your marksmen are taking range damage, you have a larger problem. So it's like, I don't like what this promotes, rather than what it allows. I don't like what it promotes, rather than how effective it is, you know what I mean? Because yeah, if you want a heli drop operator using different fucking operators, you're not using this. Are we talking about operators we use often? Sure, you can talk about whatever you want. You can talk about whatever you want. Thoughts on using okay, we're talking about Archetto. Stop. Stop trying to get me sidetracked. Okay. Her S1's fine. It clearly states what her identity is supposed to be. It is a strictly better Power Strike Beta, which is kind of funny. Like, Power Strike Beta, I think, is the exact same thing, but it has this additional upside to it. Yeah, also, it's just strictly better because of her S1, or first talent. I think it's cool. It allows for some niche use cases, and at worst, it is just Power Strike Beta, but whatever. It's like a 5-year-old kit. It is. What does that have to do with anything? Thoughts on using Ock to activate Archetto's SP shield? She'll gain the SP, but I don't think she'll be able to use it. Okay. Alright, S2. Melee fire and arrow. Okay, our S2 is kind of cool. Because it's a crit. It's a manually activated crit that can ricochet to things. And I think, I could be wrong. Nearby enemies that have not been turned. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. It's literally just her S2. But it's literally just her S1, except you store charges and you manually activate it. And it does like a Exucii kind of thing. Where it's like, it works like an Exucii, where it's just like, attacks 5 times in a row. Which, I like this. I like this because I like it when my marksmen don't ignore defense. Holy, it immediately fires an arrow. You're so right, immediately fires an arrow. True. Okay, now she's peak. She immediately, okay. I have to give her like a +5 for that. Just that alone. The thing is that, yeah, her S1 and her S2 are very similar, but I do like the option. It's very similar to, like, Exucii, as weird as that sounds. I'm making a lot of comparisons to Exucii. Where, like, Exucii's S2 and her S3. Her S3 is better, but it comes with less consistency. And so this is kind of like the opposite of that, where her S1 is S3. Her S1 and her S2 are kind of the same thing. But this one has a bit more... This one has a larger charge, but a lot more, like, micro available. I love it when operators have those kinds of skills in their kits, where every skill doesn't need to be this brand new magnificent thing. Instead, each skill has a similar concept, but they, each skill has a similar concept, but they have certain, like, pulls and draws. Hilarious for Archetto, depending on the context. And so I do like it. S2 has a lower attack skill too. Better versus hordes. I mean, it objectively doesn't. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, that's 140. That's a 240. Never mind, I'm stupid. No, you're right, yeah. Because, like, the idea... Well, the reason why it's not 240 is because of the 5 times in a row. So it's like, this is better against low defense targets, and it's better against hordes. Yeah, and this is probably just better for more generalized gameplay. So yeah, this gets a +1 too. S3. The thing is with her S3 is that it is just kind of like... it has kind of nothing to do with the ricochet thing. It kind of just abandons the ricochet thing, which I guess isn't the end of the world, but it does kind of suck. It does, like, again, it does the Exusii thing of attacking extra in a row, and it's just like, okay, what if Exusii's S3 had extra range and attacked 2 things, but didn't do as much damage? Like, that's what this is. This is like, what if Exusii, but, like, did multiple things? What if Exusii, but attacked 2 things and did less damage? Which is... And big range. Big range. Having the extra range does have its niche cases, but it's fine. I don't think I'm, like, super inspired by it, because it is just a damage skill. Like, there are some cool things you can do with it, because it is, like, times in a row, so you can, like, use her for a good, like, buff kind of thing. It is just kind of boring, though, compared to, like, her S1 and her S2, just, like, design-wise. I think this gets a 0. Apple Pie slander? Bro, I am the biggest, like... Okay, I am Exusii's biggest fan and hater at the same time. OG Exusii was based, and then they ruined her. And that's, you know, I'm making a video on that, so you don't have to worry about that. So yeah, I give this a 0. Which one I see. Her modules... Oh yeah, okay, yeah, this one actually does something. This unit restores 1 SP every 1.8 seconds, and there's another sniper operator deployed. I love talents that encourage you to build your squad in a certain way. It's always fun. I like it. That's always fun. It buffs her first talent, and it kind of just pushes that synergy a little better. I like it. This module, don't give shit. This was the... Okay, fun fact. I have all of Archetto's modules at 3. Because I was stupid. Because Arknights was my first ever E2 6-star, by the way. First ever E2 6-star. This is... I don't know why the I don't know why the fuck I got this at level 3. Biggest waste of mod blocks ever. I never used this. I don't give a shit. Because again, it's doing the funny thing of just like, but what if you could deploy her in the middle of fucking nowhere and let her activate her S3? This is dumb. This is dumb. In my defense, I was a little baby and I didn't know anything about like the game. But yeah, that was the biggest waste of mod blocks ever. And obviously her IS module is probably one of the best IS modules. Before Ho. No, this was before Ho even existed, obviously. So this is... Her Y mod increases attack speed, so more often... Shut up, Lavos. Shut up. This... I don't even know if there is a better IS mod than Arknights. Like, I think this might be legitimately the best IS mod. Because it just completely changes how you approach your run. It's so fun. It's so fun. Yeah, puzzle synergy slaps so hard. So true. It's so much fun. Obviously, we're not accounting that for her overall ranking. Funnily enough, the worst module makes her SP charge fast because the attack speed. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, but 4 attack speed? And what, is this the... Yeah, when there are ground enemies, like, okay, 12 attack speed. 12 attack speed! Wow, so much charge. Versus the skill that literally gives her more SP. Like... Ugh. I don't even know what Rosmontis' IS module is, and I guarantee you it's not as cool as Arknights. Alright, so what's her score overall? 1, 0, 2, 3, 0. She gets a 3. Alright. Oh no, actually I'll give her +1 for this. She's a 4. She's a 4. Alright, who's next? Okay, someone wanted me to review Wildmane. We'll do Wildmane. Was it Wildmane, right? Everyone's favorite push stroker. We love Wildmane. We love Wildmane. That 12 attack speed is enough to give her more SP. I don't know if that's true. Is it cooler than Swire IS mod though? Arknights? Yeah. Arknights is significantly, yeah. Osmantis turns into a caster. I don't know how that The reason why Arknights IS mod is so cool is because it completely warps how you approach your IS run. That's what's cool about it. Like, I don't really remember what Rosmontis does. Okay, Wild Mane time. After deployment, all undeployed guard operators get -1 DP cost. Each operator can have a maximum of 5 DP. I love this. I love how this implies that you've managed to deploy and retreat Wildmane 5 times before you've deployed. I confess I have never used Wildmane. Wildmane's fine, you know, but we'll obviously get into that. Oh, you don't know Cloud? She's a charger. I need to tell you guys what their class is. She's a charger. She's a welfare charger. And you can pick her up right now. Record restore, near light. So yeah, she has like a strategist kind of thing. But she encourages you to build around guard operators. No infinite cost reduction. So true. So true. Imagine the world where she didn't have this restriction. She would be so good. Strategist 4 years in advance. True. But yeah, this is, again, it's kind of interesting as to why, like, Matsukiri is interesting, because it encourages you to build your squad in a certain way. Because the more guards you have, the more DP you're saving. By more DP she's effectively generating. So it's kind of cool. Now, of course, it is kind of funny because you also have a Fang altar, who, when she gets retreated, she reduces something by 2. But I guess that's also when she retreats and not on deployment. So, you know, it's more of a side grade to like Fang's talent. I'll give this a... Is this worth a +1? This feels like a +1/2. No, I'll give it a +1. That's fine. This is a cool thing. This is a cool idea. Obviously, it's meant to like synergize with Neural, but Neural Altar. But I like... Again, I love operators that reward you for building your squad in specific ways. Or have larger benefits with certain squads. Okay. It's peak. +7 billion points to Wildmane. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Granny wishes. Is there much I can say about this? Like, I'm comparing her to Fang again. It's just like Fang's S2. But, you know, it lasts a lot longer than Fang's S2. And she pokes things very fast, leading to them dying and her, you know, killing them. Attacks at the speed of light, 100%. I don't know what the fuck you really want me to say about this. She attacks incredibly fucking fast, which increases the chance that she's going to get a final hit on an enemy. So she's going to generate some extra DP. So, when you want to redeploy Wildmane, but she still has the 30-second skill to go in. That is actually kind of funny how this lasts so long you don't want to retreat her to get her DP back. That's so funny. 30 seconds is insane. That is so long. I guess, because the thing is with Wildmane is that she doesn't have a strict identity. She's not an operator that has a very coherent identity. She just is... She's just kind of multiple small aspects that just kind of come together to make a useful operator in multiple different scenarios. So I guess we can give this a +1. Alright. Attack range expands. Attack plus 80%. Attacks will push the target towards the attack duration moderately. It's funny. It's funny. Okay. Actually, okay. Here's an interesting thing. The only time where I will be 100% fine with an operator basically having, like, heli drop slop heli slop skills is when they're a charger. Because that makes... Because the thing is with chargers is that their skills don't generate DP, and you're only going to have them on the battlefield for a very small amount of time. And so having a charger basically start fully charged is kind of important, because you don't want to have a charger out on the battlefield for too long. You don't want a charger to have to wait 50 seconds to actually be useful. She gets -35% redeploy time for... Why would you spoil that? Why would you spoil that? You ruined it. That would have been so cool. What is with you guys and spoiling the rest of the kit? Just like, he's talking about her S2. But I want to talk about her module. What is this? What is this? He's not there yet. I need to tell him. I need to tell him right now. Like, you ruined it. You ruined it, Chatter. It's over. It's over. It's not going to be fun now because I now know what's going to happen. I'm not going to be like, no, it's over. It's ruined. I can't soy out. I'm sorry, but it's mainly from potential. Well, I can't soy now. It's over. No more soying. Attack range expands. Yeah. So this skill's funny because I don't really know what the fuck you use this for. It's really funny. It's really fucking funny. Like, this is such a funny skill of you have a Vanguard that's shoving people away from her. Like, it's funny. What the fuck do you use this for? You know, it's like... Like, yeah, you can push things into holes with a Vanguard. Cool, like, I guess. Like, the main idea is, I guess, you're keeping... It's kind of defensive in a sense. Oh, thanks for the subscribe, James. It's kind of defensive in the sense of you're keeping an enemy away from her so she's not taking damage, so it's weirdly kind of a defensive skill. Juggle 3 to 4 enemies. I don't think you're juggling that many enemies, though. That's the thing. Like, I see this more as a defensive kind of utility rather than, like, being able to juggle a bunch of stuff. Like, I could see maybe 1 or 2. I don't think 3 or 4. Like, yeah, it does give her kind of pseudo-block against, like, small enemies, sure. But it's very conditional for that case, for her to juggle. But I don't think it's going to be that crazy. Wait, isn't she pushing enemies away, so tripping up prone ability to generate DP? Not really, as long as she kills the enemy. Because her range expands. So she's pushing the enemy away. They get, you know, pushed away. She's still hitting them. As long as you're not, like, putting... As long as you're not, like... I guess, killing... Like, not really. It's like, it's not really going to affect that much. Yeah. It's not really going to affect that much unless you're using another operator to steal her kills for her, but that works with any, like, charger, so that's not really specific to her. It's like this, to me, I see this more as defensive utility, while also just kind of being, yeah, in the case of there being, like, 1 to 2 enemies you can juggle, but also in that case, you have Fang, or you have a Pioneer, so it's like, you know. So I think it's cool. I think it's fun. That's what's most important. I don't know if I'm going to give this a +1. I mean, it's fun. It's a cool, funny design. So yeah, +1. Because that's the thing with Wildmane, is that she's a fun operator, but she doesn't have an identity. It's not like other operators where she has a very strict identity you have to adhere to when, like, kind of coding their design. Instead, she's just fun. She's just a fun operator. All of her skills are fun. That's all she really needs to be. So I'll give this a +1. That's fine. All right, then we have her module. Redeployment time -15 seconds. On deployment, all undeployed guard operators get -1 DP cost. Each operator can have a maximum of 5. Oh, they didn't buff it? They didn't buff it? Why didn't they buff it? Damn, it's useless. It's fucking useless. Yeah, getting the extra redeployment thing is kind of cool, because you want that with your chargers. You want to deploy them, retreat them, and possibly redeploy them later so they can get some extra benefit out. Myrtle levitates her fucking apple and summons a Mudrock out of thin air Supa. I wonder what... Well, that's what... You don't have to use Mudrock. You can use fucking anyone. Also, Myrtle's overrated. Use one Ching and Elysium. Myrtle's overrated as fuck. If you're using Myrtle, the only thing you're using Myrtle for is ramping into some overpowered 6-star. That's it. That's all you're using her for. If you're worth your salt, you're using utility flag bearers. And Elysium can generate more DP if they're snipers, so build snipers. So I think overall this is a +3. But that's kind of like a perfect score for that's kind of a perfect score for a 5-star, just +3. That's it. Okay, Samantha got mad at me for saying that her gamma module for, what's her name? Archetto's gamma module doesn't work, so she sent me a video comparing the two, so I guess I am wrong. Listen, I'm sorry if Archetto's gamma module produces like 0.2 more SP per second than her like chi module. I'm gonna be using her chi module because it's more fun. Myrtle can summon Mudrock, but Elysium can summon Wish-It-All. True. Rosmontis. Sure, we can do Rosmontis. Like, it's more interesting to talk about operators I don't already have a large affinity for, so it's like... React on video. It's not a video I can react to. It's a Dragon, GJY video. It's just stats. That's not like a... It's just math. It's not like a... How do I react to that? It's fine, I just know much about... No, that's fine, that's fine. I just think it's really funny. You're just like, fuck, he's wrong. I gotta tell him. I'm proving him wrong. I just think it's funny. Review Hadia. I like Hadia. I already... If I review an operator I already like, I'm not gonna... Actually... Well, no, because then I can tell you that Archetto deserves an apology. No, because I'm standing by my point that her key module is more fun than her gamma module. I'm standing by that. I'm standing by that. Alright, we're talking about Rosmontis. Attacks ignore 175 defense. Sure, fine. I don't give a shit. This is... I don't know. This is just one of those... This is a talent that exists because I don't fucking know. The thing is... To me, when I can't accept being wrong, so I downplay my actions. True. No, I am wrong. I am wrong, but my opinion still stands. My opinion still stands. I am wrong. But at the same time, it's also like... I doubt it's going to be that significant. I'm sorry. Okay, some of you are going to be fucking mad at me, but this talent's dumb. But what's interesting is that Rosmontis was the first flinger, so this isn't a case... This isn't like a case of like... Oh, they gave her this so that she's the more comfortable flinger for people who don't want to reduce defense with Praminix or something. Like, she's the first flinger. So she was designed. She was the first operator. She's the first operator to have this trait. And so they gave her a talent that just fights against the trait. I just think that's so funny. No, I get it. It's obviously it synergizes with her trait really well. But the thing is that when the whole point of flingers is that they're not supposed to be very good against, like, they're meant to be really good against low defense targets. And so you give her a talent that ignores the defense. And so it's like, let's design an operator that's really good against low defense targets and then give her a way to ignore defense. And it's like, what's the difference between 300 attack and ignoring defense is strictly worse than getting attack. Because having extra attack at least does more damage against zero defense enemies. Like, ignoring defense is worse than just gaining attack. Like, strictly. But the thing is that I'm not saying that this is overpowered. I'm not saying that this is like some like insane thing that's completely broken. What I'm saying is that why the fuck is this a talent? What is the point of this? You know what I mean? It's like, it's just like, oh, we introduce it's like Surtur's talent. It's just like, here we go. Here's an arts fighter, but she ignores res. It's just like, I'm sorry, that's not like that interesting to me. That's really not that interesting. More attack also means attack scaling gains. Like, I'm not saying this is overpowered, or I'm not saying that this is like busted. I'm saying that conceptually I don't fucking get it. I don't get why this is what her talent needs to be. It's like, it might as well not exist. Like, it makes her better against medium defense targets. That's really all it does. You know what I mean? Ignore defense is situationally better than plus attack when there's enemies that debuff your attack. I guess, but that's only in the case where they debuff your attack to be less than their defense. And the defense ignore is the only thing that's preventing you from not being defense thresholded. Like, this is just kind of nothing burger. Like, what is this? Like, it's not even like Surtur's talent where it actually like matters. Like, this is just like, what is this? Like, nothing, like, this is nothing burger o'clock. Like, no, I get it. It makes her, like, I'm not, okay, I'm not saying that this is ineffective or too effective. I'm not saying that this is, that's not what we're operating. Okay. I need to clarify this. I'm not saying this is too strong or too weak. I'm saying that what the fuck is, why? And I get why. It's because she does slightly more damage now. Like, this is so nothing. It's so nothing. Ugh. Not every operator needs to be interesting when Hypergraph needs to constantly release operators. Yes, they should. Why the fuck would you release a boring operator? Design is not the same as balance. Correct. We're talking about operator design. We're not talking about balance. This is just kind of dumb. I think plus attack talents are dumb. Isn't that just... No, I agree. I think it's just kind of nothing burger. That's what it is. This is nothing burger. I'm giving this a 0 because it basically doesn't exist. It's like, when you look at Click and you look at her talent, you're just like, what is... Like, okay, cool. I don't care. You know? Like, that's what this is. It's just like, oh, attack... Click gives extra attack speed to her and her drones. Like, okay. I don't care. I don't care. It's like, it doesn't affect anything. It makes her slightly better. Like, yes, like Click's talent, it does make her better. That's it. Just kind of nothing. This is fine on a 4-star, because 4 stars are meant to be really simple. This is a 6-star. This is a limited 6-star. But it's fine. It gets a 0 because it's not interesting, but it's not bad. It's just nothing. When deployed, grants 8% more attack to this unit and Amiya. Awesome. Because that's the flavor. It's peak. I think it's fairly okay. Under 75 is enough to double her damage versus high defense targets. Against high defense targets... Well, no, not really. What's her attack? 600? She will still be damage thresholded against 800 defense targets. Anything like a heavy defender or tankier is still going to damage threshold her, even with her talent. Like, and a heavy defender doesn't really have that much fucking... Like, a heavy defender doesn't even have that much defense nowadays, so it's like... Anything, she will just be damage thresholded against anything that is a heavy defender or tankier. Which, that's the point. That's entirely the point. This is more for medium defense stuff. That's for 500, 600 defense sort of enemies. Exclusively Amiya, right? I mean, that's kind of the idea, but it works with any random deployed caster. Like, why is it random? Why? It's so weird. It's just, again, it's just like, I get it, it's flavor. But it's like, if it is flavor, then why is it random? It's funny. Technically speaking, the defense ignore will be multiplied after aftershocks. Yeah, but against a medium defense target, yes. But not against like a high defense target. Against a heavy defender, Rosmantis, even with the defense ignore, is still going to be damage thresholded, and her aftershocks are going to do like even less damage because they only do half of her normal attack. It works with Huliak. Agree. True. It's just really funny. I give this a 0. It's flavor. We'll have to see if her modules do anything about it. Next attack deals an additional hit equal to 180% of attack is arts damage. Cool. 0. Because, okay, this is the thing, is that when you have an operator that doesn't have an identity within their talents, giving them generic skills doesn't really service them that well. Like, again, this is fine. It's not horrific, because the thing is that Rosmantis at the time, her main, like, identity was being a flinger. The problem is that that's not much of an identity anymore. You know what I mean? It's like... But shockwaves. What do you mean about shockwaves? Oh, fuck yeah. We got a Twitch chat telling me to buy fucking viewers. Let's go, chat. Chat, who wants to... If you donate now, we'll buy a viewer. Alright, get out of here. Chat, for every $5 donated, I will buy a viewer. Okay. It's... Alright, like, fine. It's... Again, because at the time... I guess it is just a matter of just Rosmantis not aging very well. It's just like, at the time... This is kind of interesting because she is the first ever flinger, and so her identity as an operator is being a flinger. but they don't really do anything interesting with that. Ignore defense and S1 do arts damage. That is true, but it's not enough arts damage to rely upon, so it's not that big of a deal. This isn't a matter of, like, Chen the Dawn Streak, just downright ignore it, like, not doing your damage type. Like, you can't effectively use Rosmontis against high defense stuff. Like, you just can't. You're better off just using a normal caster. And so, like, it's fine. It's whatever. It's not the end of the world. It's a 0, though. Because, again, it's like, at the time, this is a lot more unique. But now that we have other flingers, well, we have what? No, because Wishadel is a lot more interesting of a flinger as long as you don't E2 her, as crazy as that sounds. Alright, what the fuck is that word? Alright. Attack interval increases. Attack plus 55%. Attack area expands, and each attack causes 2 additional shockwaves. Enemies hit by this unit's attack and shockwaves 25%. Alright, sure, that's fine. That's fine. That's something. It interacts with her subclass in a cool way, I guess. You know, you got some stun going on. Get some extra shockwaves. You know, which helps trigger the stun. Alright, sure. Sure. +1. Sure. It's something. Alright, what about our S3? Alright, attack interval decreases. Attack plus 75% and attacks up to 2 blocked enemies at a time. Immediately deploys 2 pieces of tactical equipment on ground tiles in attack range. After deployment, surrounding enemies are stunned for 3 seconds and blocked enemies defense minus 160. So she reduces enemies defense, and the blocked enemies. The blocked enemies? I guess by the equipment? Surrounding enemies are stunned for 3 seconds, and the blocked enemies. What? Does the tactical equipment have block? Does this affect all blocked enemies, or just enemies blocked by the tactical equipment? Okay, but attack interval decreases. I mean, yeah, she does the thing. She can hit aerial. Yeah, I know. We've heard. It's all I've ever fucking heard. It's just like, oh my god, you can use contrail and block an aerial target, and Rosmontis hits air. It's like, yeah, alright, cool. Like, I know I've heard it a bajillion fucking times. What's up, a man on the earth? Okay, so these have block, and they reduce the defense, so she can do some extra damage to him. That's fine. You know, she gets some extra stun, you know? She got some stun thing going on. I know I can check her stats, but she's a flinger, so I should know her stats. Are the pillars up here, too? No. No. I mean, it has 2 block, but you can click on the topmost name of the tactical equipment to read about them. Oh, it's all the way up here. Wiki! Fix your wiki. Why is it all the way up here? Okay. HP 5k, defense 520. I like how I'm looking at this and I'm like, wow, those are like not busted numbers. Insane. We have fucking like Wishadel summons. Yeah, 2 block. Okay. Wait, attack interval? They attack? They do 100 damage per second? What? Or is that just in there because they have to put that in there? Do they even... I don't think they attack. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like... I mean, I get it. She attacks... She makes summons that block things, and then she hits the things that she blocks. Yeah. So, I mean, actually, that is kind of interesting, because it gives her the ability to... Actually, that is kind of interesting. That is kind of interesting. Because this does allow you to do some, like, Lava the Purgatory shit. Where it's like, oh, you can do some, like, AoE overlap. I don't think they attack. I think it's just... That's just the stats of a summon. Like, they just have to put that in. But I think this is interesting, because it does... There is, like, certain timing that does reward you pretty well. And you kind of want... Because if you use this just in one lane, where... Well, I guess, yeah, if you have a lane where you have, like, a defender blocking 3 things, she hits 2 of those things, and so you have a bunch of overlapping AoE. So there is, like, some Lava of the Purgatory stuff going on, which is kind of interesting. No, that's kind of cool. And, you know, that works really good with the defense debuff, but also because of her summons, you can kind of deploy them in 2 different lanes and have her attack 2 lanes at the same time, which is kind of cool. So I think there's some cool, like, depth to this. I think there is some, like, cool stuff you can do with the fact she attacks 2 blocked enemies and she, you know, the tactical equipment. I think there's some cool things with that. I give this a +1. Alright, does her module do anything? Attacks ignore 220 defense. Alright, cool. Holy fuck, I gotta catch up on the nothing burger. Alright, when deployed, grants 8% attack to this unit and a random deployed caster. In IS, Rosmontis also benefits from caster collectibles. And when any sniper or caster operator is deployed, one stronger piece of tactical equipment with special effects will be summoned within their attack range. Okay. What? Note 1. Rosmon's notes has 1750 HP, stuns enemies for 5 seconds. As trait. Okay, so it just buffs her summons. Okay. I mean, that's kind of cool. It does kind of encourage you to build like a sniper caster run. That's kind of cool. Benefits from caster collectibles. All right, that's cool. That's kind of cool. It's not, I don't think this is better than Archetto. I do think this is interesting. Because it does encourage a cool kind of sniper caster run. And you get like free tactical equipment, so that's cool. But yeah, I do still think Archetto is a lot cooler. Because it's a lot more niche and can let you do some like really silly stuff. I guess a better way of putting it is Archetto's payoff is a lot more interesting than this. Archetto's payoff is a lot more interesting than this. Really funny with April to spam pillars. That is true. Like, I think the payoff that you get with Archetto is a lot more interesting and a lot more fun than this. But this does seem kind of cool. All right, so Rosmontis overall, I think gets a 2. So a 0, 0, 0, 1, 2. I think she gets a 2. 2 overall, which means I like her, but not that much. Yeah, Rosmontis really does feel like a bit of a nothing burger a lot. Okay, I know this is gonna sound fucking insane, but like I think Wishadel is a bit more interesting. Like Wishadel, E1 Wishadel feels more interesting than Rosmontis. Obviously, E2 Wishadel is fucking shit, but I think like an E180 Wishadel is more interesting to me than Rosmontis. I'm aware that Rosmontis is old, so it's, again, she was also the first flinger. But I think this is a good example of why they don't release new subclasses at 6 stars anymore. Because you end up with very kind of nothing burger kits without giving them a chance to really explore how the subclass works. So I think it is just a matter of just like older design ideas, which is fine. I'm not saying that like she's a badly designed operator, I get it. But, you know, it is how it is. I think it's kind of funny. Pazzi? We'll do Pazzi? Sure. However you... I don't know how the fuck you spell her name. Alright, Pazemka. Or however you say it.
Pazemka.
Okay, that didn't make it any fucking clearer. Alright. Alright. Aqua's also the first geek, and yeah, it's interesting. Holy banger. Yeah, it's interesting because Aqua's the first geek, and he was like, he's incredible, and then Rosmontis was the, like, because Aqua did such a good job of just like clarifying what the subclass's identity is, and he's the coolest one. And then you have Rosmontis, because that's the thing is that Aqua did something cool. Like, he had something unique. Rosmontis doesn't really have anything unique. Pozemka. So Pozemka, that's what I was saying. This song's a fucking banger. Alright, so she's a heavy shooter. Right? Heavy shooter? Yeah, heavy shooter. Alright. 6-star heavy shooter. Summons a typewriter for 25 seconds. The typewriter has the same skill as this unit and has its own redeployment time. So that's kind of the whole point of Pozemka, is that she has a summon, and then her summon just kind of doubles whatever she does, which is kind of cool. Attacks from a typewriter reduce the target's defense by 20%. For 5 seconds, typewriter is placed within the 4 tiles adjacent to Bazemka. This effect increases to 25%. Okay, look at that. That's such a cool payoff. 5% more defense reduction. Why SpongeBob is meowing in the background? I don't know. I don't even know what this song is. I'm on the whatchamacallit. Stray Cat Shuffle. I have no fucking clue. This is part of the Arknights OST. Alright, again, I think both of these I can kind of put into one talent, is where that says. I give this a +1 just overall. Because I like the idea of the typewriter. I think that's a really cool, unique concept. Of just like, hey, here's a summon that kind of gives you, like, it's very similar to Phantom. You know? It's just like, here's a second of the same thing. You know, obviously it's not as strong, but that's fine. Attack plus 60%. When attacking, has a 40% chance to deal 225% damage. 225% damage. Limited duration. I assume this is wait, deal 25%. I assume this is actually an attack modifier and it's just poorly fucking worded. And it's not a damage modifier because damage modifiers fucking suck. So I assume that this is an attack modifier that's poorly worded. Oh, now we have a fucking banger going on. Holy shit. It's not rare, but it's not often you place her and the summon on the same line or next to each other. Yeah, I think I kind of wish that there was a more significant, like, I kind of wish that this didn't happen and it only happened if the typewriter is placed next to her. Like, I think that would have been a bit more interesting because, like, this is just such like a nothing burger buff, you know what I mean? I love this song. It's so good. It makes me really sad reading the comment section of Figure It Out, because it's people complaining about Crown Slayer. Or there's like, one of the comments is like, they finally figured it out, and I'm like, Crown Slayer was peak. They just made her worse to appease you. It makes me so sad. I don't really know if I don't have that much against her Gamma module, but it just, yeah. It is what it is. I mean, to be fair, her Gamma module actually only really affects her S3, while her Chi module only affects her S1 and her S2. I don't know. Crown Slayer was always good. People just complain. Alright. What do I feel about this? When attacking at 4%... Like, it is just a crit. It's an extra crit. It's an unlimited duration skill. Attacks 20 times. I assume the summon doesn't also charge this. It has the same skill. I don't think it charges this. Like, I don't think the summon's attack charges this. You guys can say if I'm wrong, though. But it is I mean, it's very simple. But again, a lot of that, it's fine that this skill's really simple, because the whole point of it is to just see how it interacts with her talent, or with her, the whole point is just how it interacts with her talent, how it interacts with her summon. Just like you have it deployed, and then now that you have her and her summon does not charge. That's what I assumed, yeah. AFK skill, oh yeah, nope. No, it's not AFK skill. You actually need her fucking... Well, I guess it's AFK in the sense of it is just unlimited duration skill. But it's not really an AFK skill because you have to, like, utilize her typewriter. So it's like, yeah, no, not really. It's like, Pazemka just as a whole isn't really a AFK operator because you need to micro her talent. It's, I mean, yeah, it kind of synergizes with her like extra summon because it kind of doubles the chance you're doing extra damage. It's like, all right, sure, fine. We'll give us a +1. All right, what do we got here? Not pronouncing that. Passive effect when using the skill, the redeployment time of typewriter is reduced by 50%. Immediately attacks 3 times in front of this unit, which each attack doing 230% attack as physical damage, with a caster range, so a little bonus range. Immediately attacks 3 times in front of this unit. Okay. I mean, this is kind of cool. AFK skill, but not AFK operator. Yeah, basically. What is the attack speed? I think it's like 1.6, I want to say. I am goated. I am actually just him. Holy fuck. How did he know that? He just knew it. If Posey was made today, they make her like typewriter infinite duration on S1 like the new Blastcaster. True. True. Not a big fan of that. Not a big fan of that. I kind of like this because it's very similar to, did you just say I am goat? Is that, I mean, sure. So, I like this skill because it's very similar to, what's her name? 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 The Hunter 6-star. What's her name? What is wrong with me? What's her name? Holy. Ray. It's like Ray. I had to open my game. It's very similar to Ray. You know, in that it kind of focuses her attention on the micromanaging aspect, which I think can be very fun. And to compensate, yeah, the skill isn't really like the strongest out there. Like it is just a very simple kind of, like, weirdly enough, this is just kind of like a strictly worse, like, Archetto S1, because it just requires so much more charge. But it encourages you to kind of utilize the typewriter, kind of double up on that damage. And I think that's kind of cool. I think this is kind of cool. What are the stats of the typewriter? Do the typewriter mimic her stats? Or is the typewriter lower in stats? Why is there a tooltip? Redundant as the typewriter is invulnerable. Okay, that's funny. Do these mimic her stats? 876, 866. 674. Okay, why is it 10 less than Pozemka's? That's funny. I was trying to remember Snow Hunter, not Ray. Thanks for mentioning her. Okay, what? Slightly worse than her. Yeah, it's like, it's 10 attack. That is hilarious. And I assume it doesn't take effect from Trust. So it's probably a bit worse than that. But it's basically the same. So yeah, this is basically just like a worse Archetto S1, but it's made up for by the fact that it basically triggers twice when you have the typewriter active, and it wants you to have the typewriter active. That's cool. +1. 80 less because of Trust. Yeah. Attack range expands. Holy fuck! We're back to S3 slop. What is this? She's supposed to be good. Attack range expands. Attack interval reduced. Each attack does 200% damage. 225. Fuck. What is this? What is this? Holy fuck. Bro, it expands by 1 fucking tile. But look at this. Look at it. It's literally S3 slop. Holy. Holy. Sure, man. Sure. Attack range expands. Second interval reduced. Each attack does 200% damage. Increase 255% against enemies in the front 3 tiles. So I think the cool kind of thing that you want to do with this is that you want to like overlap both Pozemka's and her summons like range so that they're both in like the front 3 tiles. Like that's kind of the idea. In the front 3 tiles, do they mean these front 3 tiles, or like the 3 tiles in front of her, or like, are we talking like Melanite S2 front 3 tiles, or are we talking like spread shooter front 3 tiles? What are we doing? What is this? Is this like ahead or across? Like what do you mean front 3 tiles? Is this a Melanite S2 or is this a Pinecone S2? What is this? Or is this like, I don't know, forward tiles? Okay, that makes a lot more sense, and that was kind of what I was hoping for. Because if it's front 3 tiles, then it makes you want to, I think that's really cool because it makes you want to like overlap her and her summons like thing. So it actually does like interact with her summon in a cool way. I like that. Yeah, the attack range expands is like, okay. Which, I get it. Front 3 tiles. There are 3 tiles. Okay, sure. Attack interval reduced. Each attack does 200 damage. Sure. Sure. Synergy with base mod. True. True. Alright. Yeah, sure, I'll give this a +1. Redeployment time reduced. Everyone's favorite fucking heavy shooter trait change. Attacks from the typewriter reduce targets by 20. Okay, I don't care. Alright, cool. Can summon a much stronger typewriter for 25 seconds. Typewriter save skills unit. Much stronger. Plus 70 attack. So they give the trust bonus to the typewriter. Let's go. The typewriter has the trust bonus. Oh, that's awesome. That's hilarious. They gave her the fucking trust bonus. Oh, that's hilarious. I'm not gonna rate these because they don't really do anything. They just upgrade her talents, you know, which is fine, but that doesn't change her design. So I think overall she gets 4 plus 4, which is really good. So much stronger. I think the range expand is to compensate for the typewriter having to be directly in front of her. Not really. I mean, no, I get why. No, I do understand why I do get why. It's to give you more room to allow for the typewriter and herself to overlap. Like, that's kind of what it feels like. Rather than it only being just 2 tiles to work with. I think you're not considering the Durin factory bonus. When an operator is assigned to the trading post for every 1 Durin operator in base. Excluding assistance. Trading post gains another pure gold production. Awesome. Awesome. That's so cool. No, that's, yeah, so true. Awesome. No, you're right. I wasn't considering it. And now that I have, my opinion has changed. We're not doing a tier list. I don't want to just set that up right now. Alright, who are we doing next? Shalem? Again, the thing is, it's like, when it's an operator I already like, it's like, I already know. It's kind of cool when it's an operator I'm not really too familiar with, because then I kind of get to explore them. I'm gonna do Shalem, though. My boy Shalem. Alright, so the thing is with Shalem is that he's based as fuck. First talent, massive fucking big goose egg. Who gives a shit? Holy fuck. The only way that this talent triggers is when you play the worst fucking IS. Insane. Alright, second talent. Attacks have a 25% chance to reach enemies. Targets res by 25%. The thing is that I will always be more, I'll always be a lot more favorable to operators that reduce an effect rather than ignore the effect. And I know that kind of sounds silly, because it's like, well, that's just strictly better. But the thing is that, like, I like Haze. And I like Haze because a lot of her... I guess we can, like, pull up Haze. But I like Haze. Arknights jump scare. Holy fuck. But I like Haze because she is just kind of... Excuse you, IS-3 is worse by about... No, IS-2 is worse. You can't. It fucking is. Because I have... The thing is, I have good memories with IS-3. I have good memories with IS-3. I have no good memories with IS-2. The thing is with Haze is that damage-wise, she just kind of sucks. And so a lot of her... Wait, you actually play the game? Yeah, I know, right? Crazy. The thing is with Haze is that I like that she reduces enemies res rather than just strictly ignoring it, because a lot of her kit isn't weirdly that offensive, as crazy as that is. Because yeah, you do have like this kind of buff, but that's often a buff that you would see without, you know, her instantly fucking dying to anything that sneezes on her. And so it leads to Haze, it leads to your main use of Haze less being the fact that she can ignore res, but the fact that she can give other people, like, the ability to ignore res. Because often, you know, it's better to just use a physical damage operator than to ignore res in those cases. And often, you know, Haze herself isn't always enough to do enough damage on her own, so you need someone else to work with. You know, I like it when you have a powered down operator with a strong support sort of aspect. Yeah. IS-3 stages are just less bullshit than IS-2. Like, yeah, I get it, the late mechanic fucking sucks, but you know what also sucks? Like, fucking everything in IS-2. Like, Is there another case of like an operator that kind of reduces a thing? I can't really think of any. And so I'm always more like accepting of an operator that's more focused around having a support role rather than just strictly ignoring it himself. The thing is, though, is that Shalem just does a bajillion fucking damage anyways. So it doesn't fucking matter. But I like it when an operator doesn't want to be selfish and wants to apply a debuff rather than just ignoring the thing themselves, because often when you do have an operator that reduces the thing themselves. Mouse reduces... Well, she reduces attack, but I mean like a defensive stats. So like the thing is with... You know, like Surtur is that she already is absurdly offensive, and her talent does nothing but just make her better at her job. Or someone like Hayes or Shalem, their talent gives them extra utility as applying as a debuffer, wanting you to utilize other operators around them. They're less selfish. That's what I like about them. No, I agree. The debuffs are fucking awful. And I don't even understand how anyone can fucking, like, play it that way. And I also hate how if you leak one enemy in the early game, you just fucked the entire run. No, like, IS-3... I'm not defending IS-3. I just hate IS-4. I just hate IS-2 more. His S1 is really weird to me. His S1's really interesting to me, because it's basically just an auto-recovery version of Durnar's S2. But he doesn't gain... Oh, I didn't give a rating. This gets a fat goose egg. This gets a +1. Because I like it when... Because the thing is that with Shalem, is that he's an arts protector. And arts protectors don't do that much fucking damage. They don't. They can do a lot of damage, but they're not going to be your main source of arts damage. So having some kind of extra debuff, I think, is quite interesting. It's quite unique. I think that's cool. I like it when you can have an operator that can't perform an offensive role, instead performs a supportive role. Yes, it does affect him, but it disproportionately benefits other operators rather than him. So his S1 reduces his attack interval. His S1 reduces his attack interval, which is going to let him trigger his talent a lot more often, and he gains extra HP. Why does he gain extra HP? Because he doesn't gain extra attack. So Durnar still remains relevant because her S2 is basically the same thing, but has an attack bonus. Hoshi Alter would like to talk about what? About what? We're talking about arts protectors. We're not talking about juggernauts that do arts damage. We're talking about arts protectors here. Hoshiguma ain't invited to the fucking tea party. Nah, no one fucking wants her around here. She ain't a fucking arts protector. But my arts defender deal more arts damage than my caster. Then stop using poorly, shittily designed operators that make the game unfun. No, but like it is kind of fun because like I can like deactivate her S3. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't. The only time when you do is when a guide tells you to do that in a high ascension IS run. That's the only time you've done it. You've never willingly done it yourself. No, you fucking haven't. No, you haven't. Or maybe you have, and then you revive her with Exucii because you have no fucking taste. Alright, back to Shalem. So this gets a +1, synergized with his talent, gives him some extra tanky defense, lets him apply his supportive role a bit more interestingly. Attacks all blocked enemies because he's a defender. Alright, now his S2. His S2 is absolute fucking peak. Because the thing is that I know I said it earlier, that's like, oh, well, he's an arts protector. And arts protectors, they can do arts damage, but they don't do that much. They're not going to be your main source of arts damage. His S2 fucking can. But his insane... The thing is that this kind of talent, this kind of effect, you will see on a caster with no downside. This is typically just your average caster skill. Blue trying not to complain about the new Covenant every stream challenge if possible. Fucking true. Fucking true. Ugh. So, Shalem, actually... So this is basically just something that you see on a caster. But he loses HP every second, so there is an actual downside to it. So yes, he can be competitive with casters, but there's a significant fucking downside you have to deal with. Your blocker loses 5% HP every second. Hoshiguma Alter didn't break any of the arts protector rule. So... It's not about breaking rules, it's about the gameplay that they promote. Hoshiguma Alter promotes gameplay of I deploy her, she never fucking dies, and she kills everything. Which is just so happens to be the same gameplay as a Juggernaut. Also, she has 10,000 HP. You want to call her a fucking arts protector when she has 10,000 fucking HP? Can he at flying? Yes. Yes, he can. So, it's also completely random, so it does kind of force you to use it more against a single target, so you can't really very easily use it against swarms. But the 5 HP per second thing is very significant. It will kill him on his own. But the thing is that you may think like, oh, all he needs is a medic. You need more than a medic. He's your main blocker. He's Shalem. Arts Protectors don't have that much defense. Arts Protectors do not have that much defense. They have the lowest defense out of any... They have the lowest defense out of any defenders, and they have relatively low HP as well. I don't like it when defenders hit flying. But that's the thing, is that there are significant downsides to make up for it. That's the point, is that yes. So yes, he does hit air, but it comes with an incredibly significant downside that you have to play around. Your main blocker now has to lose a significant portion of their survivability, which is something you don't fucking want. You're making a huge risky trade. There have been a lot of situations where I popped Shalem's S2 and he fucking dies because I didn't manage him correctly or I timed it very poorly. Like, yeah, this is fucking ridiculous. Yes, Arts Protector is supposed to have a lot of HP. How? This is like normal Protector HP. This is like normal Protector HP. Like, Protectors have more HP than this. Sure, let's look at my... Let's go to Defenders. Sort by max HP. Where is he? Where the fuck is he? Well, look, here's Durnar. Below Kawara, below Ashlock, below Philae, below fucking everyone. Where the hell is Shalem? Oh, right here. No, relatively they have low HP. The only operators with lower HP are Guardians, who artificially make up for that effective HP by healing themselves. So, no, you are wrong. They have the lowest HP out of Protectors, as well as the lowest defense out of Protectors. Okay, I guess Primal Protectors have lower defense. I mean, I guess that makes sense, because they're basically just kind of better Arts Protectors. And I guess, well, okay, I guess you don't really use a Fortress to tank, to be honest. Gummy have more HP, bro. Yeah, no, they don't have a lot of HP. But yeah, on top of the fact that, no disagree. That's not a disagree, that's a prove to you that they don't have a lot of defense or HP. And yes, Hoshiguma basically having triple HP is ridiculous. So, losing 5% HP every second, being a defensive recovery skill. There's a lot of downsides that go into this skill, and something that you do have to work around. So it makes up for the fact that this is an exceptionally strong offensive skill that, yeah, can hit air. And also helps trigger his talent. So, like, I'm fine with Shalem, because in this case, this isn't a case of his talent making him easier to use. This isn't a case of, like, you know, Surtur, where her talent does nothing but make her easier to use. This is a case of, in order for his talent to really have merit, you need to play around a skill that's really hard to use. Shalem's S2 is not easy to use. It is a very difficult skill, because if you use it against the wrong enemy, he just dies, because he constantly loses a bunch of HP. And often just the very slow way that, you know, medics heal can often just leave him fucking dead. So it's like, yeah, Shalem does not have a lot of HP. So this is very risky. It's a very risky skill to activate, but there's a lot of fucking benefit to it, while also synergizing with his talent very well, because he just fires a bajillion times. Dare I say I give this a fucking +2. It's that fucking good. Like, this is just that well of a skill. There's a lot of cool gameplay aspects to it. And obviously you have his talent. Holy fuck. What is this? What is this? Hypergrip. 40% chance to reduce the target's res by 30% for 6 seconds. Like, the thing, it's funny because haze is guaranteed chance to reduce a target's res by 30% for 1 second. But like 40% chance, 30%. Jesus Christ, this module's insane. I'm not gonna, you know, give it a thing because it doesn't matter, but I think overall +4. Yeah, +1, 2, 3. Or no, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, +4 overall. Does his talent proc on stage 1 affect? I don't think it does. I don't think it does. All right, what else? What else are we doing? Who's next? Who's next? I give Shalom a +4, which is really good for a 5-star. Derived from Salome in the New Testament. Eunectes. For once I gave 5 stars, some love in their module. Both him and Charity's modules are goated. Eunectes? Alright, 2 people want Eunectes. We do need Eunectes. Did I spell that right? Yes, I did. Alright. So, Eunectes is kind of funny. Because just like how Rosmontis was the first ever flayer, Eunectes is the first ever duelist defender. And I love duelist defenders. I think they're really cool. When HP is above 50%, attacks deal 17% more damage. When HP is 50% or lower, gains 22% Sanctuary. Sure. I mean, alright. It's one of those talents that are just like, it does what it's supposed to. It makes her better. That's it. I don't really think... It's not too impressive. It's not like... Again, this is no different to me than like Click's talent giving her extra attack speed. It's like, makes her better. It makes her strictly better. Is this something that I'm like super inspired by? No. I give this a 0. It's fine. It does what it's supposed to do. First and only 6-star duelist. We need another 6-star duelist. Duelists are fucking awesome. But people complain because they're cringe. They're like, my operator doesn't gain DP on their own. I need to block something with my duelist. I need to block an enemy with my duelist operator for them to do for them to activate their skill. I need to block an enemy. Imagine. Hoshiguma the Bri- Is that a recommendation for rating, or is that saying the other 6-star duelist? Increases units SP recovery by 2.2 seconds when blocking enemies. This is funny. This is just like Rosmontis, where it's like they're the first of the subclass. We can do Hoshiguma Alter. I don't like her. I'm not going to be very positive about her. But the only thing I don't like about duelists is the 1 block. Okay, you're wrong, because that's the entire fucking point of duelists. It sounded mean. No, that's the entire point. You're not supposed to use them as, like... It's literally in the name. They're duelists. You're meant to use them against one-on-one against certain like bosses or elites. That's the point. The reason why they have 1 block is so they don't get distracted, and that they don't end up blocking more enemies that'll end up doing more damage to them. It's the same thing with dreadnoughts and fighters and arts fighters and duelists. Like, that's the point. Is that they have 1 block. That's part of their identity. I like the 1 block of duelist because it means, yeah, okay. Increase, yeah, this is just like the Rosmontis first talent, where it's just like, let's introduce this mechanic that isn't it. Let's introduce this new subclass that has this kind of downside to it. And then let's give it, the operator, a talent that mitigates that downside a little bit. It's like, what? So I give this a 0 because, like, I don't, like, okay, sure, it makes her better. It does her better at doing the thing, but it's like, all right. Alright, her S1, attack plus 25%, defense plus 25%. What are y'all fucking complaining about? You don't even need to charge a skill. Look at this, 25% more attack and defense? On my duelist? Imagine if you gave Melantha that. That would be insane. You're telling me I could have a Melantha with defense? Look at this. What are y'all complaining about? Didn't the mod fix SP problem? It's not a problem. The it genuinely isn't a problem. I think duelists are designed well, except their DP costs. That I can agree with. I think they are definitely way too expensive for what they are. Melantha skill, definitely. Look at this. This is beautiful. What do you want me to say? But you deploy her to duel an enemy, and she has 25% more attack and 25% more defense. Awesome. Overpriced Melantha. Okay, true. She is competing with the Melantha slot, so she won't be able to replace her, sadly. But I think for being a discount Melantha, I think this is pretty good. The thing is that, yeah, for a duelist, this is something I would want to have on a duelist. You don't have to worry about their SP downside with a passive skill that gives them extra stats. Now, if you want extra benefit from the skills, then yeah, you would use a different skill. I like that this option's there. I think this is kind of cool. Give it a +1. And like, hey, you may see that and be like, oh, but like, that's not like my epic 6-star S3 that gives 500% more attack and does 10,000 damage. Like, 25% more attack and 25% more defense is a lot. Like, I think people would underestimate how much of a difference I can make. I think the part of her talent that prevented duelists from benefiting from SP buffs wasn't a problem. I think the part of their talent that prevented I don't know what that means. Alright, menacing slash attack interval increases a bit, attack plus 180%, stuns all block targets for the duration skill. Okay, her S2 is so silly. Her S2 is so funny, because it's just like, alright, here's a skill that makes it so the enemy can't fucking attack for 18 seconds. Like, as much as this is a red skill, meaning that it's an offensive skill, I dare say it's a defensive skill. Like, this is... Again, as crazy as that sounds, I feel like I would mainly use this just to turn off an enemy's ability to attack, so I can heal up Eunectes during that downside while she's still doing a shit ton of damage. Now, this isn't going to do jack shit against bosses, because Hypergryph's a bunch of cowards and they won't give us bosses with status vulnerabilities. But for the role of being a duelist, this performs that quite exceptionally. You put her on an enemy, you click the skill, she hits the enemy while they don't do anything to her, so you can help heal her back up. And it bides other operators time to charge their skills, so it's like, yeah, I think this is cool. Additionally, because she only has one block, you're allowed to print a silly skill like this, because it's not that busted. It's not like she's blocking 3 enemies, and all 3 of them are getting permanently stunned. Not permanently stunned, but you know what I mean. So it's like, yeah, that's cool. S2 can permastun Patriot with Crownslayer S3. Something that I mean, yeah, I guess you could. Combos of Crownslayer? It does, yeah. You would activate this, and then during her downtime, you use Crownslayer for that extra 100% uptime for the additional 28 seconds. Like, yeah, no. Just permastun. Also admit, I swear they had 0 range, but duelists can attack. Yeah, they can attack the tile in front of them for some fucking reason. I don't know why. I don't know why it doesn't show. But it's weird. Wait, is that the IS6 Wonderland music? I have no idea. I have no idea. I'll give this a +1. I don't know if I'll give it a +2, but I think this is a +1. She can block 3 enemies if you use her with... Yeah, I think, if anything, that's a cool upside. That because it says stuns all blocked enemies, you can do some fun shenanigans. Where you're just like, oh, well, I can... What if I give her extra block? And then now you can stun multiple targets. Like, that's a cool payoff for playing her in a very fun, silly way. Like, yeah, you can use a flag bearer. That would be fun. You can block 4 enemies if you use her with Neon, Heidi, and Wanqing. Yeah, like, that could be fun. Like, there's some cool extra, like, play arounds that you could do this. You could build around this and make it a lot more stronger than it is. I think that's cool. Does Twitch chat hear the music? Because I'm not on YouTube. You guys can't hear it? I don't know. I think, although I will say the one downside this skill has is that because it's locked to the duration of the skill, you can't do, like, cool-ass fucking IS shit. Does Twitch chat hear the music? Because I'm not on YouTube. I can hear it faintly. I mean, I can turn it up if you want. It's not meant to be loud. I don't want it to be loud. Because I want you guys to hear me. If it's too loud, tell me. I just turned it up. Too loud now. Okay. Alright. Is this fine? Because I hear my audio separately. Is this fine now? Alright. I'll give this a +1. I kind of want to give it a +2. I kind of want to give this a +2, but I don't think it... I don't know if I'll give it a +2. Because I think this is definitely a +1. Because +2 is like, it is this perfect machination of like skill design. And then like +3 is like, this is game changing. You know, like this is like something above all else. Maybe a +2. Dare I say I give this a +2? I don't know. I'll give it a +1 for now. I'll think about it. Okay, what if a duelist was no longer a duelist? Why does she gain block? Why does she gain block? I mean, she doesn't gain block. The priest does. Why does she gain block? +3 skill example, Ox S3. Ox S3 is a +3 skill. Because that is a skill that like transcends skill design. That is something that is that's in its own tier. It is incredibly infamous. +2 is like, this is a phenomenally designed skill. +3, I think you can only have like half a dozen skills in the game that are +3s. Like, as weird as it sounds, like, if you had a duelist skill that was just like attack plus 230%, defense plus 160, restore 6% HP per second, that'd be fine. It's boring, but that's fine. The block +2, weirdly enough, I think is a downside because she doesn't attack all blocked enemies. If +3 is game changing, does Wishidel's S3 is it's not, that's a -3 because that's like the opposite. Where it's like, this is a skill that is so unbelievably dog shit. And it completely, like, it is game changing in the complete opposite way. Like, no, Wishidel's S3 is a -3. Like, it is abysmal. But at the same time, I also do, I think Exusii, the New Covenant's S2, I think I gave that like a -6. Because I analyzed each individual element individually and assigned that. And that was unfair. Obviously, that's a very, like, silly example. But no, like, Exusii, the New Covenant's S2 is a -3. She's fucking terrible. It's like just an infamously terrible skill that completely goes against everything that that operator should stand for. It's awful. Yeah, it's as weird as it sounds. It's like the +2 block is a fucking downside. Nasty S3 is +3? No. No. Nasty's S3 is, here's an absurd buff you can give an operator plus a gimmick. Like, that's... no. Not really. It's not like it's something that is incredibly infamous. Something that really, like, stands above, like, other operators. Like, Nasty's S3 maybe would be... I'd need to read it. But maybe it would be, like, a +1 at most. Trigodi is also game-changing. He's a +6. No, I think Trigodi is easily in the fucking negatives. Like, as weird... I'm probably gonna give this a 0. Because the +2 block doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, what the fuck is the point of this? Like, I get it. It becomes the high priest, but, like... why +2 block? The high priest doesn't even have... he doesn't require 3 block. You can block him with one enemy. With one operator. So that doesn't even make sense. Again, it's like, this is fine. This is fine, and this is fine. This is insane. But, like, the +2 block, I feel, is a downside. Because it makes it harder for her to actually hit the target that she wants to hit. If there are enemies that come in and distract her, she's going to be hitting the enemies that are distracting her, just wasting her uptime. But she's at best just delaying 2 mooks. Like, not even that. It's like, I think she's getting distracted by those mooks. She's getting distracted by random peons that you could be using to actually hit the target you want to hit. It's like, the +2 block's a fucking downside. Which, maybe in a really cool, nuanced way, you could say that this insane, like, incredibly high stat, like, skill, the +2 block is an intended downside, and you have to play around that by making sure that no other enemies enter her range. So maybe this is like a 4D chess, like, this is a downside because it makes up for how insanely strong this skill is. But at the same time, like, 45-second charge on a duelist, that's 45 SP charge on a duelist is fine for just these stats alone. You know, it's like the +2 block, I think, just kind of fucks it. And the unit being stunned is also kind of, again, it kind of counteracts what she's supposed to do. Because if she's dueling an enemy, and she doesn't kill them on her S3, she gets stunned, and then you leak the enemy. Self-stun is the real upside. Like, she blocks more, so Lava Altar can get more value. But yeah, it's like, at that point, just use a normal fucking protector. How is the self-stun the upside? Like, the unit is stunned. It doesn't, like, no. No, this is a downside. Like, how does that interact with her skill? Like, no, she becomes stunned, and so you leak the thing that you're trying to duel. Ugh. I've come back, and it looks like my favorite living life form streamer is still at it streamer. Yeah, this is bizarre. I don't... this gets a 0. It's stunned, so after her skill ends, she lets them through. Yeah, that's what's kind of silly about it. It's like, she's supposed to be a duelist. That's the point. How is that the point? What do you mean? Yeah, no, she gets stunned, and so you don't... Like, that's a downside. She doesn't die because she failed on skill. If you want to let them pass on purpose, you just retreat her. If you'd want to duel an enemy, you'd just use her S1 and her S2. Like, her S3, just she's not a duelist anymore. She gets distracted easily. Because, like, duelists have a slow attack speed. Like, she can't really just deal with it that easily. And then, like, if you are using her S3 to duel something, the fact that, like, because I was thinking, it's like, oh, the +2 block could weirdly be a downside. If you're, like, if you want to use her to duel an enemy, you use her, make sure there's no other enemies that she can get distracted with, and then she hits it. But if you don't kill the enemy when the skill ends, she gets stunned, so you leak the enemy you're trying to duel, which doesn't work with how you're trying to use her. That doesn't make any sense. Spectre and Amiya still generate SP with self-stun being next to... The thing is that with Spectre and Amiya is that their self-stun is a... Well, maybe not Amiya nowadays. Probably back then, maybe. But, like Spectre's self-stun is a genuine downside to make that skill... Well, actually, weirdly enough, her self-stun's an upside, because if she didn't self-stun, then... And she didn't kill an enemy, she would instantly die, because she'd be left at 1 HP. So her having a self-stun is meant to let her heal herself up. While she's stunned, so people don't attack her. It's both an upside and a downside. But, like, this is just kind of stupid. Like, again, if this is a weird case of me looking at a 6 stars S3 and saying I wish they removed the downsides. What has happened to me? Have I like injected the soy? What the fuck? Am I losing my chud appeal? The 6-star S3 is not good enough. I want it to have less downsides. What the fuck? The block +2 is a downside. The stun is a downside. Jeez. I would be fine with the block +2 because I do think that's a weird, like, upside disguised as, or downside disguised as an upside kind of thing. But, like, just what the fuck's the point of the stun? That's stupid. It encourages you to deploy her in front of the red box instead of the blue box. Like, well, yeah, that's how you're supposed to use duelists. That's how duelists are meant to work. But the self-stun just kind of fights against what you want her to do as a duelist. And I don't think the skill is strong enough to justify it. Because maybe it's like, maybe the idea is like, okay, you only want to activate this skill. You only want to activate the skill when you're sure you can kill the enemy. But since the skill has such a defensive edge to it, you want to be activating the skill while you're dueling the enemy so you don't die. Discussion appropriate music. It is incredibly basic, but yeah. The downsides just feel bad. Because the upsides are fine, because that's what I want a duelist to do. I want a duelist to be incredibly tanky and to do a bunch of damage to the boss or elite I'm dueling. But the +2 block makes her worse at doing that. And the stun just makes her leak the thing I'm trying to fucking duel. Like, what the fuck? First, Wishadel is better designed than Rosmontis. Now I want to remove downside. He's becoming a Timmy. I fucking am. I've been injected by soy. What the fuck? Alright. Alright, look at her mod. Alright, cool. Alright. Cool. Alright, cool. Don't care. When HP is above deals. Alright, cool. Alright, fine. Sure. RA mod. Increases unit SP recovery by 0.2 seconds when blocking enemies. Reclamation back. Increases unit SP recovery rate by 0.4 seconds when blocking enemies. Block +2. She's just not a duelist. But, I mean, that's fine in RA, because you don't really want duelists in RA anyways. What if the boss needs 3 block? What boss needs 3 block? What boss needs 3 block? Mod Chi... Okay, the Chi mod trait change is there for people who don't want to use... This, like, I get it. Yes, it's good. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it inherently. But this is a choice that was made because people complained that their duelist operator needs to block enemies, as if that's not the entire point of duelist subclasses. It's weird. Cars. Free doesn't need 3 block. Cars aren't... I mean... Sure. Wait, no, that's wrong. Yeah, like, sure, cars, I guess. That's not it's not a boss. That is an elite. But, like, you need a duelist to deal with the cars. It's like, you've really been thinking to yourself, like, man, the cars, I really need a duelist to duel these cars. But they just don't have enough block. The stun becomes pretty ignorable if you organize your deployment with low effort. And I don't even... No, yeah, but the thing is that you typically have duelists away from your other lineup. If you put the duelist in front of another blocker, then you don't need a duelist at that point. There's no point in having a duelist. Like, you're not utilizing the strengths of the duelist. The whole thing with duelists is that you typically have them further away from your main build. They're usually holding some lane or dueling with some enemy. And so you don't typically have other blockers around them. If you have other blockers around them, then why the fuck do you need the duelist? It's like there are better sources of damage. So it's like, they're not a duelist anymore. That's not a duel. That's a 2v1. That's not a 1v1. So it's like, if you have other, like, to mitigate the downside, you need to put in other blockers. So why do you need a duelist? It helps stop elite waves. She holds them until she's done with the first. I don't know what that means. I just think the +2 block is just, that's more of a downside than an upside. Okay, so I think I'm just going to give this a fat goose egg. No, maybe I give this a -1. As weird as that fucking says. When the enemy leak, it means you can't kill the boss, right? So it's better to leak than just die from it. What? No, you're leaking the boss. That's the problem. You're literally... If you can't... you're leaking the boss. You activate the skill, she doesn't kill the boss, because why would she? And then you leak the boss. That's the problem. You can just use crowd control instead of a secondary blocker, to be honest. Like, Figurino. Like, sure, yeah, that's fine. But I think that if that's the cases that you're going to, just use her S2! Or use her S1! If you have to, like, get further investment to help her perform the role that she already does, it's like you could just use the 2 skills that are more best fit for that role. It has a downside bloop. You can't give it an S1. Is this the first time I'm gonna give it a -1 because it has too much fucking downside? And it doesn't work with her subclass? Like, you really have to, like, bend over backwards and, like, crawl sideways in order for this to be a duelist skill. It's fucking crazy. I'll just give it as... maybe I do give it a -1, as weird as that fucking sounds. Yeah, this gets a -1. Unectus broke Mr. I don't think it broke me. I just think, yeah, this... I mean, maybe. Maybe. The 6-star has too many downsides. It's over. Let me enjoy my power fantasy. No! You're not allowed to enjoy shit while you're on my stream. I'm telling you how to fucking think of blocking 3. Then use any other fucking defender! How often do I use Unectes? I don't own Unectes! I don't fucking own her! I don't have every operator in the game. People just want to hear my opinions on the shit that they like. It should get a +1 because it's cool, though. No, is it, though? It's a very generic skill that has 2 unnecessary downsides. That just make her more clunky to use as a duelist. These aren't downsides that are warranted. Like, these are just downsides that are just like, if I want to use her as a duelist, I need to really fight for that. These are things that make her less usable as her core role. That's not the kind of downside I like. Like, the downside with Shalem is that he gains an absurd benefit for his subclass, but has a downside. She summons a mech, the animation is cool. Sure, that's fine. Why does the mech need to have 3 block, though? I'm just saying. All right, so I'm gonna give this a -1. I'm gonna be a chud. No, I'm gonna be a little soy boy. I'm gonna be a little fucking estrogen-filled soy boy. -1. Too many downsides. But I gave her. No, you know what? To make up for it, to make up for it, I will give her S2 a +2 because I think this is a really well-designed skill. So, 0, +1, +2, -1. So she gets a +2 overall. She gets a +2 overall. We are hating on fucking birds today. All right, who's next? Talk about cement. We can talk about cement. I fucking love cement. Who here loves cement? See that shield? That's concrete, baby. Do we have any Salem fans? Salem? No, I want my Gigabig robot. It's like, no, I want... Sure, you can have your Gigabig robot, but you can't say that that's a good duelist skill. That's fine, alright? Bird, it's a snake. The High Priest is a bird. Listen, it's okay. That's fine. I do own Eunectes. I do own Eunectes at pot 1. I just don't ever built. Bloop. What the hell is it? Where the hell is it? Where is it? Careful now, it's heavy. The inside there, that's concrete, baby. We're good. We love cement. We love our Shauna Mole Man. I just love how they gave her such an on-the-nose name. It's just like, yeah, she's a mole. What's her name? Mole Man. That's concrete, baby. Just watch, the next duelist will take off on its skill 3. It fucking will. It will. Nothing matters anymore. Everything gets fucking take off. Everything flies now. They fly now. They fly now. All right. So Cement is like the perfect example of a duelist. She is exactly what duelists should be. She is the perfectly designed duelist of all time, and I love her, and she's amazing. Gains 15% physical damage reduction. Effect doubles after being deployed for 35 seconds. I don't know. I guess it's a 0. It just makes her better. My pants take off. Now, come on, James. No, come on. I'm not doing that. I literally have, like, fucking rules in my YouTube chat to tell you guys not to be fucking weird creeps. That's all I ask. You guys can do whatever the fuck you want. Just don't be weird fucking gooner creeps. That's all I ask. That's all. That's all I ask. That's all. Ugh, Sven is so fucking good. She is. This gets probably a 0. I mean, I probably could make a long-winded cope that actually this encourages you to preemptively... I mean, it does. It does encourage you to preemptively deploy her, which is how you should typically be using your duelists. And not necessarily, because you don't gain any fucking SP from doing it, so I don't know. I give this a 0 because it's just another talent that just, like, she's a tank. Now she's a better tank. And that's it. Like, that's... It's like, wow! It's like, I look at Kuwara's talent and I go, wow, that's peak design right there. Plus 18% more defense. Like it's 0, because sure, she's a thing. Now she's better at it. Cool. All right, S1. Dig, dig, dig. Dig, dig, dig. It's a crit. It's a very weird fucking crit. I block Mechanist and Rosmantis and Vector with Cement. I don't care that they do arts damage. The defender still takes it. Duelists are expensive, not deploying early. Y'all say that like some of y'all don't just myrtle into a mud rock. Y'all say that like y'all don't do that. Her S1... The thing is with her S1 is it's very bizarre because it deals damage to all enemies within attack range. Which is such a negligible upside a lot of the time. Because you shouldn't be using a duelist to lane hold, so hitting multiple enemies doesn't do anything. She doesn't have extra block, so this doesn't do anything. All it does is just like chip onto enemies that are going through the enemy that you're blocking anyways. It's very nothing burger. This is just a crit that makes her do more damage. This is the most boring fucking thing ever. It does what it's supposed to do. Yeah, true AoE is nice, I agree. It does what it's supposed to do. It does more damage. And you know what? When you need your duelist to do some more damage, here's a skill that does it. Despite it storing charges. The thing is with this skill is that it's quite, she can use it to clear trash so she can block what you want. Like, no, I agree, but the thing is that because she only has one block, she's typically going, like, the only case where that really matters is if the elite that you want to block is being surrounded by a bunch of little peons. So, I mean, yeah, in that case, it does do that. But most of the time, I'm not using it for that. I'm more using it to just do extra damage to the thing I'm dueling. But the thing is that what's interesting is that it stores charges, but she's a duelist, so she doesn't generate DP unless she's blocking things. And if you're blocking things, then you typically want to immediately activate the skill, so you can do extra damage to the thing you're blocking. So I don't know why the fuck it stores charges. It's like, yes, with her module, it does actually kind of matter, but I think it's really fucking funny that it stores charges. Even though that, like, I just think it's funny. Because I do think I think she released with her module, didn't she? Yeah, she released with her module, so she was kind of designed with her module in mind. It just kind of is what it is. So yeah, it is just a matter of she was designed with her module. It's very funny because if she wasn't designed with her module in mind, then she wouldn't have this. And this would probably just be an automatically activated skill anyways. But otherwise, it's fine. It fits. I mean, I guess if I can give Eunectes' +1, Eunectes' S1 a +1 just for fitting the subclass, I can give this a +1 because it's a crit. Not really. I'll give this a 0. It's whatever. Well, I've given Cement no points so far. Like, yeah, this is fine. It's a crit. It's nothing too interesting. S2. Okay, here's like the coolest fucking skill in the fucking game. +2. Boss and elites usually do get surrounded by trash mobs, tractor operators. Yeah. But like, she's like, I feel like it's rare that case comes up. Like, you're often just kind of deploying her on top of the boss anyways. It's like, yes, you can use this to remove mooks to make sure she's blocking the thing you want, but I feel like that comes up a lot less often than it typically does. The main reason why you fucking use her is this. This is why you use Cement. This is why you use Cement, because I don't think there's a single, I mean, there's probably some random fucking shitty 6-star that has more defense than her, but she has just, you know, it gains 400% more defense. That's it. That's all the skill does. Gives her 400% more defense, but every time she takes damage, a bit of that defense goes down. And so I think the skill's really interesting because it really does exemplify the kind of matchups that you should be using a duelist in. You know, in cases against enemies with really slow attack speeds that are really heavy hitters. And Cement is nigh unfucking killable with this if you can get her up against the right matchup. It's such a good, well-designed skill that really does lean into what the subclass wants to do. And it punishes you if you use her stupidly, because you don't, you know, her stacks can get eaten up quite quickly, and then you're left with a pretty weak operator. And then in the case of you can manually deactivate the skill, if all of her stacks go away, you can just deactivate the skill, so you don't have to worry about, you know, wasting cycle time. I'm gonna give this a fucking +2. Patriot Phase 2 is not a good matchup. Well, yeah, because you have the AoE, yeah. No, Cement is actually the operator with the highest defense. Alright, that's awesome. That's awesome. She deserves it. She fucking deserves it. No, yeah, I think this could, like, just her S2 alone gets a +2. Like, this is such a good fucking awesome skill. Cement's biggest weakness, ranged enemies. Yeah. Like, it's a skill that is quite skillful from the player. It has so much upside, but you gotta make sure that you're really working around it. Cement overall being a +2 is kind of sad. That makes me kind of sad, but that's alright. That's alright. I mean, she's a 5-star, so +2 isn't that bad. And yeah, gains 32% physical damage reduction. Alright. Alright, who's next? Cement gets a +2, which is a lot lower than I thought, but that's fine. That's fine. That's concrete, baby. 3,423 with max everything on S2. Insane. +2, same as Unectes. I mean, duelists are cool. And they got cool skills. They got cool skills. I guess we could keep doing duelists if you want. Dusk, especially now with their IS mod. Silver Ash, the OG. So, okay. Puncyrus. We can do Puncyrus really quickly because there's not much to say about Puncyrus. Gains more HP. This is gonna kind of be weird because I was saying earlier. Question, do you have something against skills with charges overall? No. Was there any other... No, the only time... Why? Like, no, because with Cement, yeah, her S1 having charges was really kind of weird. But I don't think there was any other cases where charges didn't matter. Like with Irene, her charges don't really matter that much because she doesn't work with her charges. They don't really synergize that much. And so more often you just click the button immediately when it's activated. Like, because a skill with charges should reward you or have a purpose for having charges rather than just like, you know, you can just do it sometimes, you know? Like, if a skill is simply just, I immediately activate it the moment it's charged, then it doesn't need skill. It doesn't need charges. Unless there's, like, a genuine good reason to have those charges. Like, if it synergizes with a talent or something. Like, in the case of, like, Minimalist. Or in the case of, Archetto's S2, it's like, that has a bit more point to it. Alright, so normally I would say that like a talent like this is just kind of a nothing burger zero because it does nothing but make her better. But I think what's interesting about Puncyrus is that this is kind of integral to how her kit is designed. Because Puncyrus is a pioneer that wants to stay on the battlefield. And she's very similar to Courier, where Courier and Puncyrus are the only two defensive pioneers, which is why they're the two best pioneers. And so Puncyrus has a more of an HP focused survivability, whereas Courier is a lot more defense focused. And I think that's a really good distinction to have between the two so that they don't just overlap on each other. Because there are cases where Courier is just better than Puncyrus because he can have upwards of 700 defense. But there are cases where Puncyrus is going to be better than Courier because she's going to have upwards of 3000 HP. So there are genuine... So Puncyrus being more HP based and Courier being more defense based, I think is very important to their kind of dichotomy. And so this also kind of, so her having that HP based focus, I think is pretty good. And this also kind of signifies to the player, ding, 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 Puncyrus is the only pioneer you want to keep on the battlefield for a long ass time. And I think that's a really cool kind of concept that you would want to have for a pioneer. I'd say Zima also counts as a defensive vanguard. I mean, she does buff her defense, but she also buffs her attack by like a significant point. So I don't know. Grace Bearer. Is that a recommendation or is that a defensive pioneer that you're trying to add to? Charge Gamma. Do you guys want me to give my fucking opinion on this? Is this something you need me to fucking say? Do you guys want me to like say something about this? Do you want me to go on a large spiel about this? I like this gets a 0, but that's also kind of unfair because all pioneers have this. So it's like it's I just think it's really funny because all pioneers just kind of naturally have a 0 S1 because what the fuck. So this gets a 0, but I guess all pioneers just get a 0 off the bat. So poor them, because their S1s are all charge gamma. But it's essential. It's important that they have charge gamma. It's good that they have a more DP-focused option rather than just their stat option. I think it's really funny. 641 attack, 777 defense. That's like pure max, though. Okay, Engineer's Wish. This skill is really interesting because this skill produces no fucking DP. I don't think this has the worst DP product. It might actually. Well, no, the worst DP producer is Siege with her S3. That's the worst Pioneer DP producing skill. But this is definitely up there as just a very, very bad DP producer. But that's fine because that's not explicitly the point. If you want a DP producing skill, you use her S1. But the whole point of this is that it's meant to reward you for activating it twice, leading her to... It gives you an incentive to keep her on the battlefield beyond her first activation, which I think is really interesting. And she gains a quite significant defense and... not attack. The attack bonus kind of doesn't fucking exist. Flametail and Vulpesfoglia don't have charge up Gamma? Well, yeah, but for 5 stars they do. All the 5 stars do. And I think some of the 6 stars do. The attack is kind of meaningless. The defense is mainly what you're using this for. Gives her some extra defense, and she has a bunch of HP, so it's really good. It's infinite DP, AFK. AFK, yeah. However, weirdly enough, the biggest downside to this skill is the fact that it has unlimited duration, because you can't activate it again. You will only get that immediately generates 12 DP twice. And only after the fact you get 1 DP every 4 seconds, which is a 0.25 DP production, which is significantly lower than most other Pioneers. But of course, at that stage of the game, you typically don't need that much DP. She has some, you know, again, 40, this isn't an absurdly good DP production skill. This is literally, she produces the same amount as her S1, but has an uptime and larger charge. Like, it is a bad DP producing skill. But that's not the reason why you're using it, because a lot of the point of her design is that you're meant to keep her on the battlefield. And so she's meant to be a Pioneer that transforms into this kind of crappy pseudo-defender. And I think that's a really cool idea. I really like that. I think it's a cool concept. You shouldn't use her S2 when you actually need proper DP production, but I do think it's quite nice. But I don't have to click. What? It's a manual activated skill. Yes, it is. What do you mean? I mean, Ponsiris is fine. So, yeah, I think I might give her S2 a +2. I might give her S2 a +2. Because I do think it's a very inventive, it's a very unique skill that really does give her a really unique identity. It does make her quite nice. I like it. So... yeah, overall +3, which is really, really good for a... really, really good for a 5-star. Talk about most Tima. Talk about the Tima with the most. Most Tima. Alright. When deployed, increase the SP recovery rate of all casters by 0.4 per second. Okay, this is fine. It's fine. It's the same deal with, like, Archetto, but a lot less interesting, as crazy as that sounds. It's fine. Because it's kind of... we should talk about Penance and Mudrock. I did that last stream. Just go watch my other stream. Because I'm not just going to redo my same stream again. Mudrock got, like, a -3. Penance got, like, a +2. AoE caster. The fact you're biting your nails means you have poor taste. So, this is fine. The thing is, though, is that I do think that this, more often than not, especially with her module, mainly kind of exists to buff her own, you know, SP recovery. Yeah. It's more to just kind of, like, buff her own SP recovery, if anything, because her skills are holy. I don't know if I'll give this a +1, because as weird as it sounds, it's like Archetto's kind of identity is kind of built around that buff, where Molstima's kind of is. But the thing is that you have... I've been LARPing this game too much. I don't even know what Brody is talking about anymore. I gotta lock in. What? So it's like... I don't know, it just feels different than, like... because, again, it's on one hand, it's a fucking splash caster, so she's the last thing you're deploying, so you can't... so it's kind of slow to really take advantage of that, but that's probably fine. That's a good balancing mechanism, if anything. If you're mainly using her for her support, there's a large cost you gotta pay. I'll give this a +1. I think it's cool. It can let you do some fun things with casters, I suppose. You know, and it's not... I don't think it's too busted. And obviously, her kit is... you know, her kit takes it into account, so I can't say that it mainly exists to buff her. Jesus. It's more... Yeah, it does feel like her kit was designed around with this in mind. So I can't really say that it's too crazy. Slows the movement speed of enemies in this attack range by 18%. So this kind of just shows you what the point of her... This is meant to establish her identity. She is a crowd control splash caster. And crowd control splash casters are some of the coolest fucking splash casters you come across. So I'll give this a... I don't know if I'll give this a +1, but it does a good job of, like, signposting what this operator does. I'll give... You know what? I'll give this a +1 too. So +2 overall. +5. Okay, stuns all enemies in attack range and deals 140% of arch damage. Attack is arch damage to him every second. So this is the classic Mostima case of here's a 7-second skill with a 50-second charge. It's not really 50 seconds though, because she produces 1.4 SP per second, so it's more a 35-second charge, which is actually kind of fine. So every 35 seconds, you get to kind of lock down every enemy in her range for 7 seconds and does a bunch of damage to them. And it's like true AoE, which is kind of cool. It leans in, like, because the thing is, though, is that this isn't really a crowd control tool. Because the duration, I mean, okay, no, this isn't a crowd control tool. Every 35 seconds, you get a 7-second stun. Like... It's abysmal uptime. So it's like you mainly kind of use this as just like a crit that keeps all the enemies in her range. So it's like... I think this just gets a 0. Because she's meant to be a crowd control splash caster, but this doesn't provide crowd control. This provides a burst of damage. Because, yeah, she does stun, but that's more to keep enemies in her range for the duration, rather than actually be a proper crowd control skill. You know, so it's like, this is a significant DPS boost because she goes from attacking once every 2.9 seconds to once every second. So it's like, it's fine, but like, this gets a 0. All right, Key of Chronology. Attack range increases, attacks turn into ripples that spread outward, attack plus 170%, increases the effect of the second talent by 3x, and attacks knock back targets slightly. So now you go from 18%, or what, 0.18 times 3 to 50. So you're basically having all enemies in their range is -1, generally not get used to it. That minus, okay, that's about design, not about utility. Like, you can have a skill that it, like, there's nothing conceptually wrong with this. Actually, you know what? No, there is something conceptually wrong with this. She's a crowd control operator, and this skill doesn't fucking crowd control. No, yeah, that is something conceptually wrong with this. But at the same time, I could say that about her S1. But I'm not... S1's fucking whatever, who cares? It's a generic skill. Because again, I don't want to rate utility. I'm not rating how strong they are. This is rating their design, their core, the point of them. And this is... It's not a crowd control skill. It's just a burst damage skill. But she's not a DPS operator. And it doesn't do that much damage. Yeah, like -1. This is like kind of conceptually stupid. Alright. Alright, S3. Yeah, attack range expands. This is, I mean, it's more fine because more is crowd control, so it's fine. Her talent by default crowd controls off skill. Yeah, but what's the point of her S2 then? Like, it's not to crowd control, and the damage it does, like, it's better, but I'd fucking rather use her S1 at that point. Because look at, like, that's a significant, like, her S1 has an over 50% uptime for doubling her DPS, whereas this has, so 7 over 42 is a 16% uptime. No, it's not 32, it's, yeah, 42. 7 over 42, that's what I put in, right? Yeah, a 16% uptime. Like, this is not a crowd control skill, and it barely does any damage. I'd rather use her S1 for damage. So no, yeah, that gets a -1, because it just doesn't work with what she wants to be doing. It doesn't... It doesn't help her identity. It doesn't help her do what she wants to do as an operator. It does damage, yeah, but, like, I'd rather use her fucking S1 for damage. I mean, I guess you could do some, like, stun synergies, but that's kind of it. And I think if you're doing stun synergies, there's other fucking things you'd rather be using. Alright, attack interval. Alright, the classic 110 charge skill. Attack range increases, attack turn to ripples, spread outward, attack plus 170%, 3 times. Okay, so S3 makes it so all of enemies in her very large range basically have halved attack speed, or have movement speed, and then she does a bunch of damage. This is fine. This is like a fine skill conceptually, but obviously there's the matter of this skill taking 110 over 1.4, 78 seconds to charge for 27 seconds of uptime. To be fair, her S2 is sort for holding a bunch of enemies in place for other DPS units to burst at. Yeah, like you could, I think that you could do that with fucking Ethan. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not done at a level that really feels that substantial and really that crowd control. Like this has such a poor uptime that it's really difficult to really like do this. You know what I mean? It's like, if this skill was like, I kind of wish this skill was like, why does this song just like stab me in my chest? Oh, is this the Mephisto theme? Oh my god, this stuff like just like stabbed me in my chest. I'm like, why do I just feel sad? Like, oh, I'm sad now. Okay, like I wish the skill was instead like a crit skill that maybe took 20 seconds to charge. That's what this should have been. And instead of like, it's a crit skill that stuns everything in her range, that does like a bunch of damage and stuns everything in her range for like 5 seconds for like a 20-second charge. 20-second actual charge, you can do the math to see what it actually is. You know what I mean? Like, I think that would have made this skill, like, it keeps the same idea, but like, make it actually a functional crowd control skill. You know, rather than it just being like, yeah, well, once every 7 years you get to stun things. Ugh. Attack range increases, attack turn to ripples, spread outwards, happens over 70%. Yeah, the thing is with our S3 is that conceptually I'm kind of fine with it. Is it jank? Yeah. Is there anything really wrong with it? No, because it does do what it's supposed to do. It is a crowd control tool, and you get to knock back targets, so it makes it harder for them to move. And if anything, because they're slowed, like let's say you have two enemies, right? They're both very slow, and you knock back the first enemy. You knock back the first enemy, and now the enemies are grouped together. So you're grouping enemies together, which works for her being a splash caster. So it's like, yeah, you know what? I give this a +1. I think your S1's fine. Is it jank? Sure. I think it's fine though, conceptually. So I think your S2 is the only skill that I'm just like, what the fuck is this? So I think right now she is a, yeah, this was +1, this was +1, 0, -1, +1. So 1, 2, 3, 2. She's at a 2 right now. And the thing is with her, the thing is that her modules are the biggest example of like modernizing an operator like ever. Have you ever talked about the characteristics of the instructor subclass? Like they're the weakest among the guard subclasses. Well, the main reason why is because they're meant to be supportive, but so many people don't want to use supportive operators. People would rather just use a second strong operator. And I think that's more to do with how a lot of people approach the game, rather than with how a lot of people, rather than specifically with instructors. But I also do think that we just don't have a lot of instructor diversity. Like, Doberman's buffs only apply to early game scenarios because we're only buffing 3 stars. Swire is, you know, she does her thing, it's fine. Bryophyta buffs defense, which is conceptually fine, but it's a very, very niche use case to have. And Palace... like, Palace doesn't even buff outside of her S3. Unless you're doing, like, Minos stuff. So it's like, she's like half of an instructor, half of just like a ranged guard. But yeah, so the thing is with Mostima is that she does have like two skills that, or two modules that I do think do a pretty good job of I don't want to say fixing her, because that sounds fucking cringe. Like, oh my god, guys, they fixed this operator. But they do a better job of making her feel a lot better to use. Like, she doesn't feel as jank. You know, her chi module makes it so she gains significantly higher SP recovery rate, which, if anything, makes her S1 look really fun. What do you mean this S1 only has a 15-second charge? I can just spam it. Like, that would be awesome. Does it make her S2 any better? Let's do the math. All right. So instead of 50, so 50 divided by 1.9 is 26 seconds. 20, no, still not. That's still too jank for me. And then her S3 goes from 110 to 57 seconds. Which, again, the uptime... I kind of wish the skill just had more uptime. You know, just longer duration. Now, what is with me? I'm saying 6 stars need to be better. What the fuck? Is it cooked? Am I cooked? Oh, fucking Unsheath. Oh, I fucking love this song. Unsheath. Yeah, and then her gamma module just makes it so her S3 is fucking insane. All you would show to working men is your crooked crescent lips. My limbs and their throats just hang by threads wrapped around your fingertips. I raise my sword as a shield, harden my soul into steel. Yes, my sword may shatter and explode like daggers, but off of me they'll ricochet right back at you like pouring rain. Oh, you trap 1,000 nameless pawns, without cages, without chains. The ones who we lost from your wars we fought, we're all puppets in your game. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Alright, what are we talking about? Can I review TD? We already did. That was like one of the first operators I reviewed. You can go rewind stream. I already talked about her. I don't remember what I gave her. I remember not liking her S3 and liking everything else about her. Alright, who else are we talking about? Reveal Marcel. Raise my sword as a... Fuck. Holy shit, my voice. Okay, my voice is too low to fucking sing this song. Holy shit. Sword may shatter and explode like daggers, but off of me they'll ricochet right back at you like pouring rain from the iron fist of life. With a burden we can lift. I just love this song. Oh, once had the fight of a radiant night. Damn. All right. Holy voice. Don't say that. My voice sucks. Is it all for God? Is there use for fighting on? I raise my sword as a shield, harden my soul into steel. Okay. If you guys compliment my voice as a joke, then I'm gonna think that you're serious and I'll keep singing. So we're never gonna finish this fucking stream. I love this song. It's so much fun to sing. I love it. Okay, we're talking about Marcel. Sure, why not? Alright, Marcel's really cool, because... rewind stream. What are you? Some kind of Sarkis Sancta hybrid who has control of time. What does that even mean? It's a lore joke I don't even get. Okay, so... Marcel's whole gimmick is that she has mana, which is a mechanic I wish we would have more of. So, like, I don't get it. I don't understand why we can't have more mana. What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Shh, keep singing. No, we're not doing a karaoke stream. We need to do this. Unless enough people want me to just sing songs, then we can sing songs. But I think people mainly want to hear me rant about why their favorite waifu is actually cringe. Bro think he's super. Don't say that. That's so mean. Why would you say that? Why would you say that? I'm telling my mom on you. That was so mean. Okay. Skills use a mana and can be activated at any time. Mana does not recover naturally. It recovers 1 point per second when not on the field. When having mana, attack plus 25%. So I think mana is a really cool mechanic. That the idea of, like, you want to hold back an operator until you... Like, you don't want to deploy an operator right away. You want to keep them in your deployment zone and then to help build up mana, and then you deploy them. I don't think mana exists in Arknights lore. I mean, sure, but I think you could still have it mechanically. You know? Because I think it is a really cool idea. Because the idea is that, like, you can retreat the operator and they retain their mana, they retain their SP. And so it's like, imagine if this was on, like, an agent or something. You know? Like, imagine if you had an agent with, like, a mana skill. Well, I guess you don't really want an agent to have mana, because then you don't want to hold them back from deployment. But I think, like, imagine if we had, like, an executor with, like, a mana skill. Like, something that you want to be redeploying, something that you want to be, like, that would be kind of cool. Like, yeah, maybe you could do something interesting with, like, an agent or something. I think it's a cool mechanic, and I kind of wish we had more of it. Initial mana plus 25. When there are 4 Laos' party operators in the squad, all Laos' party operators get... Okay, how come there aren't people doing Laos only runs? Where's Laos Knights? How come no one's doing this? We literally have the Lord. We have the payoff right here. What is this? Where are the people running Laos Knights? Okay, mana, I think, low-key mana conceptually I kind of want to give a +2, because it is such a cool idea. When having mana, attack plus 25%, attacks have increased splash area. So what's nice is that this isn't just a strict upgrade, this is an actual incentive to have mana, and not to just spend it. And this gets a 0, but I think it's really funny. Alright, S1. After chanting for a short time, stops attacking for a period of time, then attempts to activate skill. Interruptions during this period will stop the chant. Activate skill consumes 2 mana every attack. Attack plus 140%. If there are no enemies within range, heals allied operators instead. So, what if, what if Splash Medic? What? Laos fucking sucks. Okay, you're just actually wrong. You're actually just fucking wrong. It is incredible how you're so confidently incorrect. It's like, oh, he sucks. Bro, he just has 50% more attack just because he can. Bro, you're just actually wrong. Insane. Imagine being so confidently incorrect. Eventually consumes 2 mana. Well, every attack she does. How much mana does she store? Like, it doesn't, how much mana does she have? How much mana, like, store up to 80 mana. How much mana does she get per second? I don't know. Okay, so... Okay, so the thing is with this skill is this... Okay, now I feel like I need to know how the fuck she works. Does the 2 mana only account for the attack? If you activate the skill while she has no mana, does she just heal people instead? Like, because it says it consumes 2 mana every attack. Attack plus 140%. So if she's not attacking, is she... But healing is attack. If you've seen Loey, Marcel's one... Oh, I'm very familiar with Loey. We're good friends. But, no, I'm very familiar with the, like, dumb attack cancel shenanigan. No, I'm very aware he loves the Marcel S1 attack cancel. But I'm confused as to how this works. It's like, if she doesn't have any mana, does she still heal? I wish Loey was here, because then I can ask him, because he'd obviously fucking know. Alright. I think this is... Because the idea... Because you want to retreat Marcel when she's out of ammo, and then redeploy her. Does she... If she doesn't have any ammo, what does she do on this skill? Does she do nothing, or does she heal? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not just going to ignore that until someone answers my question. I think healing consumes mana as well. It's not significant enough to run out. I mean, she will eventually run out. No mana, no attack. No, healing uses mana when skill attack. Okay, so her skill just doesn't do anything while she has no ammo. Okay. Or while she has no mana, I mean. So is this I mean, this is an application of the mana mechanic. I'm not really going to say that this is something very interesting. It's like she heals, because that's probably more flavor. And then she... Yeah, I don't really know how to really say this. It's just like, yeah, it does do the thing. So it's like, I'll give this a 0 because it is a very surface level application of the mana mechanic. And the mana mechanic alone it already has like +2. So it's like, I want to see something interesting. After chanting... for 11 seconds, consumes 35 mana to create a familiar to attack. Attack plus 100%. Attack slow all targets for half a second. Skill can be activated again to upgrade the familiar. Attack range +1, attack plus 60%, attack stun the main target for 5 seconds. Why doesn't this have notes? I know Senshi gives her mana. Believe me, I have my built Senshi who has never given mana to anyone ever. Has he done Hoshi Altar? I can do Hoshi Altar, but you won't be happy. I don't, what does the summon do? Creates a familiar to attack, plus 100% attack, exposure. And then it upgrades the familiar. Do I even have enough information to, like, analyze? He'll be happy too if he hates, I mean, true. Like, what is the familiar? Attack slow all targets for half a second. Skill can be activated again to upgrade the familiar. Attack range +1. Like, summon is just her attack. So it's just a flavor thing? The summon is just a projectile. Okay. Assumes to create a familiar to attack, plus 7% attack slow the targets. It's going to be activated again to upgrade the familiar. Oh, okay, so this is just flavor. This is nothing burger. This is flavor text. Do her because I hate her. Because I don't have her. Well, luckily, I'm glad you don't have her, because she sucks. And she would just be permanent account damage. Attack range +1, attack plus 60%, attack stun the 20 targets for... Oh, it's just slow to stun. Okay. This is kind of cool. This is kind of cool, because this is a case where... her S2 basically, yeah, it upgrades. This is her AFK slop skill. I don't think it's slop, because the only way that it becomes AFK is if she has 70 or more mana in her when you deploy her. And also, like... 150 seconds is insane. Like, to actually get that activation. So I think this is fine. I think I'll give this a +1. I think it's a neat application of the mana mechanic. It wants you to have more mana, or else you can't activate it to upgrade it. It's basically, the more mana you have, the more you can upgrade her attack. I think that's cool. Yeah, I'll give this a +1. Bro, she spawns with 80 mana. She starts with 80 mana? Or does she, like, start at 0 and you have to build up to 80 mana? 70 mana and 22 no attack seconds. Yes, lol. Oh. Okay, well, fuck that then. Alright, this gets a 0 then, because fuck me. I don't even know if I can, like, review Marcel, because this is... After chanting 5 seconds, use 8 mana to create an explosion in front of her. The unit max range. 1 deals 39% max. I don't know if I can give her a proper rating. Like, I need to use her. Okay, we're gonna give Marcel, we'll give her an honorary 0, because I'll worry about her fucking later. Because I don't, like, I'm not worrying about this. This is, who cares? It says initial mana plus 25. I don't... Initial mana? Initial mana plus 40. Yeah, no, I'm not... I need to use her to understand how this works. I don't want this to be just chat trying to explain me how this works. What's up, Noed? Alright. Can you review Fiametta? You know what, we'll do... we'll do Hoshiguma, because I've been insulting her all stream. Honorary 0. Yeah, because this is going to be me asking chat to explain to me how she works. At that point, you guys could, like, I'm the wrong person to talk about her. Because I need to actually use her to really understand how she works. But I like the mana mechanic. I think that's cool. I wish it was on other operators, and I wish we could explore its design space more. Okay, okay, Hoshiguma the Breacher, an operator I'm sure is going to be very much in the fucking negative. When HP drops to 0, enters Atmagraha, cannot be healed by allies, damage received will accumulate, and once it accumulated damage... Okay, so, what does this say? This says... Hoshiguma has 3 times as much HP as she actually does. That's what this says. That's what it says. However, when she's below 66% HP, she can't be healed. Her mana mechanic's just wave SP. It is, but I think it's a cool... Like, I like that it persists between deployments. I think, and it, like, builds up over time in your deployment zone. I think it's kind of cool. So, this is stupid. Do I need to explain to you why this is fucking stupid? Like, she just has 3... She has a talent that says, I have 3 times as much... I get 300% more HP. And then, if I'm below... most of that, you can't heal me, but I'll still heal myself. So she has a form of self-sustain, as long as she's outside of combat. What does this do to make her gameplay more interesting? This doesn't. This makes her a wall that you put down, and then you don't have to worry about. Oh, but I can't heal her. It's like... You wouldn't be able to heal her while she's dead anyways. Like, this doesn't... That's a pure upside. There's no downside to any of this. She heals her fucking self. And yeah, she can be passively healed, so it doesn't even fucking matter. And the thing is that this is on the subclass that is the least tanky... Okay, maybe fortresses are less tanky. That's probably fair. No, it's the smartest thing Hypergriff has done since Shrigodia. Hoshiguma Altar is an example of how a defender should do. It's the smartest... True. True. Smartest thing since Tragodia. A defender should just have... All defenders should be juggernauts. Like, this doesn't add to her gameplay. It doesn't make her unique. It just gives her a giant fucking bunch of HP that she can't... You have to... Holy fuck. Ugh. And she will heal herself, so you're not even really that punished about the fact she can't... Ugh. She's just chunky as she is. It's like, and again, this is the again, okay, you could probably argue that fortresses are meant to be less tanky, but she's one of the two, like, they're equally not as tanky. So this is, like, arts protectors aren't meant to be these absurdly tanky operators. They're just meant to be, they're tanky, but they're also can kind of fight back. Can't you see she's John Defender? Yeah, on the subclass, it's not meant to be a fucking defender. And then, of course, gains up to 50 res and 35% attack tenacity when losing 70% of her max HP. Okay, this is what we call a fucking lie. Because no, it's not when she loses 70% of her max HP. It's when she loses 70% of her first 1/3 of her max HP. So what's that? What's 70% of a third? So when she... Okay, so she reaches her max bonus upon losing 23% of her max HP. So she just gains 35% more attack and plus 50 res pretty much fucking passively. So, she's not buff, and the newest Hoshi skin is a stick man. Hoshi is dead to me, and Hypergriff killed her. What? She's very clearly... physically strong, unless you're being a weird gooner. In that case, I'm glad you're sad. So, chat, what do you think we should give this? Because I have some numbers in my head. What do you think we should give this? People treat her like 2.0 Surtur, I'm aware. Chat, what do you guys think these numbers should be? Because I have some good ideas as to what I should give these. I don't think we've had a talent today that's gone in the fucking negatives. Have we? Has there been a talent today that I've put in the negatives? Gain 50, so what's the total? 65. Hoshi Alter does take defense into offense. Her S3 can get rid of a good portion of her red HP, and deactivating it again makes her invincible for 11 seconds. That's not... What? Okay, we haven't gotten to her S3. I don't know what you're talking about. -2, -2. Okay, no one's... plus 100? -3. Overall, I'm thinking -3. This first talent gets a -2. This is fucking abysmal. This is, honestly, I don't know if I would give it a -3, but this gets a -2, this gets a -1. Like, this is completely unavoidable, actually. You can't play it. Oh. Is this a -3? Is this as bad as, like, Exusiai the New Covenant's S2, or, like, Wishadell's S3? When it comes to just completely shitting upon a subclass? No, I think overall we'll give this a -3. So this gets -2, this gets -1. Not as bad as Wishadell Talent 2. I think it is, yeah, it's not as bad as Wishadell Talent 2. But it's the same design concept of just like, just look at our S3. We're getting there. Calm down. It's game breaking, so -3. Honestly, maybe I should just give this -3. I'll give her first talent -3, this gets -1. Because this is the same kind of concept as like Wishadell's S2, where it just purely exists to make her as unpunishing to use as possible. Like, that's it. This doesn't add to her gameplay. It doesn't make her more interesting. It doesn't add a cool gimmick that makes her gameplay unique. It just makes her unkillable and less punishing to misuse. That's all this is. This isn't interesting. This is slop. This is also just slop because of how it interacts with her first talent. Like, this could have been cool. You know, it's like, oh yeah, cool, we got like a cool samurai. Oh, you know, and it's kind of cool how, you know, Mushas, they have tenacity. So what if we gave her tenacity? Oh, that's kind of a cool flavor thing. Oh, but it interacts with her first talent in a way that's completely abysmal and stupid. So this basically just says, like, when losing 23% of max HP. Not crutches, but a wheelchair, like, basically. Ugh. Yeah, no, so this is... No, I'm familiar with her kit. I'm familiar with her kit. But this is... No, this gets -3, this gets -1. She's already at -4. Okay, Okay, so before we look at anything, defensive recovery, 15 charge, unlimited duration. The fuck do you want me to really say about that? Do I even need to read what the fucking thing does? Defensive recovery, 15 charge, unlimited duration. She needs to take 15 hits and she just gets permanently buffed. Quick question, are you a niche player? You want to know how... Okay, are you not familiar with me? You're not familiar with me? Because guess what? I don't really give a shit about meta. I think people who care about the meta are very silly, because Arknights is not a game where the meta fucking matters. This is what I play. Those are all of my E2 6-stars. I play with operators that are fun. I play with operators that are well designed. I play with operators that I find exciting. I don't play a niche, I play good operators. The problem is that so many 6-stars are so fucking slop that it's really difficult for me to want to use a lot of them. I just play only altars. Yeah, that's fine. Like, yeah, sure, if you're in a niche, yeah, but we're not talking about niches. We're talking about... I'm not saying that you're an evil person for using her. I'm saying you have to agree with me when this thing's fucking dog shit. So, keep in mind, Durnar's S2 is 20 charge. That's a defensive recovery skill, and that's not unlimited duration, and that's a pretty easy skill to charge. This is unbelievable. 70% more attack and 70% more defense permanently after taking 15 hits. And then she just does significantly more damage permanently. The reason why I don't like this skill is because it just gives her permanent access to arts damage. Because, yeah, they only do arts damage on skills. So let's give her a permanently, like a permanent uptime skill that has no effort you have to put into it. Now, the attack and the defense buff isn't that big because she's a, you know, because she's an arts protector, she doesn't have that much defense to begin with. So at most she gets maybe like 700 defense. It's not that much. But this is very clearly just a very effortless, this is like the peak AFK slop. I purposely banned Wish on my niche till 10 attempts because lost her because S3 just goes against rule over archetype. Okay, the thing is, I agree. But I think that if you can find yourself an Elite 180 Wishadel, she can actually be pretty fun. I'm not going to lie. Elite 180 Wishadel is fun. I know, fucking wild for me to say that. It is purely her E2 that breaks her kit. It's her second talent and her S3 that just make her so slop. But pre-E2 Wishadel is actually kind of fun. But it's a reference to original Hoshi. Yeah, I know. I fucking know. And it's fucking cringe. You can do references without making her unbelievable fucking slop. And yeah, it's... No. Yeah, her S2 is also AFK. She has 2 AFK slop skills. 2. But yeah, she gains like a Thorns effect, which, you know, that's fine. That's kind of interesting. Worse than skill 2 OP? No, because yeah, this is worse than skill 2 Olpianus. Because Olpianus, you do actually have to keep him around for like 70 seconds for it to activate. This, you need her to take 15 damage. That's like nothing. Why not just retreat the summon on deploy and not use S3? Why specifically E1? Well, okay, you can do that. You're correct. You could do that. But I'm saying that like E180 Wishadel, that's like, she's at a perfect design point. It's more conceptually that she gains the talent. Like, yes, you're correct. You could just not use her S3 and immediately retreat the summon. You're correct. I mean more that her in her E1 state is the proper place of design. That's more what I meant. Ugh. So, yeah, no, this is just AFK slop. This is like peak AFK slop. This is fucking abysmal. What the fuck is this shit? This gets a -1. Like, sure, I get it. She gets the Thorns effects. That's kind of interesting. But, like, holy slop. Holy slop. You can't look... I can't, like... Makes sense. Okay, yeah. Okay, this is also AFK slop. Shiguma the Breach. Okay, so this is an offensive recovery automatic crit. She launches her shield while hitting all blocked enemies 3 times per attack, each hit dealing 90% of her attack. Each hit dealing 90% of attack. I mean, I guess by default it is arts damage, so that's kind of funny. That is kind of funny. The shield flies 1 loop around this unit. The shield slows enemies on contact, dealing 130% attacks arts damage every 0.5 seconds, while Hoshiguma, the Breacher, recovers HP equal to 15% of the damage dealt by the shield. So, this is a crit AFK slop skill, where she just kind of gets to do, you know, a bunch of arts damage, whatever. And then she also heals herself, which means that she has a skill that fully sustains her, even in her breaching state. So there's just even less downside to her having triple the amount of HP that everyone else does. So it's just another fucking AFK slop shit. This is just boring and uninteresting. It's like, oh yeah, cool, you get a cool AFK arts thing that like spins around her and she heals herself. It's just like, this isn't interesting. Because her entire kit is designed around her talent, but her talent is so conceptually garbage that you can't do anything with it. I'm sorry, Bloop, but I play Arknights to not play Arknights. True. I don't want to play Arknights. I want the game to play itself, so that I don't want to play the game. I want the game to play itself, so that I can get my rewards, and I can use those rewards to upgrade operators, so that I can continue to not play the game. That's so mean. Although I will say, she doesn't ignore res, so against a high res enemy, she won't heal herself that much. You know, at least she doesn't ignore res. This gets a -1. This is fucking stupid. Like, again, it's just like, it's so uninteresting, so unmotivating. The best part is that during the Crush Cast where you looked at her, you weren't even thinking negatively. No, I wanted her to be interesting. I wanted her to be interesting. This is just fucking slop. Due to Hoshiguma's lack of res ignore, Ceres 3 outdamages the rest 3 by at 80 res. Wow, cool. Okay, that's your... Thank you, random person on the internet. Thank you for telling me how things that do arts damage do against 80 res. 80 res! Use physical damage. You people can't play the game. If you're... This isn't against, like, you specifically, a random person on the internet. Unless maybe it is. I don't fucking know. But, like, there's... Like, genuinely, if you're so bad at the game that you need the operator to ignore the damage type, ignore the, like, resistance effect that they do, you're cooked. It's over. It's genuinely over. If you're just like, oh, but, like, the arts damage unit is bad because it's bad against high res. It's like, that's the fucking point. That's how you play the game. Use physical damage. Use physical damage. It's over. It's over, chat. This is -1. This is slop. This is boring. This is the most uninteresting thing ever. Her S1 and her S2 are just so nothing burgers. There's no cool fucking gameplay. I mean, I just play with whatever I like the most. Sometimes Hoshi alter because she's badass, but usually never. Like, sure, fine. That's alright. I don't... Okay, if you use Hoshiguma the Breacher, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. However, you also have to acknowledge that this is slop. You have to be able to acknowledge that this is peak slop. Like, if you want to use a bad operator, that's fine. I don't give a shit. As long as you have fun, that's alright. Like, but... Holy fuck is this shit. Just use weakness damage from Chen. Just true. Very true. Hoshi Ultra has 0 res ignore to Cat. I'm aware. I'm aware. Which, again, it's like... But that's the thing, though. Is that an upside? Is that something I should be complimenting? Like, wow, the arts thing doesn't, like, ignore res. Is that something, you know, because there will be people who are just like, oh, but it's not that bad because she doesn't ignore res. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, they're not that bad because this other operator who ignores their damage type and who is poorly designed does more damage. And it's like, that doesn't, it's not about damage, it's about concept. This is dumb. Okay. Her S3 is... the most interesting aspect of her skills, while also... the most interesting aspect of her kit, while also being utter slop. Okay, chat. Say it with me. Attack range expands. Max HP plus 100%. Attack plus 230%. Hitting up to 3 enemies twice per attack. Hoshiguma's S3 is a, nothing against people using operators, only design, which I understand, though. 100%, 100%. If you enjoy Hoshiguma the Breacher, don't let me stop you. 100%. Like, if you genuinely use Hoshiguma in a way that you find fun and enjoyable, go ahead. I don't give a shit. That's fun. I'm happy you're having fun. That's... the only issue that I have is when people don't know why they have fun. Or people don't know why they play the game. Or people don't actually play the game to have fun. That's what I don't like. That's why this kind of shit bugs me. Because this is designed for people who don't want to have fun. This is designed for people who want an operator that they can just deploy and do all of their homework for them. That's the problem. I don't want operators that cater towards this sort of mindset of the game should be as easy and comfortable to play as possible. Because that's just stupid. You're playing a game to not be challenged. You're playing a game so that you can just feel good about not accomplishing anything. Like, your accomplishments don't matter if they're fucking handed to you. Like, the most it really is that you're gaining more, like, satisfaction from the communal side of the gameplay, of just, I own the right thing. I own the new popular, correct, powerful thing. And I send my screenshot in Discord, and everyone sends me the thumbs up emote, because I pulled for the right thing. And now I'm part of the group of people who also have all pulled for the right thing. And we can all talk to each other about how we pulled for the right thing. And that's all it is. And so it's just like these kinds of AFK slop skills that aim to just make the gameplay less interesting, because that's the point. They're not meant to be interesting. They're meant to just cater towards the people's unwillingness to want to engage with the game. And so how can you design skills that are interesting and engage with the game if they're designed for people who don't want to engage with the game? Like, that's the... ugh. And so Hoshiguma's S3 is a classic example of, here is a skill that is... here, okay, there are so many of these in the game. So many recently. This is a trend that I've noticed. where we have an S3 with an interesting mechanical gimmick that kind of breaks the rules. We have a lot of these, but it is completely overshadowed by this. This is the thing, is that this is a classic example of here is a cool concept. Here's a really cool and interesting mechanically unique concept, but watch it never actually be used because most of the time people are mainly using it for this shit. This is something that I've seen on a lot of operators. You see it with like Logos. Logos is S3. He slows projectiles. Wow, that's so cool. No one's using it for that. They're using it to kill everything. Oh, Exusii the New Covenant can revive an operator. It just does a bunch of damage. Who gives a shit? What's another example? What's an example of an operator I know that fucking does this? I can't think of any others because I'm stupid. I don't know. I'm too stupid. But yeah, it's like, here's a cool concept that does have some cool applications, but it's completely overshadowed by the fact that attack range expands, attack max HP plus 100%, attack plus 230%, attack set up to 3 enemies. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, you're not trying to be interesting. If I want to try and use this skill, I have to fight against the skill because it just does so much damage and invalidates any of it anyways. Mantra's S3, I mean, Mantra's S3's problem is that she just applies paralysis without needing to inflict the thing. Like, what the fuck? But this is, again, I can't think of more examples on the spot. But, like, this is the kind of shit that I don't like. Where it's just like, here's a stupid gimmick that's just thrown onto an operator so that the trailer footage looks really cool, and then it's completely overshadowed by just the slop damage. Honestly, even Summer Chen does this. It's not that new. Does her S3 have a gimmick that's, like, overshadowed by just the damage she does? I don't think she does. We can look at... You guys can... we can look at it, because, again, I can't think of more examples. But it's just a trend I've noticed in, like, recent operators. Grants an additional plus 15% attack... Alright, shut up. Alright. This is a -2. Like, this is even worse, because it's just, like... No, I don't want to give it a -2. I'll give it a -1, because, again, this is a cool concept. This is cool. I like the idea of, like, oh, you know, she can enter this, like, state of invulnerability, and she can make your other operators invulnerable. But that's, like, her swan song. It's her last stand. Like, that's cool. It's a cool concept, but it's just kind of fucked over, because, like, who actually is using that? Who's actually doing it for that? No, you're not. You're clicking the skill and just... Oh my god, Exusii Alter S2 give Barry your truly geek moment. When I release my release my Exusii the New... Okay. I haven't finished my Exusii the New Covenant script. I'm maybe like 60-70%... God damn it. 60-70% of the way done with it. And it is the longest video I have made so far. It is... I am not done with it. I'm maybe like 3/4 of the way done with it. And it is the longest video that I have done. And this isn't the only... This is the only video I've made where I've done nothing but just shit-talk an operator. Like, Exusii the New Covenant's kit is genuinely that abysmal. It is that terrible. And it really just kind of fucks. Like, it just makes me depressed. Just how not depressed. That sounds stupid. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's a shitload of fuck. You know? It's a diarrhea dookie. It's just fucking dog shit. Okay, I've noticed this. When I'm, like, talking, I fidget with myself. Have you noticed that? Like, I fidget with my shirt. That's so weird. Like, I fidget while I'm ranting. I don't do that normally. I only do that on stream. That's so weird. That's so fucking weird. Oh, that's so weird. How long is the point where you're at? Because I am in need for crazy long. No, I don't know how long it would be. I don't really know how to translate it one-to-one. Because I can't just always translate like a script's length to a duration. Because it often depends on how the script is formatted and how quickly I speak. It depends. But it's going to be longer than 30 minutes, I think I would say. You're a little quirky chungus. Shut the fuck. Never say that again. Okay, so... Okay, so what does Hoshiguma get? This gets a -3. This gets a -1. This gets a -1. This gets a -1. This gets a -1. -7. Holy! Okay, that's a lot more than I thought. Okay, Hoshiyuma the Breacher gets a -7. Alright. Okay. Alright. Mantra is the greatest primalcaster since it exemplifies synergies with nervous impairment, paralysis, and gain instead of the usual burst window slap thrust. Okay, you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong because that's not what the S3 is for. The S3 isn't meant to apply the thing. It's not meant to be a setup, it's meant to be a payoff. That's just incorrect. Is there a Google Doc or something with your ratings? I'd love to see it. Would you guys like that? If I actually, like, wrote all these down? Because, like, if I just give you... Okay, that's what I don't like, though. I don't want to just give you guys numbers. Because the plus and minus system is just kind of a fun thing. It's not meant to be too seriously. Tier list. Okay, maybe we could do a tier list next stream. Because I do like the idea of these streams. Because this is a new idea I kind of had. We had 32 viewers. Okay, yeah, like, I'm actually really surprised we've had... We peaked at 50 viewers. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Okay. No, because, like, I realized that a lot of people mainly watch me for my takes, not my gameplay. And so I wanted to do a stream where I just give my opinions on stuff, and I thought that would make some good viewership and good content. I'm like, oh, I did. Okay. So I'm definitely going to do more of these. I'm going to do a lot more of these. So maybe next time we could do, like, a tier list where I just kind of put all of the operators, like, on that list of their, like, total scores. But again, I don't want to just give people numbers. Do them when I'm not working. Well, Lavos, I don't know when you work. That's the problem. And also, I have a job, so I have to, like, only stream when I'm not working. Wandering medics can still heal her to remove elemental injury without restoring HP. Come on. What the fuck? Have you rated Penance, Viviana, Civilite, Turn, and Frostleaf yet? They're my 4 favorite operators. Penance I did. I think she got a +2, I want to say. I reviewed her in the last stream. Viviana is going to be very high. Civilite Eterna won't be very high. Frostleaf will not be very high, sadly, but that's not her fault. Ugh. I love Frostleaf, but, like, goddamn, man. I'm a man of altars. I have most of them and built all of them, even the 5 stars. Use them. Even the 5 stars. I use them even if they are supports. Name one, I'll give my opinion. No. No, this is my stream. This is my stream! My stream. No! No! You're not taking away my spotlight. This is the only time of day I get to have attention on me. You're not stealing it from me. Alright, you know what? We can do Viviana. Because I want to make a video on Viviana. I love her so much. Frostleaf will average on 0. She probably will. Because the thing is with Frostleaf is that she's a really cool concept and poor execution. That's it. So, okay, I love Viviana so much. She is the only 6-star arts fighter that actually, like, acts like an arts fighter. Ugh. Someone who's maxed out Frostleaf, I think she's a perfectly designed operator. You just so happen to need perfect RNG. What do you think of Lava Altar? Okay, we're not getting sidetracked. We're not getting sidetracked. Give me recommendations when I'm done talking about an operator. You know what? No. No, we're not doing Viviana. You guys can learn about my opinions on Viviana when I make my video on Viviana, alright? Alright, no. You guys are gonna have to... No, I'm edging you. You have to watch my video on Viviana when it comes out if you want to hear my opinions. Alright, Civilite Eterna. Oh no, someone wanted to do Lava Altar. What if the most minus operator you need to play it at least in... Wait, what? What if the most minus operator you need to play it at least in end stream? I'm confused what you mean. Like, the lowest operator I rate, I have to play with them? I'm not talking to you, damn. Okay, damn. Alright. It's over. It's over. I love Lava Altar. She's awesome. Ugh. Okay, we'll talk about Civilite. Because I think Civilite probably will be a 0 to a +1. I don't really think she's going to be that interesting to me. Calls chat Gooner, but edges on stream. SMH. True. 3 particles orbit Civlight Eterna at all times. When a particle collides with an allied operator, disappears and increases her trait on that operator to 1.5 times for 6 seconds. The particle disappears. Okay, so outside of a skill, the particles don't do that much because it basically goes because Civlight Eterna is a bard. She's a bard, and she heals 10% of her attack each second to operators in her range. And so when they get hit by her trait, it gets increased to 15%. So it if anything, just kind of encourages you to use less operators within her range so you can consistently hit the same operator again. But it also requires some interesting positioning. So yeah. I don't know. I think this just gets... I guess this does just kind of establish the particle mechanic, which is kind of interesting. So I think I'll give this a 0 because the particle mechanic does kind of rely on the talents for it to really do anything. Again, because right now the particle mechanic doesn't do anything. It kind of relies on the skills. And then the S2 gets... The second talent gets 0 because, like, sure. Alright, cool. Trait effects increases to 35% in particle generation. This is... How many bards actually give a shit about, like, just purely healing and doing nothing else? Because that's all this is. Like, all her S1 is she heals, and now she heals more. That's all this does. So her trait effect increases to 35%. So she goes from healing 10% of her HP per second to 35%, or 10% of her attack per second to 35% of her attack. And then she swings her particles summon more, so she heals more. That's it. This is like, it's a bard that does nothing but heal, which is so interesting, because I don't think we have a bard that just does nothing but heal. Like, I don't know. So it's kind of interesting, but at the same time, I don't use bards for healing. I use bards for buffing, and then I use a medic to heal. So, like, I give this a 0, because, like, sure, like, conceptually it's alright, but at the same time, it's like, this doesn't spark creativity. This doesn't really, like, intrigue me that much. Yeah. Sora has one of the strongest burst heals. No, I get that, but this is a skill that purely heals. Because with Sora, she also puts things to sleep. Nope, she also gets the attack buff on mod. So this requires her mod to do anything. There are 2 or more operators in range again. Melee covers Zephyr's HP with 30% for attack. Particle disappeared. So 3 particles orbit. When a particle collides with an allied operator, disappears and increases so its trait effect by 1 times 1.6 for 6 seconds. So it goes from 10 to 16. Immediately recovers the operator's HP equal to 30% of her attack. So she gains extra healing. So, okay. Okay. That doesn't really change much. Yeah, this is... I mean, it's an interesting concept, but it's not something that really, like, sparks creativity. You know what I mean? I could just give that a 0. Again, 0 isn't bad. 0 means I am incredibly emotionally neutral on this. Civlight is more first survival. Why aren't any of y'all talking about, like, the true bards? As in Heidi. Y'all underestimate Heidi's block manipulation for dodging the cannon. Y'all don't understand. Alright. Particle limit +3 and immediately gains 6 particles. Particle orbit radius expands and operators gain inspiration equal to 100% of her attack. Awesome! Particles no longer collide with operators and instead deal 275% of her attack as true damage when colliding with it. What the fuck is this shit? Okay, so she gives an attack inspiration. Cool. 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 She does true damage. The fuck? Civlight Bind is very notable. Okay, I'm not talking about effectiveness. I'm talking about concept. She's a bard. She's a bard. Why the fuck is my bard doing true damage and crowd control? She's a bard. It's only within her range. Are you even talking to me? I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, she does true damage. Like, okay, listen. I like this. I like a beast boost bust. What? I like beefing my attack. Awesome. I like that. The fuck is the rest of this shit? 30-second bind against a single target enemy. So? Skatey does true damage and more. So? Sora gives sleep though. That, yeah, I know. Yeah, but it's, you heal her. The reason why she gives the slow is so she can heal your fucking operators. You can't attack a sleeping thing. So it's fine. Well, I mean, you can attack a sleeping thing, but that requires specific synergies. But it's not just like... She's Civlate Eterna. What other subclass could she have been? Does she sing? Is that part... I don't know. Is she known for singing? You could have made her an Abjurer. I don't fucking know. Sculptor does true damage. Does that make it okay? Opianus has defense, so let's just give the next thing. Like, so? When did I say the Sculptor was the perfect bard? When did I say that? It's just like, I say, hey, why is my buffing operator doing true damage and binding things? And you're like, oh, but like this other one does it, therefore it's fine. Like, no. No, this is dumb. This is dumb. Yes, it makes it okay. Skatey Alter deal true damage, so Civlite must do it. It is written in the stone. It is written in the commandments. You official does stun though. Okay, that is true. You official does stun, and she is the perfect bard. So it is perfectly fine for Civlite Eterna to do true damage. While a bard doing true damage is weird, it's also supposed to be flavor. I don't care about flavor. If the flavor fights against the subclass, then you chose a bad subclass and you chose a bad kit. Like, that's not an excuse. Like, there are people who are just like, oh, but like, it's okay for Opianus to have pseudo defense because it's flavor. It's flavor for like the resilience of merfolk. Magic brain. It's for the Aegir. They're like very resilient. And it's like, that's not an excuse. You can represent that in a different way. You don't have to just give him defense. You can she doesn't have to be a fucking bard. If it's essential that she does true damage, don't make her a bard. If it's essential that she has to buff things, don't give her true damage. It's not that hard. Why not make it so she makes it so other operators do true damage? I don't know. The trend of current 6 stars to go beyond their class. Exactly! And I'm gonna criticize that because it's slop. And we shouldn't be just like, oh, but it's okay. It's okay. Because, like, you know, it's okay. It's okay, you know, because I'm just a widow guy. Opianus just could have been a juggernaut. If he was, then I wouldn't love him, though. That's the problem. And we wouldn't have immediately throwing anchors forward. What's a true damage subclass, though? There is no true damage subclass. True damage shouldn't just be given to things. The thing is that true damage is meant to be this, like, super special kind of extra thing. And I think they're giving it away a little too easily. Because, like, on Caster Amiya's S3, it's more fine, because it's meant to be super insane and busted, because she retreats herself. There's a downside to it. And it's like Hodor's true damage is, like, kind of negligible. Like, it's more there for flavor, if anything. Like, true damage shouldn't just be something you give to something. You know what I mean? Especially not on a subclass that doesn't do damage. You know what I mean? What if Opianus was a juggernaut with his current kit and stats? Well, then he'd be a very shit juggernaut. He would be awful. It would be such a terrible juggernaut. He has no self-sustain, and he has, like, no defense. He would be an awful juggernaut. Nah, Civlite Eterna is true damage is perfect for the character. Sure! That doesn't make it fine to just put it on a bard. Subclass is a limitation that restrict imagination. Holy, are you stupid. Just because bards tend to supports doesn't mean they can't have amazing sentence. Yeah? What, like, no. The reason why certain subclasses have certain limitations is so that they don't creep into the roles of other operators. That's the point. That's why I will be critical of someone like Reed Alter having an S3 that just mainly just does a bajillion damage. Because when I choose a medic, I'm using her for her healing. It's okay if she does damage, but the thing is that she shouldn't do a significant amount of damage. She shouldn't do it to that significant of a degree, where it becomes the main focus. The main focus should be using her as a healer. The main focus of Civilite Eterna should be to use her as a buffer. But when you also make it so now she is a very consistent source of true damage, then a lot of the reason why you use her isn't for the buff, it's for the true damage. And so at that point, she's not a fucking bard. It's not that she can't do damage, it's that the main point shouldn't be that she does damage. That's the issue. And again, it's not like that you couldn't have remade this in a way that's like, okay, well maybe whenever an operator within her range attacks, she does a bit of true damage to them. And so it leans into the more buff aspect of it. Like, you could have done something for it. It's not to say that you just physically can't do it. Jeez. Ugh. Guys, what if chess added a new piece? It could teleport behind pawns and knock out multiple pieces at once. That would be so cool. It's like, certain subclasses have certain restrictions so that they don't completely overshadow other operators. Creativity is greater than rules. Hypergriffs should make more out-of-the-box operators. Should make Arknights into a sandbox game. Okay, no, you're wrong. What? This isn't creative. How is this creative? This isn't creative. This is, I want to make it so my supporter does damage. That's what, okay, so I guess, oh my fuck. This is just rage bait. I'm getting baited. This is fucking shit. No, okay, I don't know if you've ever heard this, but restriction breeds creativity. Limitation breeds creativity. That's the thing. When you have restrictions, that's what allows for things to be creative, because you have those restrictions to explore with. The reason why those restrictions are in place is so subclasses can feel distinct. If the whole idea is, let's just do whatever we want all the time and be perfectly creative with everything, then there's no point to have subclasses. There's no reason to do fucking anything. Then there's no point to have subclasses if everyone can just do everything. It's like, oh, it's a sandbox game. What do you mean it's a sandbox game? What does that mean? This isn't Minecraft where you're building things. This isn't Minecraft where you're being creative. How does this add creativity? This doesn't add creativity. There's no synergy with this. There's no way to apply this to different situations other than, oh, that enemy has a lot of res and defense, so I'm going to activate my bard skill so it does true damage. No! That doesn't add creativity. This doesn't allow for players to be more creative. This inhibits creativity. When you design operators that aim to fulfill a bunch of different roles at the exact same time, you're telling players, oh, don't be creative. Don't use different operators in cool combinations with each other to overcome different obstacles. No, just use this one operator that we designed to overcome that problem for you. No, this inhibits creativity. Holy fuck. This is not creative. This is slop. This is shit. The Arknights is not a fucking... Sure, it has sandbox elements in the case of you can be creative and add some cool synergies. That doesn't make it a sandbox game. That doesn't mean you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. Jesus. When my operator tells me that, oh, you know, my supportive bard can destroy enemies with high res and high defense, that doesn't add creativity. This isn't creative. That's just, no, this gets a -1. It's just wrong. Fuck, I'm all worked up now. Jesus, I'm sorry, chat. I got worked up. We need a meditation break. We need a meditation break. Need a meditation break. It's just like, is the number good though? I never use her. It doesn't matter, it's true damage. It is significant enough where it does its thing. Like, I remember recently I got a temp recruit, like, Civilite Eterna in IS. And like, yeah, she did the thing. Like, she just can do a significant amount of damage especially to enemies with high res and high defense. Civilization Eterna is fun for my challenge runs where I only use Calcit, CE, Frostleaf, and Vigna. Having said the thing is though, is that, yeah, that's fine. You know? Read out Hose S3 to lower cortisol. I'm sorry for, like, getting worked up. I don't want anyone... What? Oh, he got... Cool. You know? And I don't want people to feel like I hate them because we, like, disagree or something. I don't want that to be the case. I'm just... I'm very opinionated. I'm an evil fucking chud. But no, yeah, it's like... No, you can't just have this excuse of like, oh, but like, it's for mass appeal. Everyone can do whatever they want and everything's equally as good as each other. And it's like, no, that's not the case. That is not true. That is not the case. I think it would be fun if all the units were monkeys and the enemies were balloons. That's just true. But no, it's like, that's the kind of design that I'm, like, completely against. Is like this idea of just like, oh, well, Civilization Eterna's S2 does true damage. You know, that's fine. It's like, well, why does she do true damage? It's like, oh, because it's like flavor. It's like, you can represent that flavor in a different manner. It doesn't need to be done in that way. And why does this have to be alongside the attack buff skill? I don't know. I think a great skill for people who... Wait. I think a great skill for people to have is to enjoy things they like regardless whether said the thing is quality. I like Civilization Eterna if it's wonky. No, 100%. No, 100%. No, I love Frostleaf and she's like... ah, shit. I love Frostleaf. She's jank as fuck. I love Frostleaf. I love her design. I love her concept. Look, fully built. She's jank as shit. Hypergriff completely fucked her kit. She could have been so cool. There's nothing, like... The thing is that I want... Okay, the thing is that there is nothing wrong with liking operators. The question is, why do you like them? That's the question I'm going to ask. Because there's a lot of people who just assume that, like, oh, he called my operator bad. But it's like, is the reason why you like them that they're considered good? Is that why you like them? Is me calling them bad inhibiting your ability to like the operator? Because the only reason why you like them... Levels... Can I actually level... Wait, can I? Wait, do I have the thing? Chat. Chat. What if? What if? What if, chat? Because the thing is that there is nothing... Don't do it. Okay, this is... I don't E170 my 4 stars, like, period. I don't. Account damage? What do you mean account damage? No, I don't like over leveling my operators. I don't. I want to make sure everyone's at the same level, but because Frostleaf is so jank, this wouldn't really matter that much. Why use it on a level 40 though? She's already almost max. Because I don't want to spend the because I don't want to. I don't have any E74 stars. Like, I don't level 70 my 4 stars, like, at all. I only get them to level 40. Because there's no reason to max them out. Ignore Ambriel, that's a weird edge case. But, like, I don't level 70... The only level 74 star I have is Quartz, and that's because it's funny. You know? It's like, it's not... I don't overlevel my operators. I always stop at mod level. And so this is just more for a meme. I'm never going to use this. Like, as you can see, I haven't used them. Because I don't like overleveling my operators. But no, yeah, something I do want to make very clear. There is nothing wrong with liking any operator. Every single operator in the game, there is a genuine reason to like them. Even Exusii the New Covenant. But I want you to tell me why you like them. That's the thing. If you like using them because they're your favorite character, if you E2 Sneg, Lamau, I see your game. I have all my 4 stars at Elite 2. Everyone should have all their 4 stars at Elite 2. Getting sidetracked. There is nothing wrong with liking operators. You can like whatever operator you want, but you have to have a genuine reason for liking them. If you like them because they're your favorite character, that's fine. If you like them because there's this weird jank shit you can do with one of their skills, that's fine. Like, if the reason why you want to use an operator is because they're strong and they make the game easy for you, that is not a valid reason to like an operator. I'm sorry. If the reason why you like an operator is because it lets you play the game less, that is the only reason that I think is stupid. Any reason I think is fine. There's so many reasons to build operators. But if the reason why you are building these operators is because you don't want to engage with the game and you want the easiest, like, route possible, then why are you playing the game? And why is it that the game has to design itself around your sentiments? That's the thing I'm critical of. You can like whatever operator you want, but I want you to have a genuine reason to do so. I want you to have a 100% genuine reason to do the things that you do. And you want to know why I just maxed out my Frostleaf? Why she is 100% completely maxed out? Because I love her concept. I love the concept of what Frostleaf is meant to be. I love her role in the game. She's meant to be a crowd control lord. She's meant to be a crowd control lord that aims to take advantage of the lord's range by slowing targets. And then her S2, does the same thing, and then also has a chance to bind them. She's meant to be a crowd controller. But at the same time, it's such a cool concept that they can do something with, but it also is a core concept. What if I like using Wang because I hate using brain function? Then no, I'm sorry. No. I can't support that. Because why are you playing the game then? Why are you playing Arknights if you don't want to play Arknights? If you don't want to use your brain and play the game? Like, why is that what you're doing? Like, no, I'm not going to support that. Like, I like not playing the game. That's why I built this operator. No. I could have used it on conviction. But Frostleaf means a lot more to me. Like, Frostleaf as an operator is a lot more meaningful. Because I think she's such an interesting sort of design concept. I really like the concept of what she's trying to do. But she also is like this really cool design lesson of like, we have a crowd control lord, but the problem is she's a cool crowd control lord. But the problem is that her kit is designed to only focus on movement effects. But since she's a lord and she has 2 blocks, those movement effects don't have any effect. Now, where's her skin? Oh, come on, guys. I do wish I had it, but I don't have it. They tried to fix her, and this was because the main issue is that her movement effects don't have any effect against blocked enemies, which is the main problem with Frostleaf. It's not that she doesn't do enough damage, it's that when she's blocking the target, she doesn't do her crowd control. That's the problem. But this actually does kind of work with Cold. Because Cold reduces attack speed, and if you can hit it twice, they're frozen, and they don't attack anymore. So it actually does do something against a blocked target. The issue is they didn't do it consistently enough. So the reason why I like Frostleaf is because she's such a cool design concept. And yeah, I'm going to use her because I find it to be fun when I can use her. But... and yeah, that's not really a very super insane reason, but it's more of a sentimental one. It is a sentimental reason as to why I chose Frostleaf. And I will always accept that kind of sentiment over I don't want to play the game. The reason why I built Frostleaf is because I love this game. It's because this game's amazing and I love what she represents about it. Also, this song's a fucking banger. I like how we had to go to emotional support Frostleaf after the rant. You know what? I like that. To everyone who says that Frostleaf's shit, they don't know. They don't know what she represents. They don't know what she means. That sounds fucking cringe as shit. Actually, you don't have the media literacy degree to understand the true meaning of Frostleaf. I too like Wong. He nukes. He's great. Yeah, but is that why you like him? That's the thing. Is like, is the reason why you like the operator because they like remove challenge from the game? Please rate Karen. We can do that. I use all my meta ops to clear stage for the first time whenever I'm grinding to pull outfits, and I go back for a second time and actually have fun doing it. That's fine, yeah. That's fine. The thing is though is that I don't know why you need to grind through them the first time. Like, why not just play them for fun the first time? That's what I do. You know? And it's not like stages are fucking hard. Like I can do events without 6 stars. That's what I do. This is a gacha game, that's the idea, bro. Even if Wang is a cool character, you won't use him just because he did what he did in the story. What? This is a gacha game, that's the idea, bro. Even if Wang is a cool character, you won't use... You won't use it just because he did in the story. Yeah, gacha games are shit. Like, you know that, right? Like, gacha games are dog shit. And the reason why I like Arknights is because it kind of breaks away from a lot of gacha game tropes. You know what I mean? Sometimes I don't have the time to play shit and retry shit. Like, so you don't... So then what are you doing? It's like, oh, I don't have the time. Then do it later. Like, it's not like you don't need to clear an event the day it comes out. Like, I haven't. You don't need to do... And again, it's not like these stages are that insanely difficult. It's like, I don't like the learned helplessness of just like, I can't do it. I need to rely on this other thing to do it. It's like, if you did it without the thing, I guarantee you it would be a lot more interesting. I have Wong and built him, but I never used him in a full team, so I go to challenge myself. That's fine, yeah. Like, again, that's not even to say that, like, you can't use and have fun with Wong. Like, you can. You 100% can. The problem is that in order to have fun with him, you have to massively restrict yourself. Like, yeah, you can have fun with Wong. I agree. You can have fun with fucking Wish It All. You can have fun with Exusiai. You can have fun with every operator in the game. And that's fine. If that's why you're using the operator, and that's good. The whole point of games is to have fun. Like... The whole point of a game isn't to just sit there and consume slop and to be like, I have all of the resources, now I can do shit. Ah! It's like, we need to have fun. That's the point of a game. If you procrastinate all EX stages for 2 hours till the event ends, then what? Pensive. Playing Wong gives you carpal tunnel. It could be worse if you're playing Pinecone. I have fun with Bloop. Thank you. Wang is more fun than Wish It All. I like his S2 and his S1. I agree. I don't think they're incredibly balanced. I think his talent kind of ruins a lot of his balance. Again, you can have fun with Wong. That's fine. You know, I think this is a little silly. I think these are a little silly. I think it's a little silly. But again, you can have fun with Wong. I agree. I think everyone can have fun with Wong. You can have fun with Chen. Like, I can sit here and be like, here's why I don't think they're fun. Here's why I don't like them. But who gives a shit? Tell me the reason why you think they're fun. Because, you know what? There was someone who came in my chat when I was ranting about Chen the Dawn Street, calling her an awful operator. And they're like, oh, but her S3 is fun. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. If you use her S3 and you want to, like, make the dragon go around, like, yeah, I can see that being fun. I can see your S2 being fun. Like, I can see these being fun. Now, I don't think they're very well-designed operators. That doesn't mean that they don't have the potential for fun. I think their potential for fun is limited by their poorly designed kits. But I love Scene. Okay, cool. Tell me why. Because, like, a recent operator that I've built and I've had so much fucking fun with is Chubai. I love Chubai so much. She is so much fucking fun. And the reason why she's really fun is because her entire kit is built around crowd control effects. She is a crowd control lord in the same sense that Frostleaf is meant to be. And she's kind of the fixed Frostleaf. Because the thing is that even though she only slows and binds, she still does bonus damage to enemies that are slowed or bind. So if they are blocked, you know, you can still get some extra use out of it. And so I really do like Chubai, because she encourages you to kind of have a squad of other crowd control operators that makes it, you know, really interesting. I got her module because it's a really cool kind of I got her module because her module is really interesting. It gives her bonus damage against enemies that are affected by both slow and bind. And so now if I'm using like her S1, I can also use her with like a slower, and now she's doing some extra damage. So it's really cool. You need to consider over 100 characters, limited resources, limited, so many players get... I don't care though. I don't care though. Over 100 characters, limited resources. No, that's not... No, limited resources, my ass. You're wrong. No, limited resources, my ass. Look at my account. Limited resources? Look at my account. Look at my account and tell... Yeah, limited resources. I have Frostleaf built. You're not... It's not the end of the world if you try and experiment and do other things. Jeez. Yeah, people will prefer getting the strongest. I'm gonna criticize that because I don't think they're really trying. They don't have fun in the game. They're not playing the game. They're just accumulating the strongest things and then having the strongest thing kill things. And then because of that, that is what people want. We keep receiving operators that cater towards that audience, and these operators aren't appealing to me as someone who enjoys playing the game for the gameplay. No. Limited resources, my fucking ass. No, look at me. Fucking look at me. I don't have any fucking 6 stars built. And all the 6 stars I do are quote-unquote fucking shit. I mainly play with 4 and 5 stars. And I have so much fucking fun playing the game. It's like, no. The people who are very resource-brained, the people who just want to build the strongest operators, they're not playing Arknights for Arknights. They're playing Arknights because it's a gacha game. They're gacha addicts. You can have the exact same experience playing every other fucking gacha game, and you're completely ignoring everything that makes Arknights unique. And so, the more that those kinds of people aim to play the game that way, they want to play the game that way, the game starts to cater towards that. The game starts to become more of a shitty fucking gacha game rather than the cool fucking tower defense game that it is. Ugh. People who say you elitist and have superior shit thing, or somebody got rage baited by your first opinion, they don't mind about the rest. People really can't with each other, huh? People who say you're elitist and have superior shit thing, or somebody who get rage baited your first opinion, don't mind about the rest. People can't, I guess. No, people think I'm an elitist because I say that certain shitty operators that are designed for people who don't want to play the game are bad. And, oh, but like, some people like that. You know, it's okay. Wait, why can't you just let people enjoy things? Well, yeah. I'm not gonna let people enjoy the thing that is shit and slop and has negatively affected the game. I love Pepe. Explain to me why, please. I agree, I like Pepe too, but that's the thing. You can tell me you love any operator, I want you to tell me why you like them. What about someone who builds the strongest for low op clears? That's fine. That's fine. But that's not the majority of the player base. If someone comes up to me and they're like, oh yeah, I find like the min-maxing of trying to find low op clears to be really engaging. Fine. 100%. I think that's cool. But that's the thing though, is that I could ask that person and they will tell me exactly what they find fun about Arknights. They will tell me, oh, the game is fun because I really like trying to min-max like certain stages and trying to find, you know, the really unique solutions. And that's the kind of person that's going to find Wong really fun. That's fine, yeah. But the thing is that gameplay doesn't go away the moment we remove horrendously designed operators. If anything, I feel those people would be frustrated by the fact that a lot of their accomplishments are undermined by the newly released slop. If you're playing strong ops because you're using them for a challenge, that's fair enough. Although I hate how many ops are made. Yeah, that's the thing though, is that I 100%, if you're, again, the problem that I have is that people don't know why they like the game. And if you come up to me and you're like, yeah, I use Wong. And I'm like, okay, why do you use Wong? I'm not going to go to you and be like, oh, you're a fucking loser. What do you mean you use Wong? No, I'm going to ask you, okay, why? It's like, why do you dislike Wong? Oh, well, or why dislike Wong? Why do you like Wong? I like Wong because I'm a min-maxer, because he lets me do some really cool things with like 2-ops. I've been 2-opsing some adverse stages, and it's been really interesting with him. Although sometimes I feel he kind of monotonizes the gameplay, so maybe I'll switch to someone else. But some of the times I do like to use Wong for certain min-max runs. I do think he's kind of interesting. Based and awesome. Thank you. You gave me a genuine reason why you liked something. It's that easy. Also, this song's awesome. I fucking love Bluish Light. But like, do you guys get what I mean? It's like, it's not about what operators you use. It's about why you use them. That's all I care about. I play elemental only teams because I find the team limitation. That's fine, yeah. Because the thing is that you'll probably wonder why so many people like niche knights, and it's because the self-limitation is fun. Challenge is what creates fun. Like, fun isn't just big number go boom. It can be for a moment, but that's because you're not used to it yet. The moment you become used to it, it becomes boring. And you've gotten used to it. But big number becomes really satisfying when you can actually kind of acknowledge it. The best answer for that question is because they pull them. What do you mean? Why do you use an operator? Because I pulled them? What do you... I don't even know what question you're referring to. It's like, why do you enjoy the operator? The thing... Fun is not subjective. Fun is not like... It's not 100% objective, but it's not completely subjective. I do think that fun is kind of the product of reward and challenge. If something is too rewarding for not enough challenge, it's not that fun. If something is too challenging for not enough reward, then it's not that fun. It's that balance of finding reward and challenge. That's what I think is really interesting. And so I do think that, yeah, a lot of Niche Knights players will try and restrict themselves so that they can challenge themselves a lot more. Big number is fun when you earn it through hoops. 100%. You want to know why that's the case, Quackerinos? It's because when you earn it, that's not something that you constantly get. And so it always remains fresh in your brain. It's not something that you just get used to. Angelina to me is the best representation of Arknights. Sure. Angelina's my favorite. The attack on skill restriction, lower SB compared to other ops, liberators, and fact. Yeah, 100%. 100%. No, you're right. That's just a good point. Gave a bad answer, now blow me up. No, that's fine. I didn't realize that was a follow-up. I was confused what you were saying. No, like, yeah, that's a good point. It's like, I want to know why people enjoy using the operator they do. And yeah, it can sometimes be for a silly reason. Like, they're my favorite character. You know, oh, I think they're cool in the story. That's also fine. That's not the end of the world. It's called game design. Yeah, I know, right? Crazy. That the game is supposed to be, like, a designed experience for people to interact with. It's a gacha game. Nothing is guaranteed. Arknights says that at least. You're going to get many possibilities with all those characters and different banners. But you can't have all of them, so people need to stick to what they get. No, what are you talking about? It's a gacha game. Nothing is guaranteed. Arknights. Okay, you're using the absolute dog shit, I think. I'm not sure, because I don't really know what you're saying. You're using the resources are limited argument. In that, oh, resources are limited, so you need to build a meta 6-star, and then max it out, and then have it defeat all your stages, so that you can have the most rewards possible for the minimum amount of effort. No, that's wrong, because why is that why you play the game? Is that why you play the game, for rewards? Or do you play it for the experience? I don't give a shit about the rewards. I only care about the rewards so I can build more characters that I find enjoyable to use. What's the point of XP and LMD if you don't use them to build operators that are more fun? Like, I don't get what you're saying. It's like people should not be afraid, because no, it's that mindset of like resources are limited that discourages players from trying out different operators, from trying to play the game in unique ways. You know, something that I really like doing is I like playing Levitate Knights. You know, that's something that's stupid. That's something that's not at all fucking optimal. But that's what's fun, because it's a new experience. I love Aroma, not because she's optimal, but because she acts as a really funny payoff, not you. she acts as a really fun payoff for other levitate operators, and I think that's just an interesting kind of gameplay thing. I didn't build Aroma because she lets me clear stages. I built her because she's fun. I like my niche characters. I would die for Angeli and Roberta. Arknights makes you realize how cooked you are when coming up with your own strats. Yeah, where E2 looks sick. Aroma is cool. What faction niche do you feel the most interesting? Faction niches I'm not a huge fan of. I think Kirag probably. Because my biggest problem with like faction niches... Actually, maybe... I don't know. I don't have too much experience with faction niches, but my biggest problem is when you have like Abyssal Hunters, where it's just like Abyssal Hunters buff other Abyssal Hunters, which buff other Abyssal Hunters, and it's just like, it's lame. It's like, I like it when there's a mechanical focus, because that way it's a lot more, I like it when there's more of a mechanical focus, like with Kirag and Freeze. That way it's a lot more open-ended, and you can apply other operators that aren't explicitly from Kirag into kind of the game. I think that's a lot more interesting. But there's not that many, like, tribal niches. Civ E derailed the stream hard. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry for being a fucking chud. Fucking chud loser talking about dumb bullshit that doesn't fucking matter. I mean, I'm passionate about Arknights because it's fun. Arknights is... The reason why I play Arknights is because it's not a gacha game. Well, it is. But the reasons why I like Arknights are, of all the things it does in spite of being a gacha games. Thoughts on Laterano niche ammunition mechanics? The thing is that it's a cool concept. I don't like that the only proper payoffs in support are slop operators. Like, oh yeah, cool, I can play Laterano Knights. Let me pull out my Exusii the New Covenant to completely ruin any challenge to begin with. So it's like, it's not really an experience, it's more, haha, my Exusii the New Covenant kills things. Okay, we can talk about Civ Light Eterna's S3, because guess what? I like her S3. I think her S3's fine. Attack range expands and trait effect increases to 90%. Particles no longer disappear, and all allies' attack range gain inspiration equal to 100% of her max HP. Redistribute HP of all allies in attack range every 2 seconds. This is such a cool and silly skill. I love it. She buffs everyone's HP, and then she starts swapping people's HP. That's so cool. And there is some, like, cool shenanigans that you can do with it. Like, this is cool. I really like it. You know what you can do? You can play Morgan on S2 and then immediately activate Civ Light Eterna. No, this is cool. I give this a +1. I don't think I'll give it a +2, but I do like it. So is she a 0 overall? Yeah, this was a 0, this was a 0, this was a 0, this was a -1, and this was a +1. So yeah, 0 overall. That's fine. That's kind of what I expected. Again, it's like... Why? It's cool, but I can't find any content to use it. The stages either tickle you or kill you. Yeah, it's fair. It is definitely a weird gimmick. And I do think you do have to use operators that, like, kind of kill themselves. Like, again, like Morgan is a good example of, like, you're not using this for this, like, you would probably have a better time using this with operators that go at low HP. Like, you could use this with Shalem. That would be a good combo. You could use this with Morgan, as I said. You can use this with, I don't fucking know. Who else would you want to use this with? Is there any operators that just have, like, no HP? You could use this with Spectre. You can have Spectre, like, survive with 1 HP, and then you basically, like, fully heal her. Like, there's some cool shit you can kind of do with it, I guess. I can't think of that much, but, like... There's some shenanigans you can do with it, just like building into your own team. But it is cool. Isn't your question going more towards veteran players? Year 1 players that just play what they're able to in a game can't play their niches that like a veteran player can. What? A year 1 player just plays what they're able to get within that 1 year, can't play niches a veteran player can. Yeah, they can. They can just play the operators they want to play with. What are you talking about? Do you know what I did as a new player? Like, I just built whatever 5-star and 4-star I found fun. No, new players aren't going to start niches. New players should just play with whatever operators they find fun. New players should be focused on building their 3 and 4 stars because of how cheap they are to build. Like, that's what they should be focused on. And then that gives them the ability to have a large amount of tools at their disposal to tackle challenges. And then also have extra resources to build, like, 5 stars that they're interested in. Like, new players shouldn't be worried about 6 stars, period. It's like, I'm not a veteran. I don't really, what? Like, it's not just about niches. Self-imposed challenge isn't just about niches. I don't play a niche. I just play with operators I find fun. Like, when I was a year 1 player, I just played with operators I found fun. That's all I did. And I had fun doing so. It's like, I still do it. I beat the stage with... Oh yeah, this stage is stupid. Yeah. I'm getting rage baited. It's just over. Can we review Arturia? Oh, is that the... What's her name? Virtuosa? Do you play RTS? Real-time strategy games? No. So I turn as skill 2 or good with Crusher because it technically gives Crusher HP pool to everyone. You mean skill 3? I don't really agree with that anymore. Strong 6-star is so good now that it does more than the entire 4-star rarity. Okay, then you don't know why I want... Okay, then you don't understand my point then. Because the goal isn't to give a new player the ability to tack... No, yeah, you don't understand what I'm talking about. So, no, a new player should not be pulling for these. A new player should not even be touching these operators. The whole reason why I recommend that a new player pull, like, upgrade their 3 and 4 stars is because it gives them a good foundation. It gives them a good foundation for learning how to play the game. It teaches them that Arknights is not a game about, I have the correct operator that kills everything, and instead, here are the different pieces to the puzzle that I put together to find the solution. This is about teaching the player how to play the game. And yes, they are cheap. And that gives them access to more options. That's the thing. If you invest in one single 6-star, yeah, sure, that 6-star is going to be better, but is that what you want the new player to do? To just give the new player a strong, overpowered 6-star, have that operator just clear all the stages, and then, oh, well, now I have all the resources, so I can build what? More overpowered 6-stars to continue the process. Because the thing is that Arknights is still an experience, it's still a journey. Arknights isn't, I download the game, I pull for the meta operator, I clear all the content, have all the rewards in the world, and now I can finally start upgrading operators I want. That is not true. Arknights is an experience. It's an experience as you go through it. It is not something that you should... the gameplay is not an afterthought that you speed run through to gain resources that you can then put in your operators. No. Arknights as a game as a whole is an experience that you should not take for granted. I can review Karen. I just keep getting rage baited by this one guy in fucking Twitch chat. We can do Karen. I really like Karen. Okay, Karen is really, really cool. I really, really like Karen. But the thing is that this is stupid. Like, I remember when you came out and you had, like, the passive applies burn damage to enemies blocking. And, you know, I'm like, oh, yeah, why don't they give that to a 5-star? This is why they don't give it to a 5-star. This is fucking insane. This is insane how, like, insanely strong this is. And so... just having a tank that can just passively do like 7,000 effectively true damage to enemies blocking it is just so crazy. Totally agree. I remember half my team being 4 stars in the early chapters and actual experience. 100%. The goal of the game shouldn't be to invalidate the challenge with a strong operator and then to obtain resources. That's not what a game is. That's not what games are. You're playing Cookie Clicker. You're playing Cookie Clicker. the whole game as a whole is an experience, and I do believe that a lot of the more modern 6 stars take away from that experience, and I think that it can be negative. It can negatively impact a new player to tell them to upgrade some brand new overpowered 6 star. It's ridiculous. Philae power crept. Not against necrosis damage. Philae is still better against necrosis, but Karen's better everywhere fucking else. So her S1, okay, so I don't really want to, the thing is that this makes her strong. Does it make her a well-designed operator? Not necessarily. I'll give this a 0. Her first talent's fine. Because her damage is meant to be dealt with her talent, it's fine that her S1 doesn't really do anything else, just makes her a better tank. But the thing is that her S1 is completely redundant given her S2, so I don't know. So I'll give this also a 0 because her S2... Okay, the thing is that Karen isn't some, like, amazingly designed operator. She's just good. She's just good. Gains a barrier equal to 90% of her max HP. Deals 80% attack as arts damage and 10% as nervous impairment every second to 10 seconds to grounding surrounding enemies. I'd agree if the game wasn't live service with time-limited rewards. Most players just want to clear content. Yeah, I'm critical of those people. But most people don't like FOMO. Yeah, that's their fault. FOMO is not a genuine reason. It's like... No, if all you want to do is clear content and get... Okay, first off, you have like 2 weeks to beat an event. That is not like... That's not an excuse of like, oh, it's limited. I can't beat it now. You'll be fine. You have 2 weeks to do it. And also it'll come back in a year. So it doesn't even matter. It's like, it's not really... And if you are someone who says that like, oh, well, I have FOMO. Like, that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse to make dumb decisions. Like, FOMO is a fallacious, like, argument. Like, you can play the game at your own pace. You can. That's what I did. Like, if anything, new players shouldn't feel... Like, I say this a lot to new players who join my stream. If you're a new player, you shouldn't feel like you have to clear new content. You shouldn't. You should be perfectly fine with being fine. Not everyone has free times in those 2 weeks. Okay, so because people don't have free time to play video games, therefore it's perfectly fine that the game completely devolves its identity into catering towards the people who don't want to play the game. You are correct. You are just calling me correct. And again, it's just like, oh, well, people don't have the time. So people don't have the time to play the game, and so so then don't play it. If you don't have the time to play a game, then why are you playing it? It's like, no, you're playing it because you like to just own shit and be part of a community and be like, I own all the things. Like, if you don't have the time to play the game, then why are you playing it? That's the question I'm asking. That's not rhetorical. That's a genuine question. Why are you playing it? Bro, can we finish an op review? Just this is why I can't stream, because I just get sidetracked too quickly. This has just been my experience trying to get people in the game and try and push people to build low rarity, but so often felt like they were missing out. They shouldn't. You should tell people that it's fine, that they're not missing out. They are not. Because that's the experience that I had when I first started playing, was I would get up to the 4th stage in the event, and I would just stop. For the story. Okay, thank you, random person on the internet. Go on the fucking internet and look. You can read the story. Also, so you have the time to read the story, but not the time to play the fucking game? The story isn't going anywhere. You can read it online. So, what you're saying is that it is perfectly fine for operators to release in such dog shit overpowered status because some people don't want to play the game and only want to read the story. So we should facilitate those people's unwillingness to engage with the game. It's like, oh, but like, I prefer it. The translations aren't that good. And like, you know, I would rather read it in the game. It's like, you can look up a fucking video of people reading it. If I'm sorry, you're a fucking LARPer. You don't like the game. You don't like the game. You like the story, you don't like the game. So the game should not revolve around you. Why should the game revolve around people who don't want to play the game? These affect the game. The game should not be affected by people who don't want to play the game. Also, just bring a fucking temp recruit. Holy shit. Is it really that much to ask that you play a little bit of the game to get the story? And again, these are fucking... The story isn't even locked behind difficult stages. Like, these aren't hard. These are not hard stages. This is what I beat it with. Not even a full squad of 4 and 5 stars. And I used crushers, and they're bad. Sentiment I run into is most people seeing people use OP 6 stars and thinking they can't play the game until they build them. That's just a mindset that you have to tell people that that's not what they... that that's wrong. No, you don't need to build them. And if... That's, like, a lot of what I'm trying to preach. That's why I that's why I like talking about why these operators aren't all that they're set up to be. Like, no, Wong isn't like this perfect thing that you need to own the game, because that's how every other gacha game works. Every other gacha game is designed so that you're very much FOMO'd into just being like, you have to get the new thing to keep up with the meta. But in Arknights, it's a single player game. You don't need to abide by the meta, because the meta doesn't matter. The meta has no effect on anything. All the meta really does is fuck up my geeks. So normally some other gachas thinking the newest high rarity viable. Correct. Correct, Viper. That is correct. It is like, it is tourists from other gacha games who are just like, oh, but like and the thing, they don't enjoy the game, they enjoy the collection. They enjoy the slop. They enjoy the community. They enjoy owning the thing that everyone else owns. They enjoy being in on the current memes. They enjoy being a part of something. That's all it is. And I'm not saying that that's wrong, but I'm saying that that isn't who we should be designing the game around. It's a game, not just a story. Correct. 100%. I see people get strong operators for endgame modes like CC and high difficulty IS, but then they just never play them. Well, I mean, that's their fault. Arknights is the best gacha, at least from 100%. Arknights is the best gacha game. Maybe, okay, actually Battle Cats has been kind of sucking, but so is Arknights. Battle Cat, I don't know if I would, I mean, I still play Arknights, I don't play Battle Cats anymore, so I would probably have to say that Arknights is the better game. But, like, no, like, Arknights is just the best gacha game, but that's because a lot of what makes it fun is that it isn't a gacha game. Everything that makes Arknights a gacha game holds it back. And I just hate the excuse of, oh, it's a gacha game, therefore it's supposed to be shit. It's like, no. PVZ if it was good, true. Are you excited as I am for the future Fiametta IS module? I don't even know what it does. And I don't even own Fiametta, so I might be if I owned Fiametta. Okay, so the thing is with Karen is that she's not a she's not like an amazingly designed operator, she's just strong. Because with her S2, she gains a 90% of her HP barrier, which is really spammable. It's really spammable. Because it's only a 22-second charge, and it lasts for 10 seconds, and this isn't an uptime skill. So it's basically like a 50% uptime barrier. It's really strong. And so it also does it boosts her nervous impairment application. So not only does it give her a really spammable, like, shield, but it also makes her do, like, a significant amount of nervous impairment. And this also affects enemies that aren't blocking her, that are just around her, which does have some niche utility, but it does work. So I can give this a +1. Like, overall, yeah, she's a +1. But that's not because she's a bad like, +1 is good, obviously. She's a fine operator. She's not, like, this really intricately well-designed experience. She's just a really, really good, like, operator. Like, just this on top of the fact that she has a spammable barrier makes her really, really good. You know? And it's kind of hard to want to use her S1 because her S2's barrier is just so good. Okay. Okay, who else do we want to fucking talk about? I am getting kind of tired though, because I am like getting like ranting. Like I'm in a weird like state. I'm in a like an adrenaline state right now. But I'm also getting, like, my sinuses are acting up. I'm allergic to bullshit. That's rude. That's rude. Ugh. Jaeyoon? I mean, I guess. I don't think there's gonna be much I can really say about Jaeyoon. I think you should drink water or alcohol. Like, I'm sorry for getting derailed and, like, heated, because it's really frustrating when you do have a lot of people that just kind of show up and they're just like, actually, it's the things that you're complaining about, you're actually just wrong. Actually, it's perfectly fine that the game continues to give us just this absolute slop. And, you actually just, hate people, and you don't want people to enjoy things. I mean, that's a bit of a straw man, obviously. But it's obviously frustrating when it's like, I'm very passionate about the... Like, you're very passionate about the game, and it's just like, someone comes in and they're just like, actually, you're wrong. It's perfectly fine if my bard does true damage, because, it's like... Don't drink water, Ryan. Drink dihydrogen monoxide. Fucking true. True! I don't mean to derail, it's just hard to express points. No, I'm not, it's not your guys' fault. It's just funny how it's always, because it's a me thing. It's a me problem. We're taking a chat. We're chilling here. We're just, you know what? You know what? We're just chilling. Fuck. Fucking camera didn't turn on. Now is it on? What the hell happened to my webcam? Webcam. God damn it. Alright, never mind. I was gonna do a cool personal thing, but I guess we're not doing that. Nope. There we go. Ugh. It's fine to argue about why I'm wrong and you're right, but never agree about anything. I mean, the thing is that I don't dislike you guys if I disagree with you. Like, I don't... Like, I think that's a stupid reason to dislike someone. Like, I'm fine with people who don't agree with me being in my chat and just being like... Like, I'm fine with people being like, actually, you're wrong. You know, and that's fine. Because I think you should express why I'm wrong. That's good. That's how we have discussions. You know? I'm not going to prevent people from doing that. Now, I will get heated, and I will say things I don't always mean, obviously. You know, there will be moments where I'm just like, oh, you're stupid, you're dumb. It's like, I don't mean that. I don't mean it. I just get caught up in the moment. It just is how it is. Plus, it makes the stream more fun. It's something I always feel like I have to clarify, because I hate, like, the alternative. Ugh. Fucking lack of hairline exposed. Holy shit. Ugh, man, I'm all sweaty. So fucking gross. You fool, mind crush. But yeah, just is how it is. Plus, again, I'm a very, like, fucking OCD-oid. I don't actually have OCD, or at least I don't know it. I don't want to be a self-diagnosoid. But it's like, the moment someone says something, I feel like I need to give my opinions on it. It's so fucking weird. One of the things I see a lot with this game are people who ignore the game only for IS. Gotta make sure you say, in my opinion, before every take. That is true. I mean, again, I don't want people to come away with the impression that I don't like them. You know, I don't want that. You know, because it's nothing personal. Alright, so Jaeyoon, she's an artilleryman. When deployed for the first time, attack plus 15%, cost -3. The idea, like, it's an artilleryman that doesn't want to be redeployed. Cool, wasn't fucking planning on it. Yeah, okay, is there really anything I can fucking say with Jaeyoon? It's like... What is there to say? Like, it's not... She's a utility operator. She's not something that's, like, some really intricate like design. You know what I mean? It's like her S1 does damage. Her S2 is an offensive recovery skill that is actually kind of cool. It's a cool kind of concept. You know, she locks onto a specific location, and then she does a bunch of, like, arts damage in that area and slowing them. She could have been a loop shooter. True. I could kind of see that. She seems more like... She is definitely just a welfare that had a concept, and that's just kind of it. She doesn't really have a gimmick. There's not really much to her. I guess I could give her S3, what the fuck? S2 a +1, this is 0, and this is 0. It's like, there's nothing really much to her. She's a fine operator. You don't use her for her gimmick. You mainly use her for utility, and that's fine. It's okay to have more utility-focused operators. Not every operator needs to be, like, insane. Shirayuki 2? I mean, not really, because, I mean, kind of with her S2. But, the thing is that Shirayuki's S1's range expansion is... Loki comes into play a few times. I mean, if she... It's very weird. It's very weird. Did I do Beanstalk yet? The 4-star? I'm not gonna... There's gonna be, like, nothing interesting I can say about 4 stars, though. Shirayuki actually does arts and Jiyun does... That is also true. But, like, the idea of just, like, I throw the spinny projectile and it slows things. Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired. I don't know if I want to... it's been 5.5 hours. We'll do one more. We'll do one more. But not a 5-star, because there's not too much to say about 5 stars. Ask Gen Alter, Silver Bloop. I don't know what that means. Like Silver Gun? I mean, the thing is that I can talk about what makes a 4-star a good 4-star, but I can't, like, I can talk about the role that a 4-star plays in the game as a whole, like, design-wise. But I don't think that I could, like, it's not super, I can't tell you, like, oh, this is a really well-designed operator for this and this reason. It's just more like, this is a well-designed operator because this is the role that it performs. Which, I mean, maybe I could. You know, we can do Jessica. We can do Jessica. I'm not going to do Dusk until Loey's here. If Loey's in chat, then I'll do Dusk. Wrong Jessica. Wrong Jessica. I'll do Dusk only if Loey's here. Okay, because Jessica's really cool. Jessica's really cool. Because her whole, like, gimmick is based around this mobile riot shield. She just slams it down and then she turns to face it. Which is kind of funny. Increases the defense of herself and units behind her by 18%. Sure. Alright. When the mobile riot shield takes damage, 55% chance to restore 1 SP to Jessica the Liberated. Okay, wait, hold up. Who's Loey? Loey... Canon Loey. He's the easier level 1 guy. Okay, so the riot shield mechanic's kind of interesting. Because it kind of plays with her being a ranged tank, so here's an extra tank. Like, it's kind of cool. It's like, this gets a +1. Is this supposed to be a reference to Liskarm? Like, is this a Liskarm reference? Did, like, Liskarm give Jessica her shield? Is that what this is? And so now when the shield takes damage, she gains 1 SP? Is that, like, the lore? If that is the case, that's really fucking funny. I like that. We're doing no more operator reviews. I'm getting tired. We're gonna do Jessica and that'll be it. Maybe we can do like some wind down stuff. Do like an IS run or something. This is kind of a nothing burger kind of talent. It's just like, it does her thing better. Sure, fine. It encourages you to use the riot shield. All right. You know, encourages you to have it take damage, I guess. It's not too interesting. But can you Ock the shield? Fuck, that's a good question. Not in lore, I don't think, but feels like that was the intention. Yeah, that's kind of cool. It's like, Liskarm gave her shield. I'm gonna give this a 0, because, like, I don't, like, what's there to really say about it? Attack plus 70%, increase the defense of self and the mobile riot unit by 70%, increase duration of mobile shoot. Like, okay. So, keep in mind, look, notice how this is an unlimited duration skill that actually takes time to charge and not 15 attacks. Wild. Wild. I didn't know unlimited duration skills were supposed to take time to activate. And aren't just glorified passives. Attack plus 70%. Increases defensive self. But I like how this is just the same buff that Hoshiguma gets. But she gains increased mobile rot shield duration. So this is the skill you want if you just really want to use the shield for tanking. This is more of a utility thing, but I guess that is good. It's good to have a skill that allows you to utilize a certain aspect of her kit in more of a way. So I like that. I give this a +1. Yeah. Wait, how long is the duration of the shield to begin with? 20 seconds. Does that increase? 50 seconds? What the fuck? 50 seconds? Jesus. Okay, what's even the point of the extra duration? Ugh. But it has the benefit of direction change with Rouse Shield. Yeah? I know. What do you mean? Okay, I give this a +1 because it just gives the Riot Shield more utility. And I think that's a cool thing to want to focus on for her kit, because obviously that's a selling point. Alright, S2. Okay, her S2 is so cool. I think you guys already know why her S2 is so cool. Because this is literally just... this is literally just original Jessica's S2. And I think that's so fucking smart. Ugh. Don't use Lord's name in vain. I didn't say anything about Passenger. What are you talking about? The shield usually dies before it times out, but I guess extra defense will make it stick around longer. I suppose so, yeah. It gives it 70% more. But again, I like that the point of the skill is to give you more utility out of the shield. Her S2 is awesome, because it is just a direct reference to original Jessica. And I like it when alters... Okay, the thing is that I don't like it when alters just reference... Like, in the case of, like, Hoshiguma the Breacher, like, her S1 is a reference to, it is a reference to her original form. And it does actually, you know, because it does actually serve her subclass. It's just that the skill itself is slop. What's a better example of, like, a bad case of that? Oh, like, Exusia the New Covenant. Like how her S3 attacking 5 times is just a reference to original Exusia, but it doesn't actually serve to benefit her role as a geek. It just exists to be good and a reference. But this is an actual case of they take a gimmick from the original operator and they apply it to a class where it actually can take advantage of it. And I think it's really cool. I think that's really interesting. It's like, oh, Jessica has like this range, has like this tank aspect to it. So what if we add that same kind of skill to Jessica Alter, and so she still retains that identity. And so I think that's really cool. I think that's really nice. So I think it's a really cool skill. I kind of wish that it reduced her interval to 1 second, because it doesn't. It reduces it to 0.3 seconds, meaning she attacks significantly faster than a marksman. I low-key kind of wish that it made her attack as fast as a marksman. And so it just turns her into original Jessica. But, you know, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. I think this is a cool reference, and it's a cool way of applying that original kit to a new form. So this gets, you know, +1. Ammo skill. We love ammo skill. Attack range +1, attack interval increases, attack plus 310%, defense plus 80%, mobile route shield gains defense 170%. So, you know, classic 6-star S3. When the mobile route shield is deployed, immediately fires a shell forward that explodes upon reaching a target max distance, dealing 250% of attack as physical damage to all enemies that are stunning them for 6 seconds. Now you've reminded me that Perfumer Alter refer to her S2 longer attack interval in her new S1. Yeah, but not in a way that matters, because the only reason why Perfumer's original S2 increased her attack interval was to synergize with her talent, which Perfumer Alter doesn't. So, I don't know. Skill activation gets 20 ammo. Skill ends when all ammo is used. Can be manually deactivated. This is an interesting case of why is this an ammo skill? Because the thing is that I think that ammo skills... It's fine to just have a skill that utilizes ammo, but I think there should be kind of a point to it. Like when someone like Insider, where that's kind of the whole point, is that he's meant to just work with ammo. Because ammo is just kind of strictly better than an uptime skill a lot of the time. It doesn't work too well with... The only downside to ammo skills is that they don't work really well with attack speed buffs because it doesn't actually increase the uptime. It just does more damage in the instance, but it wastes all the ammo at the same time. But you know what I mean. And so the ammo part of this just kind of seems like nothing. And, you know, she does a lot of damage and she is a tank and, you know. But I do like this kind of aspect of it's like, oh, you don't want to use the shield right away. You want to wait until her skill is activated. And I think what kind of makes this skill a bit more interesting is that you can deploy this, have her fire a shell, retreat it, and then eventually, if she doesn't consume all of her ammo, you can redeploy it so she fires another shell. So it makes sense. It's an ammo skill, so you can use the riot shield grenade. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, you know what? Yeah, no, that is a kind of a genuine reason. Yeah. But I do think that most of the time, is she not just gonna, like, run out of ammo? Because it only increases her attack interval by 0.6 seconds. Which brings her up to 1.8, like... Now, what's interesting is that she doesn't even really do that much damage. As wild as that sounds, like, the attack boost doesn't affect her that much. Because, like, you know, I keep on wanting to call her a liberator. That's not what she is. Sentry protectors don't have that high of attack anyways, so this is only, like... She has, like, around maybe 2,000 attack, which doesn't sound that crazy when it's only 20 shots. You can intentionally face her in the wrong direction. That is true. You could do that. That's actually true. That is, like, you actually could do that. Usually lasts long enough to get 2 shells off. Does it? Because it doesn't do that much damage. As weird as that sounds. You have the choice between retreating the shield instantly or another potential nuke faster to tank. 100%, yeah. It does add some, like, utility to it. How quick does the shield, like, recharge? Because if it lasts for 50 seconds, it has to have a long charge. 30 seconds. 50-second uptime, 30-second downtime. Jesus. Why does the shield last that long? That is brutal. Alright. Yeah, 30-second charge. You can deploy it, immediately retreat it, hopefully get the second blast off. Or you can just have it, keep it down. I mean, yeah, it does give you some options. I do like that. Yeah, it does actually properly utilize ammo in an interesting way. And as much as this is a big attack thing, I feel like that doesn't really make her that big of, like, yeah, she has around 2,000 attack maybe. For only 20 shots? Like, yeah, that's around 60,000 in total. Is it that crazy? Takes 36 seconds to fire all ammo? Oh, I guess it does, yeah. No, you're right, yeah. So yeah, you would have enough time to do it, even if she's continuously attacking. Okay, no, you're right, you're right. Well, I do think this is kind of interesting. Because, yeah, the attack boost, I think, is a lot. I kind of wish that the attack boost was maybe, like, plus 200, and it put a lot more into the damage modifier of the shell, if that makes sense. Because it does make me ask the question, it's like, how often am I actually retreating the shield to, like, redeploy it? Where that makes a significant difference, like the shell that it does. Because, like, the damage she does feels like it would be enough to kill the things anyways. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think the shell range is also pretty large. Does it tell you? Fire the shell forward at its max distance. Has a damage radius of 1.7 tiles. Jeez, that's like the whole map. Shell travels up until the center of the furthest tile within attack range. Oh, so it's not that far. You see, you need to use X2 to steal attack speed to get more grenades. Ah, shut up. She has 2 modules? Wild. Can use an even stronger mobile route shield that lasts for 60 seconds. That's just, geez, that's a long time. Can only be deployed in the forges tiles. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't have to be just for the damage. It's AoE stun. Wait, does it? Stunning them for 6 seconds. That is quite significant. I mean, yeah, no, it does have some crowd control and it is AoE. Yeah. No, I think this gets a +1. I think it might be just a little too beefy in some regards for it to be like a +2, but I do think this is a good +1. No, that's good. This is just buffing the shield. This is definitely like release module core. This is like, who cares? Attack range expands. Epic. Mobile riot shield takes damage, 6% chance for SP. And reduce the mobile riot shield's redeployment time by 14 seconds. Jeez! Okay, I mean, I guess that gets more synergy with the rest too. What is the point? Jeez, what is this? It's like it lasts for like 5 years and then it takes like no time to redeploy. I mean, I don't, maybe it's fine. I don't know. I mean, what do you guys think? You guys have probably actually used her. You official has longer, son. You official created. True. Like, what do you guys think? How does it feel? Because, like, on one hand, it's like, yeah, the shield is like the whole point of Jessica, but at the same time, it's like, does the shield being too spammable and having too long of a duration kind of like remove a lot of challenge? But the range mod isn't out yet. You don't think so? Oh, it is not. It is not. You are correct. It is not. So Jessica Alter is getting a new module. Wow. It's pretty strange that it lasts so long. Okay, so it's not just me. The shield has taunt most of the time. It's going to explode before it runs out. Okay, wait. What are the stats of the shield? Yeah, it still has around, like... It's going to have, like, maybe 800, 900 defense with Jessica. Like, it feels like it's just going to be really fucking tanky. Having fast cooldown is good, but I think the duration's just a little too long. She's surprisingly not as bulky as a lot of the other non-healing defenders. Well, yeah, of course not. She's a sentry defender. Sentry defenders are not that defensive. So, like, yeah, her shield kind of takes up a lot of the tanking. It's a cool concept. I do like it. It's just, I do think that the shield might... Like, if the shield lasted for 30 seconds, I think I would be fine. 50 seconds up to 60 is crazy. That is insane. I don't know if I'll... Do I dock points for that? I dock like half a point, but I don't do half points. Yeah, her modules don't really warrant any points, I think. But yeah, like +1, +1, +1, +1. So +4 overall? That's pretty good for a 6-star. No, I do like Jessica. I think out of all of the 6-stars that I don't have, I think Jessica's definitely one of them that I do want. They should have probably used S1 to be the super long duration skill. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. It's like, I think that this feels kind of redundant when the shield lasts as long as it does. Like, I kind of wish the shield lasted for 30 seconds, and maybe this boosted it by 50 seconds. Like, that makes sense. And I don't even mind the shield being tanky as long as it didn't last so long. Like, it lasting so long and having such a quick cooldown feels too easy, if that makes sense. Maybe, do I dock a point from that? You know what? No, I'm just going to do... Yeah, I guess I will. I'll give her talent a 0 because I do think that the shield is a little too beefy. So I think a +3 overall. Did I do nasty? Do you guys want... Okay, I'm tired. I want to get off. But I guess we can do nasty real quick. Sure. We'll do... This is the last one. This is the last one, okay? Please no, she's brokies now. What do you mean now? Can carry 3 support devices. I guess gets a 0 because that doesn't mean anything. It depends on the skills for that to mean anything. Gains 12% sanctuary after a ranged enemy appears. Wait, no. Gains 12% sanctuary after a ranged enemy appears. Instead, grants herself and all high ground operators 18% sanctuary and also 1 SP every 6 seconds. Really? Really? Why are you putting... Okay, because the thing is that, like, a lot of nasty, like, how I analyze a nasty is going to be probably out of spite for, what the hell's his name? I am tired. Holy fuck. I can't even think. It's just over, chat. It's just over. Stainless. Like, the moment that she starts to, like, overtake Stainless is when I'm taking points off. So it's like... Really? Bloop then went on to rate the entire operator cast, each as saying this would be the last one. Don't say that, because you'll be right. It's like, okay, fine, sure, the Sanctuary thing is kind of a nothing burger, but it's like... giving all ranged operators 1 SP every 6 seconds? Like, yeah, that's not that as effective, but that's just passive. You just get that. And I know her S2 is like a battery, so like, what the fuck? Alright, I'm just gonna give this a 0. I might give it a -1 later. Because I don't like just the free battery to all of your high ground operators. When the skill is equipped, a device grants the operator extra defense. This is a red skill. Plus 80% attack, plus 80% defense. Simultaneously attack all blocked enemies. Device grants +1 block to the operator in the front, and plus 55% defense. +1, that's fine. What does Stainless do? Everything. That's all he needs to do. This gets a +1. This is fine. It's alright. It's different from Stainless, because it is a defense buffer. Yeah, no, I'm gonna give this a -1. I don't like this. Yeah, it is all. Like, this is really silly. It's like the shoe pass. Yeah, this is really silly. It applies to all high ground operators. Plus 1 SP every 6 seconds. It even, like, instead grants herself and all high ground operators plus 18% Sanctuary and also 1 SP. So she also gains the 1 SP every 6 seconds. Jesus. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Because, yeah, the whole point is that this is meant to synergize with her S3. But, like, why not just the operate... Like, yeah, I don't like that. This gets a -1. This gets a +1, though. This is fine. It's different from Stainless. Because a lot of what I'm going to analyze Nasty with is, does she set herself apart from Stainless? That's all I care about. If she has too much overlap with Stainless, I don't like that. Because I want her to be different. I want her to do something more interesting. Because, again, Arknights is a sandbox game, after all. Arknights is about creativity, and subclasses restrict creativity. No, this is like... I want her to be creative. I want her to do something different from, Is she a high ground operator? No, it says it grants herself and all high ground operators 18% Sanctuary and also 1 SP every 6 seconds. So it's like, no, she's not. But she also grants herself and all high ground operators a bonus Sanctuary and also 1 SP. She's like, geez, that's a bit much. But yeah, no, I will be... If her skills are too similar to Stainless, I will take points off. Because I want her to be creative. I want her to do something different. I want her to give us a new avenue for play with Artificers. I don't want her to just be like, here's Stainless again. Like, I don't want that. Now, when the skill is equipped, it stores device HP over time after the device is deployed. On activation, the devices lose 1 HP every half a second, and grants the operator in front 1 SP and a barrier equal to 5% of Nasty's HP. Immediately activates the devices on the field, stops attacking... Wait. When the skill is equipped, restores device HP over time. After the device is deployed... Wait. Okay. After the device is deployed... Wait. Restores device HP over time after the device is deployed. On activation, the skilled device loses 1 HP every half second and grants the operator in front 1 SP. And a barrier equal to 5% of max HP. Immediately activates all devices on the field. Stops attacking, gains a barrier with 10% of max HP. Okay, the battery effect only applies on the skill activation. Because that's something that I'm kind of worried with. I'm like, I don't want her to just be like a better or worse Stainless S2. The devices don't start with full HP, so you need to wait a bit to get the full use out of the devices before they... Okay, so that's what that means. I was kind of confused what that meant. When skill is equipped, device gives an ally 1 SP every 3.5 seconds, and then while it's activated, it grants 1 SP every 2 seconds. With Nasty, they gain 1 SP every half a second. But, again, it's only on uptime. And obviously you have the shield. Immediately activates all devices on the field. So the device doesn't start at full HP, so you can't just immediately activate the skill. Okay, that's a bit more interesting. You do need to kind of plan ahead. Because if you don't plan ahead, then they'll just drain and be used up. So that's interesting. Immediately activates all devices on the field, subtaking barrier 10% of max HP every half second. Barrier cannot exceed 80% of max HP. Alright, cool. She can be tanky. Alright. I do kind of like... Something I will compliment her with is that I do like how she is meant to be a tank herself. That's what I kind of like. Because she has Sanctuary, you know, she gains defense. Because something with Artificers is that they are weirdly tanky. Like, they do have, like, a decent amount of defense. And, like, and just being really cheap to block, like, blockers. I do kind of like that Nasty has, like, a bit of sort of defense built into her kit. I do kind of like that. It leans into that weird, like, sub-element of the subclass. Device starts at 3 HP with a max of 8. Start at 3. So if you were to immediately activate the skill, you only get 6 SP. Okay. And yeah, like, this isn't an absurdly... And yeah, because it takes 4 seconds. It's a 4-second long skill. So, okay. How long... Wait, how long does it take? They regen 1 HP every 5 seconds. Okay, so yeah, it's not just like you can deploy them, immediately activate the skill. I kind of like that. I do kind of like the micro involved with that. That's interesting. You're not the micro. I mean, kind of. I do like that you have to kind of plan around it. You have to know what you're going to buff before you do it. Roberta's also weirdly tanky. Well, yeah. They're all weirdly tanky. Because Artificers are... They're very cheap and that you can utilize that. Like, people sometimes will say, like, oh, I don't want to use Windflit because I don't want to buff a caster. I just want to use another caster. And it's like, yeah, but Windflit does give you the benefit of being a blocker. Roberta gives you the benefit of being a blocker. Stainless has the benefit of being a blocker. You know, they all can still function as two-block blockers and do their thing. Oh my lord, Bloop's liking a 6-star. Where have you been? All stream I've been liking. I gave Jessica... What did I give Jessica? A plus... What did I give her? I think I gave her like a +4 or something. Like... No, I've been liking 6 stars. I've been on my 6-star arc for a few months. No, there's a lot of good 6 stars out there. The problem is that there's equally as many dog shit 6 stars that are just awful. So if you activate it immediately, you only get 4 SP from a device. Technically, you get up to 7 with double devices as a heli drop. Yeah, that's what I find kind of interesting. And so the burst, and again, this is more burst SP rather than like gradual SP with Stainless. So there's still a use for Stainless. +3 to Jessica. I gave her +3. Okay, thank you guys for remembering. So yeah, this is different from Stainless. I do like that. I do find it funny how Stainless's S2 makes him attack all blocked enemies, but Nasty's S1 makes her attack all blocked enemies. I think that's funny. Reads title and sends Siege Altar Vina Victoria. Bye. Well, this is my last one of the night, so I'm not doing it. So, Lamau, get owned. So yeah, this is fine. I'll give this a +1. Okay, here's the hot take. I don't like her S3. I do not like her S3. At all. Oh yeah, also I dislike Vina Victoria, by the way. I do not like Vina Victoria, she's not a fucking arts fighter. Why does she do true damage? I don't fucking know. No, I don't like Vina. No, me getting sidetracked. Nasty... I don't like her S3. I don't like... the idea is interesting. No, it's not. The idea is stupid. I don't like just giving the player access to a free range tile. I think that's dumb. Like, I get it. You do have to take the time to build it. You have to put some DP into it. But I also don't like how the tile buffs the person on top of it. Ha ha ha, he can't resist. Okay, can I look at the fucking tile? Where is it? Where can I look at the tile? Because doesn't the tile give them like 60% more attack? Alright, I kind of hate you, bye. Bye-bye. I'm sorry. Pro shows up in chat. Does not get validated. Buff is only 40% HP and attack. Is it? Enter chat, put rage bait, and leave based. True. Can I not look at it? Where is it? All the devices are on the top page. It isn't dumb, you just lacks imagination. You got me, dude. You got me. I lacks imagination. I do lacks imagination. You're right. You're right. You're right. It's perfectly fine that it is like this. I didn't explain why I don't like it. You didn't let me explain why I don't like it. Okay. Okay. Okay, can I look at her summons? File story overview. Where are her summons? Emergency load bearing squad? Okay. Okay. So what does it provide? Grants a special high. Okay. Grants special high 1 SP per second. Effect is double during nasty skill duration. Upgrades when SP is full. After first upgrade, can block one enemy and operator can be deployed on it. Each upgrade provides the deployed operator with a stack of a buff that increases max HP and attack by 20%. After upgrading 3 times, the device remains on the field, even when nasty retreats. So it can be up to 60% max HP and attack. 1 SP per second. 50 seconds. Grants the special high ground device in front 1 SP per second. 50 seconds. Can block one enemy and an operator can be deployed on it. Okay, no, this is fine. No, it takes 150 seconds to gain the 60% HP and attack buff. Like, yeah, that's fine. No, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. The buff isn't that bad. Now, if it takes that long to actually get the buff, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Have you not played Nasty? No, I haven't played like most operators. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. You can use 2 devices to build it and the skill doubles the rate. But like even then, it's like you have to upgrade it 3 times. That's not like yeah, you invest a lot of you have to invest extra DP into that. How much do they cost DP wise, the devices? Hold up. Okay, wait, I'm in the wrong place. Overseer? Is that what it is? No. 6 without module. But wait, no. I was thinking that the devices had a duration, but no, they are just kind of permanent. Grants a special high ground device in front 1 SP per second. Yeah, that is just passive. That's not really anything. Okay, now I have to kind of think. So you deploy Nasty. And then you deploy her devices. So that's like an extra 12 DP. And then after about 75 seconds, you get a tile that gives an operator 60% attack and HP. With the module, the first one's free. I think the only second one costs 3. So, okay. So with the module, it costs only 3. Which, yeah, sure, you can criticize that. But then after 75 seconds, according to a chatter, you give one operator 60% more attack and HP permanently. Well, not even permanently, because the tile can still break, and they could break. That's fine. That's so fine. I went my entire life thinking that she could just deploy the tile, and then the operator on top just got the buff. I didn't realize there was an upgrade system to it. This is why you use operators before you have opinions on them, by the way. This is so nothing. This is fine. What is... This is fine. This is the most fine operator ever. Well, I thought this... Okay, I went so long thinking that you just deployed the tile, and you put an operator on it, and then it just got 60% HP in attack. Seal takes 8 seconds to charge, so you can build it in around 33 seconds. Does her skill even, like, do anything outside of double the effect of her thing? 160% attack. I mean, dare I say, it's like, you do have to make a decision between, like, do I want to activate this to double my skill, or do I want to activate this to make Nasty stronger? Although I will say 160% attack on... Well, I mean, this is a... Actually, no, that doesn't do it. This is like nothing. This is... It's a fucking artificer. Now, I will be critical of the concept of deploying a high ground tile. I think that's kind of silly. I think that's conceptually pretty silly. But I'm not against this. I kind of wish it was more like reinforcing a tile. Like, you have a tile that already exists and you reinforce it. You know? I think that deploying a tile is a little silly. This isn't that bad. This is fine. I thought this was a lot worse than it actually was. No, this is fine. No. No, my mind has been completely changed. Reading the operator explains the operator. This is fine. You know what? You know what, random person on the internet? I'm sorry, I did lack imagination. I did lack imagination, you're right. Because my main complaint was that I thought that the buff was too strong. And I was proven that it's not that strong. And you actually really have to work for it. So yes, I do lack imagination. So yes. This gets a +1. So overall... Wait, this is stainless. I was looking at stainless. You'll read my other comment, which... what is that when... As a nasty user, say it was kind of rare to get a good place because stage already put a better place to high ground operator. In the end, I get uncomfortable. Yeah, I did read that. I did read that. I just didn't have anything to say about it. Favorite operator is Spuria. Based. Based and Spuria build. She's like the pumpkin in PvZ. No, because I originally thought that her S3 was just you deploy a range tile and you put an operator on it and it gains 60% more attack and HP. And I'm like, that's so stupid. That's just so free. Like, permanently? But no, you have to, like, genuinely invest a lot of fucking time into it. And even if it is only, like, 30 seconds, it's like... So you deploy an Artificer. And yeah, you need a specific placement. We're not doing any more. We can't do any more. I'm so tired. I want to stop streaming. Let me be free. We can do Zoli next stream, okay, Ghosty? Here, I'll promise. I'll promise you, okay? If you show up to my next stream and you go in the pre-stream chat and you say, you promise that I'm gonna do Zuoli, I'll do Zuoli, okay? Okay? I'll do that. I will do that for you. If you're in the pre-stream chat of my next stream. Or you just show up in my next stream, I'll do it. Begins naming every operator. Go sleep, King. Shackle him, chat. Well, I need to sleep so I can gain imagination, chat. I need, like... I mean, we're all lacking imagination, right? We all lack imagination, that's why you watch me. Torturing a streamer for having unconventional takes is the internet's favorite pastime. True. Okay, so Nasty gets a +1 on her S3. So overall, I think she has almost a perfect score. No, I gave this a -1. She is a +2 overall. Okay, that I feel fine with that. I feel fine with Nasty being a +2. I ended up hating her second talent. Hating is a strong word. I ended up disliking her second talent more than her S3, so it's fine. I'll show up to rage bait. Everyone has their roles. I'm the rage baiter. I'm the sincere chatter. I'm gonna spam Hoderer's S3. I'm doing my part. You all have your own different role, and you communicate in a secret group chat to try and figure out how to manage my stream. I lack a job and a thing to do. That's why I watch you. I would recommend you get a job, but thank you. This is gonna be the new inside joke of the channel, isn't it? Imagination. Okay, chat. How many of you guys have imagination? How many of you guys have imagination? None of you. None of you should be raising your hand because you all lack imagination. You all lack imagination because I think that it's stupid that the hypothetical nasty that I created in my head just gave a permanent 60% attack and HP buff to an operator for no reason. That was... I lacked imagination because that's what I thought. And also, I do kind of think that the range tile thing is a little silly. I think that's a little dumb. But... the bard does true damage? Oh, you just don't have enough imagination to understand it. You're not creative enough. True creativity is when you give a worm a rifle and you say, "Go on, little worm. Go defeat the rainbow goddess of the chicken nugget kingdom. And then we can finally gain the candy corn princesses." You know, that's true creativity. That's true creativity. The hypothetical nasty is my imagination. True. 60% attack for my Thorns altar. That is based. That is based. No, like, dare I say nasty does have the potential to just be a bit more fun than stainless in some cases. Where obviously with stainless as S1s that they're permanent. I think overall stainless does have the edge over nasty because a lot of stainless's gameplay is kind of like trying to measure the devices and, you know, like, oh, do I want to activate them to destroy the devices or do I want to keep them around so I can keep them on for later? Like, there's some extra gameplay depth to stainless. I don't think you have that gameplay depth with nasty, which, again, that's not horrendous. I think I will still prefer stainless as a design overall because stainless does introduce, dare I say, more creativity to the game by giving you a lot more options with like, oh, do I want to activate the skill to like do the thing? But again, you also have Nasty's S2, which does kind of take a page out of Stainless's book, but you don't really see that with like her S1, whereas Stainless's S1 does kind of have it. I'm using Nasty S1 to roid Unecti's S1 to AFK tank the H stage bear. Yeah. Lose 100 HP per second. Enemies have been attacked. YouTube just let me to finish. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. You could keep posting it as much as you want. I don't mind. But yeah, thanks everyone for showing up to the stream today. We got a little angry. We got a little mad. We got a little angered. But you know what? That's what it's all about. We got a little angry, but you know what? That just means I love you all. And remember, chat. Have imagination. Imagination. When have you not got angry? Shut up. Shut up. Don't say that. I wasn't angry when I was talking about Chubai. I love Chubai. She's awesome. I don't get angry when I'm talking about Hoderer. Did you know that these two synergize really well with each other? You can use, like, Chubai's bind to, like, buff Hoderer. Imagination. Remember, everyone, to have imagination. And I'll see you all next stream. I don't know when the fuck that's going to be, but it'll be sometime. So, bye-bye.